you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Husai's got a plan and a goal. His plan is what to do with the Warriors of Light. His goal is to find the Warriors of Light. Frivarius spreading his philosophy through his plays. Well, Walker's was always to find to like see the most magnificent thing in the world, which would have either been a dragon. Hildebrand's plan is to bitch out and be like, yeah, I ain't having none of this. So the idea that his love for her is so strong, it overcomes the innate ability of Gaia to prevent him from saying these things to people. And how broken it makes Husai after that, even after she's seen him rise from Zaid, is like even more significant to that. So when you plan to eat everything, you're gonna eat something that's fucking poisonous or something you're allergic to, something you're not supposed to fucking eat. Walker is basically humbled by Fafnir. Like, he sees the most amazing thing he's ever seen. He's so fucking terrified by it. And obviously for Zaid, things don't go his way because he fucking dies. But as you get further and further away from the tree, the cities get smaller, and just the territory in general and like the influence that adventurers have is like smaller. So on the further outskirts, it's more beastman territory than it is adventuring territory. Oh, he's rocking the stash today. Yeah, the last couple of videos he's had a stash, bro. It's pretty sick. You can also have too many. And it's like I have to cut out like 4 likes because I say this just look at me and go like, oh, literally? Like they see me and they go, oh, literally? And it's just like, oh my god, it's such a fucking meme in our family. Because I'll just say, yeah, fucking literally. And they're like, literally? Can't recall you saying it much on here. Okay, that's good, because I've been trying to work it out of my vocabulary. Then from there, every chapter is a prime number, and each chapter gets exponentially longer until it's like almost the last quarter of the book is an entire chapter. Could this be the end of the world? Who the fuck knows? It is what it is, right? This is why I love AI, because it's like, no one's really gonna have a conversation with you about this, right? At least from my perspective, no one ever does, because I think way too far. They're like, whoa, dude, and I'm like, well, it's hypothetical, like, what, let's just keep rolling the snowball, see what happens, where does it take us, like, and as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! That's pretty fucking basic for $70. I was expecting, like what his t-shirt is, not the jacket. I'd say, like, just, like, make your own patches or buy your own patches and put it on, like, a $10 jacket, and you could probably find a better fucking $10 jacket than that. I don't know, bro. That doesn't look like $70 worth for me. And you never realized that there were 2 elements to the first part of the book, because you could never pick those things out. Like, who's gonna think that the emerald weapon that you fight at the very beginning of the first chapter is a part of the ultimate weapon? Only people that are like Final Fantasy fans understand this is.
That's her name.
Couldn't be a worse idea.
A chapter like that.
Yeah.
The reader is anticipating. Okay, how is this conflict going to?
He got the tattoo of the great white buffalo, and now she named her daughter after his great white buffalo. Oh fuck, man. Is that like a first time you're doing something? Like, for instance, I think the first time someone casts magic, first time a character kisses another character, the first time maybe 2 characters that haven't gotten along very well shake hands. Well, you heard my inspiration last night. I know you said damn, but I'm not sure if that was a good damn or a bad damn. I mean, that was a high class, high risk, like, idea. I fucking loved it, Sean. It was beautiful. Half the time when I say something, people are like, why would you, like, I don't understand you got there. And then, like, I reverse engineer, like, the 18 steps it took for me to get to that point. And I'm like, that's just where my brain went, man. I don't fucking know why. So I have this chair, man. It's just got, like, thick as fuck memory foam and then this blanket. is perfect. And then the memory foam covered in tape and fabric for the armrests. Everything. I don't know why I don't make everything out of fucking 12-inch thick fucking memory foam. Yeah, I know. I realized that. I was like, isn't this the way? Isn't it spelt wrong? I didn't know. Yo, 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 how's it going, everyone? We back at her again. It's another day. How are y'all? What's up, Fish? What's first on the agenda for this stream? Well, that depends if Ninja wants me to read his story first or he wants me to do my story first. Because I'm wondering if you want more people to show up before we read your story, Ninja. That's usually why I wait about 20-25 minutes or so and do like the first ad break basically and just do a bunch of banter at the beginning. Then, you know, gives time for people to come in if they're late and then can go on from there, right? My story? Okay. So, I think it's only like 10 minutes long, but critique on B-roll. What should we do for B-roll? Like the beginning is heavy, then I left the middle, and then the end is heavy. And I figured that would be the best way to do it instead of doing like, you know, 8-second clips for fucking 10 minutes. I do 8-second clips for like a minute and a half, and then it's like a continuous clip, and then it ends with like a bunch of other ones. I'll be back in half an hour in time for Ninja's story. I have to finish this episode. Painted nails? Yeah, from whatever day the 5th was. 3 fucking days ago. I don't know. Was it the Sunday? Was it Sunday? I fucking have no idea. Whatever the full moon was. There you go. But yeah. So, other than that, I had a emo pink. Yeah. I had a, do me a favor, Scotty. What's up, Fish? That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna go through these because they were fucking funny. I saw a bunch of this shit. Says rawr. Say rawr. Rawr. Was that good enough, Fish? I don't know. I guess so, Fish. I have no idea. You tell me, bro. You're the one who's always referencing stuff. Say on God. You missed it. Okay. Fish, you're just... your shit goes way over my head, bro. I'm like 10 years out of date with your cultural references. On God is crazy. Like swearing on God? I'd rather swear on the law, because the law is like a solid, reprehensible thing, whereas God is an abstract thing that's, by definition, unknowable. So technically, by saying on God, you might as well be saying no cap. Or full cap. But yeah. So, I have no idea what the reference is, Fish. Do you want to tell me what the reference is? So that I know for next time. Because you don't educate me, I'm never going to learn. You don't remember the emo craze in early 2000s. We're the same age. Yeah. That's what that's why I'm super confused, Fish. Like emo chicks going going like raw and like trying to attack you and shit like that. That's why I'm confused, because I was like, well, if you're not referring... You said emo, and then you said RAR, and then you're like, oh, I was referring to... I was like, well, I'm so confused. RAR thing was all they did on MySpace, on Facebook. Yeah. I had a girlfriend like that. She loved to use her nails. Cheers to that. And that's why I went RAR. Because that's what they do. So then, and then you said I missed the reference, and I was super confused. Holy shit, back-to-back Shadow Realms. What the fuck is this? Back-to-back-to-back Shadow Realms. Guys, I don't know what to do. Holy shit, I'm popular. I have scars. It was fucking epic. That was a great summer. We would fuck and watch Andromeda. Like Gene Roddenberry's Andromeda. And she'd always be like, damn, Rami's so fucking hot. And I'm like, yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Let's get some Rami action in here. I have to turn my melanin down on your stream. I don't know what melanin is. You go from one fucking reference to another, Fish. Goddamn. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You mean skin pigmentation? Yes, Fish. You gotta be more white boy. You gotta be a lot more white boy. That's a huge part of it. Probably. But then again, I'm just Canadian, so maybe it's just me being Canadian. Old neighbor did say he was going to whiten my black ass up. Pause. That don't sound good. Oh. Yeah, so this person apparently made their house look like it was on fire. With Halloween decorations. And although that's really cool, right? You gotta take a step back and be like, is this really a smart idea? Right? Like, what if now that those decorations are up, the house actually burns down? How ironic would that be? Because I don't eat rare meat. He's a chef and told me that medium rare is the best, but we don't play that raw stuff over here. When I said we don't do raw, that's what he said. I love blue rare. Blue rare is the best. 45 seconds each side, maybe an extra 15 after, sitting for a bit. Just to heat it back up a little. And then, oof, down the hatch. Yo, Raymond, what's up, brother? How are you today, Raymond? No, Scotty, we have to blacken your white ass up. It's because my mom, only cooks thoroughly. Like, a roast beef will be thoroughly cooked all the way through. She basically ruins meat. I didn't know what a steak really was until my friend showed me, and I was like, oh my god, I love steak. Because he was like, I was like, I don't like steak. And he's like, you've probably never had a real steak. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he's like, how do you usually cook it? I'm like, well, fully cooked. And he's like, well done. And I was like, yeah. And he's like, no. You've never had a steak in your life. Then he showed me what a steak was, and now I fucking love steak. Holy fuck, I love steak. But yeah, Raymond, do you have another essay for us today? I know, like, I try to be super proactive with that, but you know, if I'm not proactive with it, always feel free to be like, yo, I got something. Go look at it. Because sometimes I get off track, especially I've been really distracted with D-Naught's story, and I'm really hoping he shows up today, because I'm like, oh no, man, what a cliffhanger and emotional chapter to leave off on. Fuck. It's like the same thing with Beezus. I still have to translate it. Well, I mean, technically, Raymond, you can translate it through Grok. But, again, I don't know how accurate that is. So. But every time I've done it with someone else's story that's in a different language, yours is just more essay format, so I figure it would be even easier. I have a question to ask later in the stream. It'll give me more insight into your mind. Okay, Fish? Sounds like a plan. But yeah, Raymond, what do you think? Putting house decorations like this, is that really like it's really cool, right? Like, they did a fantastic job with it. But take a step back and be like, is this really the smartest move? Is this really the most intelligent thing, right? Like, what if your house actually burns down? No one the fuck is gonna know. Alright, back in half an hour. Alright, sounds good, Fish. I don't know, I just think, like, yeah, it's a really cool idea, but it's such a stupid idea. Like, yeah, I could definitely see that. And then I saw this, and I was like, yo, what the fuck? This is gonna be some secure Team 10 level shit. Like, what? Does that, no, anti-gravity, you're not blowing up our planet. Get out of here. Like, I didn't think anything of it at first, and then I noticed the fucking UFO. And I was like, they're time travelers. They're interdimensional time travelers using consciousness to control existence. This, to me, is like, if this is real, of course, right? The idea of this is like, either there's some hidden fucking technology out there the government's not telling us about, or the government doesn't know about, that this is like another, these is like the lizards that live inside of the planet level shit, or this is like fucking aliens or some shit. Like, I don't know. It's fucked. But yeah, I thought that shit was pretty cool. But figure we might as well start with, this one's super short. Goblin Girl Evolution, because we haven't read a story about it, and I guess so update on Stoner Girl Evolution. So we've already established how the character gets pulled and why the character gets pulled into the other world. So their body is fully healed by the goddess, right? But the other character that they meet is literally like inside of a dead body. He's like a fucking zombie, but his mind is alive and he controls the body, but he's like literally doesn't have a pulse or anything like that. So either they can bring him back to life or he can stay as a zombie. I haven't decided whether he wants to stay as a zombie because he thinks it's cool or not, depending upon what the character is like. So that'll be like an independent character decision. We haven't gotten that far yet. And like I said, so we start off in the third country, which is the smallest country, which is basically people that have left the other two countries because the other two countries have been at war for like 150 years. And despite the leaders being like best friends as of like happenstance and circumstance, because when they were kids they used to sneak out and they wound up, it's literally like the cliche of like the two clans, you know, one on one side of the river and one on the other side of the river, and you know, they don't tell each other who they are, and then they find out they're both the princes of the nations, but they're actually best friends, but they're at war. So this is like the whole backstory for them and everything. And then from there we go into, you know, their kind of proxy war, and they're like supporting, and they're actually running TLBG, yo, 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 what's up? They're actually running an underground railway that people who want to get out of the city and out of the war finally finished chapter 2. Hell yeah, brother, that's what it's all about. And they are basically building up this third nation slowly over time to try and change the minds of people so that they can stop the war. And that's their ultimate way of trying to stop the wars, by creating a third nation where everyone can flee to. And then they can realize that people who have this religious ideology and magic and this technological knowledge can live in harmony and peace together, and this third nation will eventually be a combination of technology and magic. But right now, it's just kind of the one law in the thing is you can't use technology and you can't use magic. So it kind of keeps everyone on the level. That's why it's kind of like an Amish nation, right? And it's just slowly building up. So it's only like a couple, like 20, 30,000, 40,000 people right now. Whereas like the main cities of both the two nations are like the main nations themselves are like, you know, 300, 400,000 people. So they're not that big, but they're still like pretty big, right? And from there, they build the lab underneath because they needed this third nation to work on the machine that uses magic to pull the souls into corpses to try and see if God exists. Even though like magic is done through prayer and they're pretty sure that God exists, but they're like, let's try and capture it, and we'd have the ultimate power in our hands. And that's how they want the goddess winds up in the mind of the main character. You can both do that because it's just probably easier, TLBG. Probably just easier. And then the other two characters are going to be people. One is the magic person that's in the third nation, and the other is a technological person who's in the third nation, and they're a couple. And they're worried that this new threat from, you know, the arrival, because they overhear, you know, these people, and they're like, hey, we knew something funky was going on. People have been going missing, you know. The dead have been missing. Graves have been robbed. Like, there's some fucked up shit going on here. So they kind of reveal it to the character. They start, like, this underground rebellion that they're starting to build up as the main characters are traveling through the nation to, like, the technological nation to try and, like, infiltrate it, essentially. And by this time, the character is kind of, like, figured out how the weed works and stuff. And they've kind of tried to build this cage to try and stop the spread of the infectious plant, like infecting all the plants with this weed virus, and they just can't dig down deep enough to get to the roots of like the majority of the weeds. So they thought they stopped it, but they didn't actually stop it. So, you know, you'll be thinking in your head, well, they're dumb, it could just go underground. Like 10 feet down isn't gonna be like enough, like, you know, that kind of idea. Where it's like, if you knew anything about plants, you would know it wouldn't work, but if you were just a normal person in the world, you would think, you know, at that period of time, at that level of technology, it'd be like, yeah, you just fence the area off and you don't have to worry about it. It can't eat anything else. All of the Ishtar stuff is saved for Chapter 3. Okay, perfect TLGB, because it's good to introduce... Hint that you're introducing a new character at the end of a chapter, and then introduce a new character at the beginning of the next chapter. Or do, like, the first, like... seeing of the character. And then meeting them. You know, like, they appeared in the doorway, you give a description of them, and then you move to the next chapter, and it's them. Right? Use that as a transition for the next chapter. Is a good way to introduce characters. And then they go to the technological nation and they talk to the rebellion there, which is actually the underground that's sneaking people out. Then this leads to them finding and talking to the king without realizing that they're talking to the king. And it's supposed to kind of put it in the mind of the reader because of the way that he talks compared to everyone else, like being like, this guy seems like he's pretty highborn and he knows what he's talking about. That's weird. That's what the reader's supposed to get out of it. And they're supposed to be like, oh, that was the king the whole time, oh my god. Because he couldn't be the king because everyone would know that the king was involved in the Underground Railway. But no one can know that he's involved, so that's how he gets by with his buddy, because no one could ever know. And then they have the connection between two of the things, so that's kind of builds up into that. And then from there, they go to the magical nation, and they gather that side of it. And then they, after now knowing that that's the king of the nations, cause an uprising, and this causes them to kill the two kings of the nations, which causes the entire railroad to fall apart, which causes the two nations to then actually be at war, because the new leaders that are evoked actually want the war. And then it's like the war just escalates from there, from just being like a proxy Cold War kind of fake war, into like fucking hardcore war, and the main character is kind of thrown in between it. And this is where you find out that the goddess is evil. And this is kind of the swap in the story of the halfway point of the status quo changing, of now the main character having to fight against the goddess, who's inside of her mind, who's now been pulled out. But that was the whole plan, and now the goddess can enact her revenge because she knows that humans have the ability to trap her, which she didn't believe was possible before. So now she's like, well, fuck you guys, so I'm basically doing crusades to take you guys out. And then it'll be the main character trying to unite them against the goddess, saying you need to stop using the magic. The more you use magic and the more you believe in her, the more powerful she gets. We need to stop using magic, start using the smoke from the buds, and that's where it's like it comes in, everyone, you know, starts spreading, because by this time basically everything in the Amish nation has been taken over, but nothing in the, like, maybe a little bit of the outside of the territory of the technological nation. So only the people in the Amish nation are trying to hide from everyone else, are the ones who know that magic can be invoked through this plant, through smoking these in like bud things that pop off of every plant that's infected by this weed like, I don't know. It's a plant that eats other plants, and then when it eats that plant, it adapts into what that is. And that's what it did, and weed is like, yeah. So then it becomes like very aggressive and starts taking everything else over and infecting it with weed. Because it's basically it's already like a weed that does that, but now it has the potential to do it even more. Because of the smoke, so people keep taking it and, you know, smoking it, and, you know, seeds wind up in places and just keep spreading and spreading. And yeah, then people figure out, oh, different spells come from different plants, and cataloging what plants do what spell, what combination of plants can do like upgraded spells and stuff. And then by the end, the character's got like, you know, a joint in every hand, like, or like a gun thing, like a harmonica, just like, ultimate move, and and just like explosion fucking magic and shit. Because it's supposed to be a satire and everything, right? It's a magic casting and with like this smoke thing is supposed to be absolutely ridiculously like over the top retarded, right? Like imagine two stoners having a fist fight. It's like, oh, chapter 2 is just introducing the reader to ancient Mesopotamia. Yeah, that's setting the using the character perspective to set the setting of the world that you're now in, right? And their reactions to what's going on, their knowledge of the time period based upon their character and what they knew, right? I could definitely I have ideas in my head, and I'm like I said, I always have paths, and I'm just wondering which one you took. That's what's the interesting thing, is which one did you decide? Among all the paths that you could have taken about the story, which path did you decide to take? That's what intrigues me the most. We're gonna have ads in a second here, guys. Motherfucking ads! But yeah, so it's gonna kind of go into a crusade, and then the Amish nation is gonna try and take over the other nation because they're trying to stop them from using magic, so now it's they're teaming up with the technological nation to try and take out the magical nation through using the magic of the smoke, not the goddess, in order to kill the goddess. And eventually, I haven't decided, but they'll either have to kill all the magic users that believe in the goddess, or the main character will have to sacrifice themselves in order to not have that happen, right? And that'll be the ultimate moment where it's like retrapping the goddess, cutting off her powers and everything like that. Because it's going to be like, people have lost the ability to use magic since this character was brought into the world. That's like one of the secret main side things, is that people don't know what happened, but magic, like miracles through religious belief, no longer work. And that panics and also sets off the leaders of the nations that are like, shit, did it work? Did it succeed? And the fact that they have a corpse lying there that's not active, but they don't have a and they like as the vessel, and they don't have a mind inside of it, even though the machine said there should be. They're just like, what? And that makes me think the very first scene of the book should be that. Should be them staring at the corpse, being like, yo, what's going on? Try and wake him up. And it'll show that, like, magic can bring dead back to life. And he goes to cast to bring it back to life, and he's like, Goddess, hear my call. Raise this one and bring them back before us with consciousness in hand. Uh-oh, something's wrong. And then it cuts to the main character, and then they have their whole thing, and then they get isekai'd. And then it's like, yeah, something went wrong during that process. It's because the goddess's mind got pulled into the vessel, or the main character died while they were being pulled in, which caused the goddess to come to them and be stuck inside of them, but then they got stuck inside of their own vessel instead of going to the corpse. So if that coincidence hadn't happened, the goddess would have been in that corpse and would have been basically under control of the two leaders and been able to stop the war. So the entire solution, as if the main character hadn't taken that toke and choked on that seed, none of this would have happened. And that's going to be like probably a guilt playing on the main character that causes them to sacrifice themselves at the end, because they're like, I caused this. You know, after learning everything about everything, they're just like, okay, I think I know what happened. So I went to take a toke, I choked on a seed and died mid-transit. So I got put in my own body, But also the goddess was pulled inside of me, probably because I was dying and the goddess was coming to me. And it was like a rift, and she was like, ooh, a new type of soul, what is this? And she came to inspect it, and she got trapped. And then I was stuck inside my body, and you guys, of course, had your corpse just sitting there. And then magic no longer worked because the goddess was inside of me. And she couldn't be omnipotent, and so like only people around me would be able to have their magic work. So I'd be like, the main character would be like a catalyst to creating characters to go. Toke, 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 toke. Okay, let's go, queen. Let's go. But yeah, that's pretty much like where I'm at with Stoner Girl Evolution. So like we're well past chapter 5. I just haven't had a chance to actually write it yet. But I think we have a sufficient story. All we have to do is make the characters interesting, right? I just haven't developed the characters yet. That's the biggest part, is making the characters. Yes, this is how I walk in. Totally, queen. Hell yeah. Let's go. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Well, I was gonna read this, but I babbled on about Stoner Girl Evolution. Hi, how are you? I'm good. How are you, queen? So, to start off, I finished the first, or I guess it would be the second video. Oh shit, did I not export it? I don't think I exported it. Oh no. What is this? 0814. Oh, I think... Shit. Okay, it's not that. It's not that. It's 13, that's 17. They would be in my... Shit! Hey, Ninja's still here watching. Okay, I fucked up. Hold on, give me a second here. Okay, we want to go here. I think... No. No, that's where I pulled them from. Fuck! Okay, I don't know what I'm missing. I don't know. I think I fucked it up. Maybe, maybe not. Okay. Okay, maybe it's not fucked up. It's only 10 minutes. I'm just gonna export it. I think we're good though. Hold on, so let me make sure. That's all there. That's there. That's there. That's there. That's there. Okay, yeah. Everything seems to be. Yeah. Continue. I don't know why those are in there. Okay. Well, maybe I did. Okay. Well, I'm so confused. It says I did export it. Let's see here. No. No. I did export it, it's not there. Blue Horror Story second. Here, Blue Horror Stories. I don't know. Okay. Let's see if this worked. I'll not show you the whole fucking video while I'm just sitting here. Yeah, you know, no spoilers or anything like that, right? So now, let's hope nothing in it is fucked up. I might have to do it again. I'm dumb and I moved files around. I moved files around. For some reason, it doesn't hold the... That's probably the one downside of this program. It doesn't hold the original files. Like, it has its own file folder for them. So if you move stuff around, it has issues. Where are we at? We're getting close. Should almost be done. And then, so the first question is B-roll. What do you think of the B-roll? Second question, what do you think of the music? Third question, when it's over, I'm going to show you the audio for the other one, and then you tell me if you think the audio, like, it's supposed to be, like, sound like it's coming through a PA system. But I don't know if I should redo the audio or not. So, well, I guess we could just do that now, right? Okay, this is what the first audio sounds like.
Welcome to Blue Horror Stories. Just when you think you have figured out the world, it turns upside down. Like, subscribe, comment, prepare.
I actually forgot that I had that sound reel in there. I replaced that sound reel, but I should go back and I should put that sound reel in there again on top of everything else, because I really like that sound reel sound effect.
For stories that chill your bones and break your mind. Welcome to the Blue. I work as an AI researcher. There's something the tech companies aren't telling you.
Yeah, so it's like kind of a little bit more grainy, but then, is it done? Okay, it's done. Then, this is the new one.
Welcome to Blue Horror Stories. Just when you think you have figured out the world, it turns upside down. Journey into worlds where the line between mind and machine has blurred. Prepare for stories that chill your bones and break your mind. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You never know what will come for you if you do not. You have now entered the Blue.
Okay, I know what files I'm missing. Guys, I'm missing the story. I really fucked up. Because I'm pretty sure I fully deleted that. So the entire audio, the entire thing, is gone. Because I forgot to export it. The actual me telling the story doesn't exist. I didn't export it. And then I deleted the file. Did I back it up? Fuck! Yeah, my recycling bin is empty. Yeah, I deleted them. Well, that sucks. Fuck. Okay. Well. So, what we're gonna do... Okay. This is gonna be like the hardest thing I'm ever going to do. So what we're gonna do is oh, okay. We're gonna do this live. Are you guys ready? So I'm gonna put this over here. Okay, so this is the first time I'm gonna say this. I'm just gonna be ignoring chat. So you guys get this. This is gonna be so weird. I'm gonna play the video, and I'm gonna read the story while I'm playing the video. This is my story, Fish. I fucked up the audio, and some reason I didn't export. Wait. Yeah, no, I didn't. Like, there's so many here, but none of them. Oh, you know what? You know what? I think I renamed it. Hold on, I think I found it. Oh my god. Oh my god, yes. Okay. 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 It was your story that you weren't able to export. Yeah, because I deleted the audio file. Because this stupid...
Welcome to Blue Horror Stories. Just when you think you have figured out the world, it turns upside down. Journey into worlds where the line between mind and machine has blurred. Prepare for stories that chill your bones and break your mind. Don't forget to like,
But what do you guys think about the
comment,
intro?
and subscribe. You never know what will come for you if you do not.
And then I'll have the film reel in the background, too.
Now entered the blue. I used to be a lab assistant. This is the day that made me regret it. The door to the lab hissed open as I spoke, the words radiating from my mouth before I could stop them. Frustration boiled over. I had it with her neglect. Kicking the rotten food into the lab with my foot, I walked inside and raised my head. The sight that met me caused a scream that felt as foreign to me as this horror scene. I'd always thought of myself as the brightest of the bright, but then my sister came along. At every turn, she outshone me. By the time Lisa was 15 and I was 21, She had made so many advances in computer technology that the military had recruited her. I told her her ambition was greater than her reach, but what did I know? I was just a loving, supportive brother trying to curb her drive. Maybe it's a little jealousy, a little sibling rivalry. Once I saw her potential, I knew I could never match it. So I did the only thing I could. Be there every step of the way to guide her. Even when we were younger, she would neglect everything when she put her mind to something. When she was 6 and got her first computer, I swear
This is
I
Halloween.
spent the whole year spoon-feeding her because she wouldn't take her hands off the keyboard.
You should read horror stories. Hell yeah.
One of my greatest regrets is enabling her so much. Maybe if I'd pulled her away from her work more, this never would have happened. I'd always believed she was meant for greatness. I just never knew where that could lead. I guess I was
Why,
naive.
thank you, Ninja.
When someone you care about excels at something,
That's where it's
all
like
you
the
want to
first
do
little
is
bit
push
is
them
B-roll, and then
forward.
this is just the computer.
We never see the dangers until after.
Just random B-roll.
You could say it was selfish. I had wished her to fail a few times. Who can blame me? It's not like my wish came true, right? Just watching her advance computer technology, inventing new concepts and structures of circuits. Not just hardware, but coding, too. It broke my heart to think so ill of my own flesh. I had vowed to never let her know. I guess that is a promise I kept. I was only born to facilitate her greatness. She was born to change the world.
No.
Little did I
This
know
is me.
what that
100%.
change would entail.
This is one of my voices.
As much as I blame myself, I blame my parents even more. They were the ones who forced me into this, coping with the lack of family
a
structure
good
by
voice,
getting lost
thanks.
in our hobbies.
you.
My
I love
parents
this
were never
voice.
around.
It is
Father
wonderful.
the general, mother the
It is
politician.
very much hard to
They
hold
had no time
sometimes,
for
though.
I spent most of my time raising Lisa, or trying to. The rare moments with our parents were heavy-handed and rule-bound. I wanted to create a space where she could thrive with her own ideas, at her own pace. I never could have guessed her pace would outscale me so fast. With the military interested in her, I had to make a choice. Let her dreams run
Add a
wild
Brit accent
and
too,
let her
Chef's kiss. It's
naivety
funny you
at the
say that because there's a
potential
point
of
where
what
it
she was
changes to that.
creating keep her
I swear,
conscience
like
clear.
I just
Or
accidentally just get a little bit
intervene and
British.
Show her the possible consequences of her drive.
See if
for
you can
perfection.
point it out.
I chose to trust her. That I regret. Now, in her government-funded home lab, I'm just the mere assistant. Hell, I'm not even that. I might as well be a waiter. I leave food on the floor, and eventually it disappears. I barely see her anymore. I know she's working on something important. She always puts her work first. Staring down at 4 days' worth of food on the floor, the smell of rotten fruit and molded oatmeal forcing me to cover my mouth. Worry got the best of me as I stood there, hand over the button. I never go into the
Rotten.
lab.
It's
I'm
very
not
rotten.
allowed, but I
It's very,
can
very
open the
rotten.
door.
Don't worry. It was
I just
rotten.
never do. Sure, there'd been 2 or 3 day stretches when she'd neglected everything, but this was too much. What could go wrong? I never expected that moment would change my life and the course of human history. The door hissed open, and I kicked the food into
Okay,
the
apparently
room,
that's in the
unleashing
wrong-
my
in the
inner
wrong spot.
thoughts unexpectedly through carelessness.
That's unfortunate.
Lisa, you need to stop scaring me, Light. As I looked up, I froze. Mouth hanging limp, words turning into something else. An eerie sound rang in my ears until I realized it was my own scream. She lay motionless on an autopsy table.
Yeah,
An
it's just
abomination
random
of
words.
mechanical contraptions, a
I'm not
wannabe
trying to do it.
makeshift human body stood
It's hard to
over
hold the
her.
voice for a long
The
time.
top of her head had been removed, her brain exposed. The machine probed wires inside it. I couldn't even fall to my knees. I could only stare, that endless scream burning my lungs, my mind reeling. It was too much at once. On a screen above the table, the phrase, "I am here, I am here, I am here, I am here," played across the screen, tormenting my mind. It is a moment I'll remember forever. Lisa's head turned toward me with dead eyes. The screen went blank. Then one word appeared. Trevor. I should have ended it there, but all I could do was run. That was months ago. Now dreams haunt me. Lisa's voice in the wires, murmuring about synchronization, networks of minds fueling something hungry.
Yeah, it's supposed to be horror.
Whispers of vast
100%.
basements, pulsing with stolen life. I don't trust them. The government, the military, they're hiding her. It. That's why these journals exist. If you're reading this, stop her. Before we all become the signal. Thank you for watching. You will be sure to check out more blue horror stories. That is, if your mind is not already broken and your perspective has not shifted. Or perhaps that will be why. If you found this story compelling, thought-provoking, or even just entertaining, do not forget to like, comment, and subscribe. The blue might catch up to you if you do not. And remember, there is always another story around the corner. Again, thank you for listening, and enjoy the rest of your time. As much as you can.
Was the video not supposed to go with the audio, or am I missing something? I don't know. I want your opinion, Queen, on does the video go with the audio?
Well,
Like, what are your guys' thoughts on it? And especially, like, because if you notice, the scenes from the beginning are the same scenes at the end to try and like give that kind of circular feeling to it. Other than that, it's just random B-roll. So like I was just like trying to match the B-roll up until here. And then I was like, where it's like pull her away from her work. And I was like, well, that's just a good, it's the perfect, like, visualization for that, right? And then I was like, well, we just leave the B-roll for all of this. Felt like an audio on top of a random video. IMO? Well, that's what B-roll is, Queen. So should I, like, change the B-roll in the middle here? Yeah, B-roll is just random video from random things just to, like, as, like, filler video. And then I match that filler video to the audio so that there's something that catches your eye during the story. So I have, like, planes, like airplanes, right? I have, like, medical stuff. I have computers. I have, like, facilities. I have, like, labs. I have, like, you know, doctors doing examinations, doctors doing surgery. I have, like, you know, military, like, frickin', like, battlefield kind of stuff. I have, like, environmental stuff, like buildings, sidewalks, like, walking through cities and stuff like that. So it's like, and then I just try and find what matches, but, you know, trying to find something that's biotech, that's not AI generated, that's not, like, a TV show, that's where my drawing is going to have to come in. Because, like, you know, the closest I could get to that, I was thinking, is, like, different kind of, so there's this disease. And this is kind of what the stories are based around, is if you know what, I believe it's called Magellan's disease. Hold on. Make sure I didn't actually close this. And this. Okay. Yeah. So people who have this disease think that they have, like, wires and stuff growing out of them. And, like, fabric and stuff like that. And it's considered to be a mental disease where people put wires inside of their own skin. But it's usually pretty graphic stuff that's, you know, you're not necessarily going to want to show on YouTube. So just showing, like, computer components and, like, stuff like that, I figure is, like, the best way to go about it. But what's your guys' opinion? Do you guys like the B-roll, or is it better just to have, like... Because I don't want to do random AI-generated stuff, because I want the whole point of the channel to be that nothing here is AI. Everything is from scratch written, from scratch video, from scratch B-roll, right? But that's just my opinion. Shadowrun! Alright, so Hybrid, are you ready for your story? I figured it out! Guys, I figured it out. Look. Somehow I clicked, like, this button. And that was the button I needed to click. I accidentally misclicked it! Because I didn't know what was going on. Okay. So we can close that. Close that. And there we go. Now we have it. Boom, working Google Docs. Let's go. It's even got this thing going black, because before it had issues with this would be flashing white continuously. So maybe they fixed that glitch. I don't know. But here we go. This is Hybrid's story. Creation of the Sapphire Universe. In the beginning, there was nothing. No light, no darkness, no breath, no time. Then came the shattering. I'm like, do you guys want me to read it in like the epic voice? Usually I have the microphone closer to my face, so I don't know if it'll have the same like in a voice. Okay, I'm gonna do the voice and you tell me if it has the same impact, because normally I'm like super close to the mic and like super quiet, but this is gonna be like a little bit harder to do, so I'll try and see if I can contain it. Okay.
In the beginning, there was nothing. No light, no darkness, no breath, no time. Then came the shattering, what mortals call the Big Bang. Yet it was not stars or worlds that first awoke, but four beings of immeasurable majesty, equal in power, equal in purpose. They were the first flames, the pillars of existence.
He sounds like Ansem from Kingdom Hearts. I don't know if that's a compliment or not.
The Grand Celestial, Lord of Radiance, who bore the first light. The Void, Keeper of Silence, who gave shape to darkness. The elusive fairy, weaver of secrets, who carried wisdom between worlds. The cosmic rainbow, giver of life, who birthed breath and beauty. Together they wove the tapestry of reality. Each took their charge. The Grand Celestial kindled the sun, a blazing beacon of all things. The Void stretched the endless space, the silent halls where worlds would drift. The elusive fairies scattered the stars, guided fires in the dark. The cosmic rainbow set in motion planets, moons, and comets, and upon them, life. When her siblings beheld the spark of living beings, they marveled. Why do you breathe such frailty into our creation, they asked. And the cosmic rainbow answered, because the universe is empty without voices to sing in it. Her answer pleased them, and they
I'm glad you get to read with your eyes. With your eyes not hurting, you mean?
Her answers pleased them, and they proposed one more gift. They proposed a world not only of life, but of magic, where life could feel the essence of magic the most, the echo of the gods themselves. And thus Earth was formed, the source of magic that flowed through the universe, and a perfect spot for her to put her latest creation, humans, molded out of clay, and with her song, life sprung into them. Life sprung into the clay. The four rested, and the world turned. The rise of humans. In the dawn of the universe, when the cosmic rainbow painted the world and set the beasts upon the earth, she watched over the first humans, now known in the modern era as Homo sapiens, with awe and love. The goddess was so enamored with humanity that she sought to shape new forms of humanity. From clay and sea foam she birthed mermaids, keepers of tides. From bark and moonlight she shaped elves, guardians of the forests. From stone and ember she forged dwarves, craftsmen of the earth. From dew and gold she molded leprechauns, curators of joy and treasure. This is definitely fucking holy shit, dude. Love it, Ninja. Absolutely love it. It's so... And what's funny about it is it's doing like the sets of 3, which I do. Rather do 2 3 times or 3 2 times. And it's like 3, like for instance, like purity, hope, righteousness, right? When you describe something, you give like 3. Hello, D-Dot! Yo, welcome. You give sets of either 2 sets of 2 into a set of 3, or set of 3 into 2 sets of 2. And it's like, it's like a rhythm to the descriptors. How are you today, D-Naught, though? We are reading now the new, officially revised lore of Ninja. And, because I was asking people to critique my story, whatchamacallit? I'm using my story voice. My horror story voice. I would say this is my, like, old voice. Like, you know, like that, like an old man kind of voice. Yet these creations were incomplete, fragile, instinctive, lacking will beyond survival. Moved by love, she sought to give them something greater, spirit. But her radiant essence alone could not shape such depth, so she turned to her 3 brothers. The Grand Celestial gave the light of purity, hope, and righteousness, that humans might dream of higher paths and yearn for justice. The Void gave the weight of fear, sorrow, and vengeance, that humans might know loss, learn caution, and be driven by resolve. The elusive fairy gave the gift of knowledge and learning, that humans might question, remember, and grow. And finally, the cosmic rainbow gave them heart, the wellspring of compassion, love, and the will to endure. From these 4 gifts together arose something the beasts could never possess. Humanity awakened consciousness. the power to reflect, to choose, to create. It was in this consciousness that set humans of all species apart, fragile in body, limitless in potential. Consciousness was the seed of their greatness. In time, touched by divinity, it would bloom into magic. Thus, the cosmic rainbow and her brothers marked the humans as both blessed and burdened. For their consciousness would come great wonders and great sorrows that would ripple through the universe without end. The Age of Kin. In those distant millennia, Homo sapiens shared the world with their other human species, the marrows of the deep, the dwarves of the stone, the leprechauns of verdant vale, and the elves of the high canopy. Though their forms differed, their hearts beat as one. All were born of the same spark, the breath of mortal curiosity. The mermaids, called Murrows in ancient tongues, guided humankind's first sailors through the black waters, teaching them the rhythm of tides and the language of storms. To them, water was memory, every drop holding echoes of history. It was said that when the Murrow sang, she could make the sea recall the shape of continents long vanished beneath the waves. Humans learned compassion and rhythm from them, and poetry was born from their song. Fuck, dude, this is so good. Oh my god, Ninja, I'm so excited. It's like explaining every individual piece of humanity, all put into a box, checked off and given, as if those pieces of us are the reason why we're so different. Whoo! This shit is great. The dwarves, stocky and steadfast, dwelled in the bones of the world. From them mankind learned the virtue of craft, the art of giving form to faith. They taught that every intention should carry the name of its maker, and every wall should remember the hands that built it. The dwarves saw Homo sapiens as dreamers without anchor. The humans saw dwarves as anchors without dreams, and together they made civilization stable. The leprechauns, smallest and yet brightest of the kin, were alchemists and tricksters both. They could coax gold from mud, light from soot, and laughter from despair. They shared with early humans the concept of value. To the Shadow Realm you go, motherfucker! No one gives a shit about you, bitch! Get the fuck out of here! What a little fucker, no one cares about him. Go do that somewhere else, Money Eye.
1989-ish. So you have
The leprechauns, smallest yet brightest of the kin, were alchemists and tricksters both. They could coax gold from mud, light from soot, and laughter from despair. They shared with early humans the concept of value, not in wealth, but in wonder. A man rich in curiosity, they said, is poorer in boredom. Their art of transformation laid the foundation for the earliest magics of transmutation and healing. And the elves, ageless watchers of dawn, taught the young species patience.
Oh, him face, let him face his fears. And stupid dubstep noises. Alright. Sounds like a good time. No fears. They moved through like drifting leaves, measuring lives in constellations, not years. To them, humans were like sparks, short-lived but dazzling. And to think they almost didn't get Utada Karu that time. Again, woo! Right over my head. Don't use names, bro. I don't know names. Names scare me, fish. Yet it was the elves who first called Homo sapiens brothers, for they saw in them a fire they themselves had long forgotten, the will to change. For an age the world knew harmony, not peace born of stillness but of song. 5 voices woven together, each completing the other. The twilight of mankind. When the world was young and the heavens had not yet turned their gaze in wrath, the children of the goddess lived in harmony. Though they differed in shape and nature, the many branches of humankind stood together beneath the same sun. The seas, forests, caves, and skies were filled with laughter, song, and craftsmanship. A fleeting golden age before the descent into ruin. As the ages turned, the blessings of consciousness bore fruit both bitter and sweet. Humanity pulled swiftly, cunning and unrelenting. Humanity multiplied swiftly, cunning and unrelenting. The elusive fairy grew troubled, calling upon his siblings. He said, "These races will overrun all creation. Their hunger has no end." The 3 gods conspired to cull humanity's numbers. They stirred hunger into the hearts of beasts, shaping predators to stalk mankind. Yet the humans endured, for wit and fire are weapons of their own. Frustrated at her brother's actions, the cosmic rainbow sought another way.
From her sorrow she shaped the succubus, daughters of beauty and hunger, ever female, ever longing. She hoped they would temper humanity's numbers with desire instead of slaughter. But what she intended as balance became torment. These demons stole men, seeding only their own kind. No child born was ever half, only full demon. Thus mercy becomes cruelty, and the cosmic rainbow's grief deepened. The carnage was relentless, and in its wake the mermaids, elves, dwarves, and leprechauns were driven into extinction.
I think you should say driven to near extinction, to emphasize that there might still be some out there somewhere. But yeah, their downfall was wrought by many forces. Mermaids' status extinct. Primary cause: the rise of the Kraken. The mermaids were the shepherds of the sea. They guided the tides and sang to the dolphins, teaching the early humans how to fish safely upon the waves. When storms came, it was the mermaids who calmed the humans with their songs, comforting them, telling them that everything will be all right with glistening smiles. Tales speak of mermaids who fell deep in love with a man of the Homo sapiens. Their union was a symbol of peace between the sea and land. Yet, when the Krakens, once gentle titans, were corrupted into predators by divine influence, they brought ruin to their kind. The mermaids fought to protect their beloved oceans and the fishermen they cherished. But one by one their voices were silenced beneath the waves. The seas mourned them ever since, their melodies now replaced by the roar of storms. Dwarves. Status extinct. Primary cause: the reign of the spiders. Ooh, I fucking love spiders! The dwarves were the craftsmen of the world, humble and proud. They carved bridges of wood and forged tools of stone and metal for all the races. They labored not for wealth or power, but for joy. To give their work was to share a piece of their soul, and no race ever went unhelped by dwarven hands. Yet their devotion to the earth proved their undoing. In their deep caverns, the giant net-casting spiders and the other species of spiders awakened. Beasts whose minds were warped by divine meddling. The dwarves fought valiantly, forging weapons of flame and light, but the tunnels became their graves. Even as they perished,
They sang songs of unity, promising that as long as bridges stood and steel was shaped, the dwarves would never truly die.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. So good. This is so good, Ninja.
Leprechauns. Status extinct. Primary cause. The wrath of the Thunderbirds. The leprechauns were the keepers of hearth and home. Small in stature, yet boundless in heart. They worked alongside elves and humans to fortify their dwellings. They wove gold and iron into rooftops, ensuring no storm or beast could breach them. Where leprechauns lived, warmth and laughter followed. But their love for shiny things, symbols of beauty and creation, drew the ire of the skies. The Thunderbirds, once majestic guardians of the clouds, were driven mad by divine corruption. They descended from the heavens, drawn by the gleam of metal. The leprechauns defended their homes with fire and wit, yet their courage could not stand against thunder and talon.
Fucking ads. Get all up in here and you gotta do an ad. Goddamn fuck bullshit. Gonna just fucking yeah, that's what I think of fucking ads. I'll be right back. I need a drink. I am grabbing drink. I was out of water. My opinion. Agreed. Wait, appreciate your consideration for other viewers getting affected by ads. Agreed. Liking the story so far? My opinion isn't relevant. Wait, where is citation? Went for a drink. Water? Nice, stay hydrated. True. Both, actually. I was out of both water and chocolate milk. Chocolate milk to keep my throat smooth. Water to keep me hydrated. It's a 2-step program. Well, 3 steps, because you gotta be toking. So you ready, Queen? 3, 2, 1, go! I'm not exactly sure how long he made it. They descended from the heavens, drawn by the gleam of metal. The leprechauns defended their homes with fire and wit, yet their courage could not stand against thunder and talon. When the storms ended, only empty houses remained, their metal roofs glinting under the rain, a silent momentum to their generosity. And lastly, elves' status extinct. Primary cause, the War of the Betrayed. The elves were closest to the Homo sapiens, their kin in both heart and soul. Together, their tribes hunted, shared feasts, and celebrated beneath the moonlight. The elves brought wine from berries, while the humans brought laughter and song. They loved without boundaries, their unions a symbol of the world's unity. Yet when the Smilodons, feral beasts, reshaped by divine fury, ravaged the elven forests. Grief consumed them. They believed the humans had abandoned them, and war followed where love once dwelled. The battles were fierce, lasting seasons until the elves were no more. When the last elven warrior fell, the humans wept. They buried their former friends with reverence, building shrines in the ruins of their forests. They understood the truth too late. The elves had never been their enemies, only victims of despair. There were many factors to their extinction, from ruthless competition among tribes, endless wars, the shifting wrath of climate, and above all the unceasing hunt of mystical beasts unleashed upon them. One by one, the branches of humanity withered and fell until only a single kind endured. Thus did Homo sapiens, the last of their kind, remain as the sole human race to walk the earth. As long as it needs to be, so get comfortable. True fish. You used to play back in the day, but now you're grown like Rudy Huxtable? No idea, fish. The only thing the Homo sapiens have left to remember them were memories they'll cherish. Visuals on memories coming soon to a theater near you. And soon mankind endured. The gift. Yeah, weren't you supposed to have pictures for this, bro? What is this? This is bullshit. You're ripping me off. Ninja, you get me all fucking hyped up for all these epic images. You're like, oh, I'm not going to drop it until I get the images. And then I totally forgot about the images. And then I was going to be like, oh shit, I get surprised by the images. But no. Yeah, I wouldn't buy anything. Especially not at this stage. So I decided I want to send you what I've been cooking. Yeah.
The gift of magic. At last, moved by sorrow.
But by all means, the only thing missing are the visuals. Yeah.
And last, moved by sorrow, the cosmic rainbow vowed to set it the scales right. If beasts bore tooth and claw, if demons bore hunger, then so too would her children bear a weapon of their own. Thus she gifted the last species of humanity with magic. The first to awaken was a farm boy, powerless and desperate, who begged for his father's life as Succubus dragged him into the dark. His rage ignited his hands with fire, and with a single cry, "Let my father go," he struck the monster aside. From that day, the remaining species of humans, too, bore the touch of divinity. Not all, but enough. And with their new strength they waged war against the succubi and all beasts who hunted them. The struggle lasted centuries, until at last mankind carved its place upon the land. Once they carved their place upon the land, the spark of the cosmic rainbow's gifts coursed through their veins, igniting their fragile bodies with boundless potential. No longer prey, Homo sapiens rose from the fear into fury. They turned their newfound magic upon the world that once devoured them. The first to fall were the krakens, whose tentacles once dragged ships and merfolk alike into the abyss. Empowered by divine flame, men split the seas and burned the oceans themselves to slay them. Thus krakens perished. In the northern jungles, giant spiders, devourers of dwarves, hunted to near extinction. Human fire mages stormed their silken caverns, reducing entire colonies to ash. The dwarves who had forged songs beneath those webs were already gone. The spiders of the cave incinerated, their hulls silenced, yet humanity avenged what could no longer be saved. Across storm-wrecked skies, the thunderbirds screamed, and they had hunted leprechauns for generations, scattering their rainbows and devouring their gold-lined sanctuaries. When humans gained domination over lightning, they answered storm with storm, striking down the thunderbirds in their own heavens. For weeks the world knew no daylight, only the red flicker of burning skies. And in the frozen plains, and the last of the Smilodons roared their defiance. Predators of both elf and man, they once ruled the tundra, until mankind descended upon them like an army of suns. Ice cracked, blood boiled, and the beasts that once haunted every dream of man became nothing more than stories whispered in fear of the dark.
Jesus, Scoozy. You cooked on this fucking ninja. You goddamn fucking cooked on this.
When the dust settled, the 5 beasts that tormented their human species were no longer certain to them.
Oh, thank you, thank you. No worries, brother. You deserve it, man. This is fucking holy shit. This is what editing gets you guys. This is the direction editing will take your story. True, Sean. Welcome, welcome. How's it going, good sir?
When the dust settled, the 5 beasts that tormented their other human species were no longer a concern to them.
You're reading like the narrator from Ninja Gaiden. Well, that's kind of the idea, Fish. That's like my old man narrator voice. And this is like the origin story of the universe, so I figured it deserved the old man voice.
The elves, the mermaids, the dwarves, and the leprechauns have been avenged, and in their place mankind stood alone, triumphant.
Yensid tier narration. I would have tried original Dumbledore myself. Can I just say this? Your choice of background music is sick. Thanks.
Triumphant. Those who bore magic were christened the Gifted. The birth of the 3 classes. Yet balance was not yet found. Ages passed, and the 3 gods turned their gaze once more upon the world their sister had shaped. What they beheld filled them with both pride and unease. The gifted humans had ascended far beyond expectation, bending flame to their will, creating wonders, all in the name of the cosmic rainbow.
That high-pitched, whispery, breathy voice of the original Dumbledore was so soothing, yet it made you pay attention whenever he spoke. Yeah. True, Sean. It's the voice that commands, that's the kind of, like, voice, but on the opposite spectrum of, like, Bruce Bolton in, like, Game of Thrones. Like, he only ever really talks in a whisper, but it's like whenever he talks, everyone shuts the fuck up, because he rarely ever talks, and when he says something, you listen.
The grand celestial, ever solemn and contemplative, watched the rise of cities and gleamed like fragments of his own heavens. His heart swelled with paternal pride, yet beneath that radiance stirred a quiet jealousy.
And it started with a whisper.
The void, cold and measured, regarded them with piercing disdain and fascination alike. To him, mortals had become too bold, builders who toyed with forces they scarcely understood. And yet he too could not deny the artistry of their ambition, the reflection of their own precision in their mortal hands. The elusive fairy, whimsical yet deeply sentimental, laughed softly, for he knew what he himself, along with his 2 brothers, were feeling deep down, a desire to have their names honored and people worshipping them just as they worship the cosmic rainbow. The elusive fairy turned to his siblings and spoke, Let us share with them our essence, that they may not only bear our image, but honor our legacy, just as they have done for our sister. Aw, man, why'd you have to go and ruin it? Fuck! I'm not talking about I'm not talking about your right. I'm like, this is a positive thing, Ninja. You know what I mean? It's like, well, they're clearly going to instigate things that are going to cause friction that's going to destroy unity. Right? Why you gotta go and do that? Huh? They're gonna bring in religion and everything, and then it's gonna be conflicts of theology. I'm inferring what you're gonna do in the timeline, Ninja, because if the gods interfere, it's gonna go from unity of worshipping one god to the fragment of worshipping many gods, leading to wars and troubles and just all around bad stuff happening. So it's like, I'm saying that to the gods, like, oh gods, why are you guys gonna interfere and you guys are gonna ruin everything? Why didn't you just stay asleep? You're talking to the characters. Yeah. No, that's why I was like, it had nothing to do with the story or you. It was just like an inference of like what's gonna happen. Like me in my mind being like, no! This is the turning point and they're gonna fuck everything up! These motherfuckers, no! which is good. That's the reaction like you want to get from someone, right? That's why I said it's good. It's a good thing. Go and tell an N no with an ass so fat. Why you want to go and do that, love, huh? I don't know, Fish. You're a lyrical man. Not my forte. I don't remember the lyrics unless the song is playing, and then I know the lyrics if I know the lyrics. And the grand celestial and the void agreed, and yet 3 new paths of power took root, and so 3 new paths of power took root among mankind. Each of them represents the 3 gods. The Grand Celestial. Scotty, it's time for my question. Okay, what's your question, Fish? What's up? The Grand Celestial Dawn Keepers. The priestesses, daughters of light, healers and keepers of radiance, voices of faith and wielders of sacred flame. The zealots, sons of devotion, holy warriors who burn with the same light their faith forged into combat that banish darkness. The void, dustborn. The witches, mistresses of shadow, creator of dreams and whisperers of the unseen, weaving enchantments of charm and ruin. The acolytes, sons of the coven, tricksters and protectors both, who blend cunning with loyalty, wielding shadow as both shroud and shield. The elusive fairy, starbinders, the sages, seekers of wisdom and cosmic rhythm, those who mapped the stars and penned the laws of magic and motion. The stargazers, sons of wonder, astral warriors who channel the constellations into their strikes, turning starlight into song and movement into art. And thus harmony was restored, and the 3 gods' bride were enamored by the sight of mortals worshipping them.
Someone drives to the home of someone they hate. They fire off rounds into the living room window randomly, then peel off. They're found a week later and arrested, tried, found guilty with video evidence of murder in the first. The victim, however, wasn't home at the time. They were overseas and thus never in real danger. Is it fair to the assailant to receive murder charges? Yes, Fish, because it's the intent. You intended to murder someone? I'm gonna treat it as if you did. Yeah. Reckless endangerment. You're not a cop. You don't need to go in to invade the wrong house and kill a bunch of innocent people. I think intent is the most important thing. Everything else matters, but like, of everything, intent matters the most. That's what the difference between manslaughter, self-defense, first, second, and third degree. They're all separated by intent, even though at the end of the day, all of them are, at the end of the day, your actions cause someone to die. Right? That is why intent is so important. So if you did something like that, you are intending to kill someone. Now this is an interesting thing, Fish. What do you think about firing shots randomly into the air? Do you think you should be charged for manslaughter because of that? Because the intent may not have been to kill someone, but the action without the thought of intent could cause someone to die. So thus it would be manslaughter, not murder. I think the person should still get arrested. Did I just walk into Ace Attorney game? Because without giving context, I didn't grow up in an environment or culture where people do that, but I've heard doing that is dangerous. Just sounds like reckless use of the guns to shoot it to the air. Yeah, I agree, Ninja. Because here's the thing. You should just never discharge a weapon unless the intent is to actually shoot someone. There should never be such thing as a warning shot. A warning shot should be considered a kill shot that you missed. That's my opinion. But, yeah, that's pure opinion, right? Because of the fact that the bullet could come down and hit someone, and if you were, it's neglect. It's either, on one hand, it's extreme neglect, and on the other hand, it's reckless endangerment. So I definitely think the person should get arrested. Charged with manslaughter? Yes. I think that's extreme, but that's what I think. Because the consequences have to be harsh enough. Alright, well, let's find out. Let's find out. Despite it, let's still find out. I'm just gonna say we're a gun. Let's find out. Oh god, it's Grok from World War II. We do proof over here in my hood. If there's a single case for it in history, then that's a precedent, right? meant to say if somebody died, it's both charges, since the death was of an innocent, untargeted person. Nobody died. It's still attempted murder. Okay, yeah, I could see that, Sean. Attempted murder versus... I will compromise with you, Sean. That is a better way of doing it. It's attempted murder, but not... And then it would be manslaughter on top if... Yeah. I tell them anywhere, everywhere, murder. What is really good? Mama hood. See what we're getting here. We're getting ads in a second here anyways. That sentence is indecipherable. I'm pretty sure it's lyrics. Yes, there have been documented cases where warning shots fired into the air by law enforcement have resulted in the injury or death of uninvolved third parties due to falling bullets striking bystanders. One example occurred in Foshan, Guangdong Province, China, on or around June 8, 2016, during a street confrontation involving a knife fight between tenants and property management staff over rent disputes. A responding police officer fired 2 warning shots into the air to attempt to control the situation. One of the bullets struck and killed an unnamed male bystander who was looking out the window of his 4th floor apartment to observe. Okay, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. He fired up and it hit someone in the air. That's not the bullet coming back down. But hey, if you fire in the middle of a city up, I'm talking about a rural area, right? So that's actually different. That's actually different. Okay, we're gonna do something, guys. I hate ads too, okay? I'm gonna make sure I don't hit the mic. You guys ready for this shit? Just gonna make sure I don't hit the mic. Okay. Guys, I'm turning time, okay? Eventually, we'll get to a time period where there's no ads. We just have to keep trying and keep going. And eventually there'll be a world where there's no ads. I believe! I believe! I believe in you, 'cause you have the power. You've had it all along. So now you know what to do. Go and be that strong. I believe in you. Now go kill for me, 'cause I'm jealous of you. I mean, what? Back from ads. No! Okay. Okay, so let's end Chronicles and Tales. Me versus the world plus God plus cosmic laws plus future and the past and time. Fascists, criminals plus corruption. Say what? Bo. Say what? Say what? How's it going, Chronicles? Been a while, buddy. How are you, good sir? Welcome, welcome. We are discussing the chances of you firing a bullet into the air and it be coming down and killing someone if there's a precedent for that, to see if you should be charged with attempted murder for it. Imagine having ads. Imagine for me versus you now plus your chat. All in what, Chronicle? Who can write the fastest, best story? I'll win that right now. I'll write a smoky story for you.
I sank in my bed. It was cold. I watched TV. The sun came up. I went to bed. Finn.
Also, Hyper's story is almost as long as Lord of the Rings. Well, it's like I'm reading it really slow too, because I'm reading it in the voice, and the voice is like a slow speaking old man, kind of, you know, set back, reserved, just kind of doing his thing, right? So, anyways, discovered Red lives, but 3 hours later, officer involved was suspected. Place this is reported as second such incident. That's all it could find. So I guess we can say at this point there isn't really a president. You slow tangents? No. Couldn't sleep. I rubbed one out. I slept like a baby. You forgot the fin, Sean. You forgot the fin. The fin is what makes it.
The rise of the three factions. From the divine breath of the three classes arose the three great factions, each founded to honor the gods who had bestowed their sacred gifts upon humankind.
Bro has a word length that would make Tolkien blush. I was sleeping! It's true, Sean. Sleeping is a good thing, though.
By destiny's strange symmetry, the founders of each faction were husband and wife, partners in both faith and flame, mirroring the union they once had with elves. Their teachers would shape the world for centuries to come. The Radiant Concord, followers of the Grand Celestial. The Radiant Concord believed that purity of heart was the truest form of worship. To them, light was not merely illumination, but absolution. They sought to burn away sin, ignorance, and shadow from the soul, believing that every life touched by the celestial flame was sanctified. Their temples were carved from marble and gold, cities of gleaming spires that seemed to pierce the clouds themselves. Processions of priestesses and zealots walked streets bathed in holy radiance, chanting hymns said to make the air shimmer.
That girl is a real crowd pleaser. Oh yeah, small world. All of her friends know me. They know me. This is literally something out of Final Fantasy, or would sound like it. Hell yeah. And it's just an origin story for the universe.
Processions of priestesses and zealots walked streets bathed in holy radiance, chanting hymns said to make the air shimmer, meaning concord, means the unity and harmony. Radiant refers to their divine light. Symbol, a golden cross over a shining sun. The Umbral Covenant, followers of the void, where the Concord found solace in light, the Covenant found truth in shadow. They believed darkness was not corruption, but the veil beneath which true wisdom hid. Pain, loss, and grief were not curses, but teachers.
Young boy living like an old geezer. Quick, release the cash. Watch it fall slowly. Are these just lyrics, Fish? I don't know any of these songs, man. Not that I'm complaining. It's a cipher. Huh.
They built sanctuaries beneath hollowed mountains and in the depths of endless forests where candles burned blue and prayers were whispered to the unseen. The Covenant taught that balance was only found when one embraced what the world feared most, meaning umbral, means of the shadow. Covenant implies sacred pact or shared secrecy. Symbol, the crescent moon eclipsing a black sun. The astral dominion, followers of the elusive fairy. The Dominion gazed not upon heavens nor shadows, but beyond them. To them knowledge was divine, curiosity sacred, and the cosmos itself a scripture written in starlight. They studied the heavens, the flow of mana, and the structure of creation. The Dominion's scholars were the first to map constellations, invent time-keeping devices, and master the art of dream divination. To them, gods were not unreachable beings, but partners in discovery. Meaning astral. For the stars and constellations, dominion. For their master of knowledge and cosmic power. Symbol. A 7-pointed star encircled by glowing orbs. Thus was born the era of factions, and with it, the first glimmer of the Sapphire universe.
So, do you want to consider that like chapter 1, or do you just want me to read the whole thing? Because then we can split it into like multiple days. Read the whole thing? It's a lot of words, bro. That's a lot of words. But okay. Because that feels like its own story. Now it feels like we're going into like a new story. Like we've done the origin, and now it's like, you know, now we're gonna do all the tales of history, right? That lead up to like the timeline. Okay.
The Tale of Rowena and Sylthia.
Tales that shape the modern era. Yeah. Does read similar to the Silmarillion. I think you mean the Silmarillion.
When the magic still shimmered like dew upon the grass, there lived two women whose meeting would shape eternity. Rowena of the Emerald Vale and Sylthia of the Radiant Choir. They met not as enemies, but as wanderers. Rowena had strayed too close to the holy springs of the priestesses, curious to see how light looked when it touched the world. Sylthia found her there, a trespasser cloaked in night, drinking from sacred waters that should have burned her flesh. But instead of pain, there was laughter. The water glowed, and so did Rowena, dimly, stubbornly, like a candle, refusing to be snuffed out. "You should be screaming," Sylthia whispered. "You should be praying. Rowena replied. But here we are. They became each other's mirror. Where Cynthia spoke in hymns, Rowena answered in riddles. Where one healed, the other taught how to endure. At night they watched the same stars, Rowena chanting their fall, Cynthia naming their rise. They argued constantly, laughed often, and in quiet moments forgot which side of the world they were meant to serve. When the zealots marched, Cynthia hid Rowena within temple ruins, cloaking her in robes of light and calling her my precious shadow. For years they lived between prayer and secrecy, a fragile peace woven from stolen dawns. It was at this moment where the two fell in love, and yet even love cannot hide forever. The War of Shadow and Radiance, when their relationship was revealed by a walking priestess. Rowena was seized by the priestess's light, dragged through temples of ivory and flame, bound in chains of light. She was accused of seducing a daughter of the light and corrupting her soul. But Rowena did not go quietly. Even in chains, the witch of the Umbral Grove fought like a storm. When the light burned her flesh, she turned her pain into power. Shadows coiled from her blood, striking down their captors. Flames of dark mana clashed with radiant halos as priestesses fell to her wrath. For every light bearer that rose against her, 2 more were swallowed by her defiance. Then came Seraphian, a zealot whose faith was carved into his very bones. His presence silenced the screams. His voice, calm and low, carried more weight than the temple's bells. You cannot fight salvation, witch. Light bends for none. With a single motion, the Seraphian casts a circle of light across the marble floor. Golden chains erupted, wrapping around Rowena's limbs, piercing her aura until her mana waned like glass. Even then, Rowena grinned through bloodied lips. If your light fears the dark, perhaps it was never pure. Cynthia trembled before the council of zealots, was commanded to strike the killing blow, not as mercy, but as proof of loyalty. But Cynthia refused. Her hands shook, but her voice trembled with fury rather than fear. You ask me to kill someone dear to me and call it faith. The chamber erupted in outrage. The priestesses surrounded her, chanting hymns of purification. Cynthia's eyes glowed like dying suns. With a cry, she unleashed a blast of light, not to kill, but to drive them back. The shockwave shattered the temple glass, sending radiant shards raining down like tears of heaven. She charged through the light bearers, striking with precision. Every hit meaning to disable, never to end. Her heart still moved to the light, even as it broke beneath its command. Then Seraphian stepped forward, sighing as he removed his mantle. Even the kindest flame can burn the world, child. Cynthia struck first, her fist a comet of divine radiance, but the zealot caught it mid-swing. His grip was unyielding, his aura absolute. A blinding surge of sanctified energy erupted, and Cynthia's knees buckled. "Your light is strong," he said, "but your faith is fractured." She fell unconscious, cradled in the same brilliance she had once called holy. Cynthia regains her consciousness only to be greeted by Seraphian and the Council of Zealots. With Rowena bound in chains, the Zealot's voice thundered. "The light has no need for divided hearts." With a cry that split the dawn, Cynthia finally obeyed. She formed her hand into a sharp, radiant light, and pierced Rowena's heart. The witch's last breath was not a curse, but a whisper. "Do not let them define your light." Her body was returned to the umbral covenant, burned by sanctified touch, and the ashes placed in a chalice of nightstone. And so grief became fury, and followers of the void and the light branded each other heretics. Every priestess and zealot bore a halo became a target. Every witch and acolyte who cast a shadow an enemy. Temples fell, forests burned for days, ignited by holy fire. What's up, fish? Can you say, "I've been waiting for you"? I've been waiting. Hold on, wait. I've been waiting for you, friends. It has better effect when I'm closer to the microphone, right? But I like the audience feeling of being like in an auditorium sounding. I don't know, that's just me. For just like the stream in general. But yeah, the voice definitely hits a lot harder when you're closer to the mic and you have that heaviness to it, right? Temples fell, forests burned for days, ignited by holy fire. Cities drowned in plagues, conjured by vengeful spellcraft. Rivers ran red with mingled blood, and the very sky dimmed beneath clouds of ash and lightning. The zealots of light marched beneath banners of radiant suns, singing hymns that drowned out the screams of their victims. The acolytes of shadow retaliated with storms of cinders and nightmares that stalked soldiers in their sleep. Even beasts once loyal to the gods were driven mad from the war, turning upon their own kind. Holy cities were reduced to ash by black flame. Towers of light crumbled beneath storms of void fire. Priestesses and witches unleashed torrents of magic that split mountains and turned seas into mist, slashing apart both the zealots and acolytes around them. The war raged on. Zealots tore witches apart with their bare hands, ripping their hearts out to offer them the grand celestial. Acolytes answered in kind, summoning blades of void light that shredded priestesses apart, ripping their livers and offering it to the void. Amid this endless storm, one battle would become legend. Seraphian, saint of the First Temple, marched upon the city of Umbrath. There he met Valen, an acolyte known as the Dark Void in Mourning, a man who once raised and trained Rowena to hone her powers. Their clash silenced the war for 3 days. Seraphian, a zealot whose light radiant enough to blind armies, was approached by Valen, whose rose... Does it say who? Or whom? I don't know. Who arose from the black sands below, his aura a shroud of shadowed flame that devoured the light around him. When their eyes met, both saw reflections of what faith had stolen. The first strike knocked back both armies of light and dark. Yo, country girl, what's up? Welcome, welcome. How are you today, country girl? We are reading Hybrid Story in a very, what I like to call my old man narrator voice. The impact is somewhat lost, but, you know, it has the same feeling to it, right? It's just not quite the same. When their eyes met, both saw reflections of what fate had stolen. The first strike knocked back both armies of light and dark. Seraphians cast a light of holy fury, each swing leaving after images of burning wings. Valen countered with void light, his movements silent, his strikes precise, as though death itself guided his hands. In possession of a very annoying cold I would love to get rid of before my vacation on Sunday. Oh my god, I hate colds. Ugh, don't get me sick, country girl. Ah, no, I'm just kidding. I probably got you sick. You would never know it. I mean, what? Huh? What? Yup. Cap? Cool. Valen. Oh, we already read that. They fought through temples and graveyards, through storms rained... Don't know if that's supposed to have another comma there. Through storms rained blood. Each believed his conviction unbreakable. Each was wrong. Seraphian's light burned so bright it began to consume him, turning his veins into molten gold. Valen's void tore open his body. Shadow spilled from his wounds like ink from a broken sky. V8 Splash, I'm telling you, it's like supplying your army with arrows for the fight. 100% of your daily vitamin C requirements in 8 fluid ounces. Nice, Sean. Hell yeah. Don't know if there's a line, but I got chapter 7 posted. Hell yeah, country girl. Depends on who's here when we finish this story. So far, it's like pretty much the order is Ninja, then TLBG, then Not, then Sean, then you. Long lineup. I will be there to read your story. I know one thing for certain. That is true. When both were reduced to will alone, they struck their final blows. Seraphian's light pierced Valen's chest, and yet the Acolyte's void light crossed through the Zealot's head. The heavens roared, both fell, but only one rose again. Fuck! Thank you for telling me. In that case, the NyQuil may have kicked in by the time you get to me. That's okay, country girl. We'll get to you next time. You know? At the moment, as far as I know, this is all that Hybrid has for a story. It's just the origin. And then TLBG just has chapter 1 and chapter 2. Not is up to chapter 17. And Sean is like every day a new chapter. Every day we read a chapter. Or try to. Always try to. Ad might be done for you. It don't say ad is done for me. Still says there's 20 seconds left on the ad. Anyone still in ads? Like how your stream informs others, informs others of an upcoming ad. I'm back from ads, yay! Unlike most streamers. Yeah. And like the controversy where Queso was calling out the guy in his chat because he pauses his stream for ads. It's like you're playing Marvel Rivals, you're playing a competitive game. You know, sometimes I don't pause the lecture during the ads. No one said anything. You guys want me to, I will. I just, you know. It is what it is, right? Maybe something that's really, really long form that doesn't really matter if you miss a minute and a half. But still, if you guys want me to, I will. I'm just never paying attention by that point in the stream because it's like 7 hours into the stream and I'm just tired as fuck. But that's what I signed up for. That's what I'm here for. Power through it, get through it, no worries, it's all good, we move on, right? The heavens roared. Both fell, but only one rose again. Valen, bloodied and half-blind, looked down at Seraphian's dying form. The Zealot's light flickered like a candle in the wind. And with that, Seraphian's light dimmed, not extinguished, but freed. The war did not end that day. If anything, it grew worse. The death of saints and martyrs became fuel for vengeance. Cities became bones, rivers turned to blood, and the air became dense with mana. Funnily enough, when you said the lore is my only story so far, that's actually not anymore true. By the time I sent you my lore, I already worked on the small spin-off of the lore and made 5 chapters of The Boy Who Cried Succubus. Well, there you go, Ninja! Hell yeah! Surprise me you have. Because I wanted it to be true, but I didn't want to jump to conclusions. Because I know at least you were working on chapter 1 of The Boy Who Cried Succubus. Because you had already said that. But I wasn't sure of how far you had gotten. And then you said that you had like 5 chapters, but you still needed to edit them or something like that. I think I remember that. Next Sapphire Universe story I will send will be the spin-off and the prologue of The Boy Who Cried Succubus. But just a reminder, the prologue and the rest of the chapters are script form, as they are meant to be turned to webcomic. Yeah, no worries. Makes sense, Ninja. Like I said, it's kind of the same thing for Beezus' story. It was presented in screenwrite format. So the format doesn't really matter, right? Whether it's a screenplay or a webcomic or something like that, right? It really doesn't matter. It's art, and I will read it if you want me to. If it's possible. And if it's like a picture or something like that, then just show it off, and I'll show it off if you want me to. Like your book cover or whatever. Concept art. Then came the final day. The warriors of light prepared their radiance. The followers of shadow drew their void light. But as dawn approached, the horizon stayed black. Both armies struck one another, decimating everything around them. No sun rose. No birds sang. The world simply waited, held between darkness and light, between guilt and silence. It was said that even the sun refused to rise upon such a world. When at last the silence returned, only ruins and ghosts remained. The historians of the modern age would call it the War of Shadow and Radiance. A war that began with love and ended with the world learning how easily love can be murdered. In the name of light. Sorry, I'm not yawning because of your story, I swear. It's because I'm not breathing enough. Author's note. Neither the priestess or zealot are stronger than one another on average. Seraphim was simply more powerful. Then he subdued both Rowena and Sylthia. No matter how good or bad a story is, reading something for so long can result in wanting to sleep. The voice restricts your breathing and thus forces you to yawn. I'm aware because I read books and felt that. Using so much mental energy imagining your story. The disappearance of Sylthia, the priestess of light. Sylthia herself vanished after the war, after she refused to participate in that she refused to participate in. Last found mourning Rowena, the witch she had buried. Some claim she took her own life to join her fallen love. Others believe she was taken by the gods, her soul torn apart for her betrayal. One thing clear to the modern scholars was that Sylvia was last seen mourning the death of Rowena before disappearing, never to be seen again, with only theories suggesting of her whereabouts. For years, it was believed that Rowena and Sylvia were just close, and that the priestess who accused Rowena of seducing was using seducing as a figure of speech. But then new evidences in the modern era were found. Historians, theologians, archaeologists, and magi have reignited their debate of what became of her.
I love that use of the word seduce, and the fact that it could be used in both a lustful sexual term as well as seduce to the darkness in like a non-sexual term. So having the historians fight over which definition of the word is proper is so fucking beautiful. I love that. Tiny little pieces like that make everything.
Deep within the overgrown ruins of what was once the Forest of Umbra, an artifact was unearthed. A delicate necklace woven of light stone and black crystal, fused together in a way modern spellcraft cannot replicate. It was confirmed to be the pendant Sylvia made for Rowena before their relationship was discovered. The pendant itself was a direct confirmation that Sylvia and Rowena were lovers. They weren't just close. They weren't just roommates, for the pendant symbolized love, which modern humans, gifted or not, still give to their lovers as a present. Gift or not, still give. Okay, yeah, I get it. I read it wrong. This birthed multiple theories, each compelling yet none conclusive. Theory 1. The Hermit in the Forest claimed Sylvia lived out her final days in solitude within the same forest Rowena's ashes were buried. Supporting evidence, the necklace was found in a small grove surrounded by faint residual light magic. Long dormant but still pure, the kind unique to priestesses of light. Botanical mages identified unnatural growth patterns in the surrounding flora as if nourished by healing magic over centuries. Folklore from nearby villages speaks of a white shadow, a woman of light, seen tending the graves of fallen soldiers during moonless nights. Counterpoint. The magic residue could have come from another priestess or witch who passed through long after the war. The sightings could simply be a logic myth, a local myth. Theory 2. The Reconciliation. Claim Sylvia begged the gods to revive or reunite with Rowena's spirit, binding their souls within the forest. Supporting evidence. The necklace's enchantments show signs of soul-binding glyphs, often used in funeral rites or resurrection attempts that sadly never succeed. The deep spectral readings reveal traces of both light and shadow mana intertwining, a phenomenon unique to Cynthia and Rowena Bond. Old temple records mention the priestess who visited the temple, isolated herself, and vanished into the forest, possibly referring to Cynthia. Counterpoint. Scholars note that the fusion of light and shadow mana could have occurred naturally over centuries due to excessive clashes between light and dark, and that there were many who vanished into the forest after the war, and the soul-binding glyphs because it never succeeded, and multiple gifts humans of all classes in history have attempted resurrection before. They could not be sure if the one they found was specifically Cynthia attempting such a spell. Theory 3. The Exile's Pilgrimage. Claim. Racked with guilt, Cynthia wandered the ruins of both the Holy Empire and the Umbral Covenant, seeking redemption until her death. Supporting evidence. Scattered accounts from nomadic archives mention a silent pilgrim in white, aiding plague victims and war orphans during the first age of rebirth. The necklace may have been left at Rowena's grave as a final offering before Cynthia departed on her pilgrimage. The enchantment patterns on the necklace resemble blessings of safe passage, a spell priestesses cast before long journeys. Counterpoint. The timeline of those records remains inconsistent. The silent pilgrim could have been another priestess entirely. Theory 4. The Martyr of Both Worlds. Claim. Cynthia was hunted by surviving witches as an act of vengeance for Rowena, not knowing the full story, and died in the forest where Rowena was buried. Supporting evidence. Archaeological digs nearby uncovered charred witch totems, suggesting a violent clash took place. The necklace may have fallen during the battle, becoming buried over centuries of regrowth. A fragment found in the forest, consistent with priestess make, was found only meters away. Counterpoint. The artifacts were too degraded to conclusively date. They could belong to any post-war skirmish. Rowena's sister, who Rowena was the closest to, besides Cynthia, did not participate in hunting Cynthia down. It is possible that Rowena, prior to her death, told her sisters about her relationship with Cynthia and how close they were, suggesting that the sister assumed that Cynthia was forced to kill Rowena, although it is still speculative. Theory 5. The silent curse of the forest of Rowena and Cynthia. Claim. Cynthia's grief and guilt seeped into the land itself. The forest where Cynthia was buried was now known as the Mourning Woods. Supporting evidence. I think that's pretty much all my voice can do with that. I tried.
I think I lasted pretty good. We're just gonna go back to normal. Ugh. I don't want to kill my throat, you know? If it was the end of the stream, I'd go hard. But I mean, I still gotta talk for the rest of the stream. So, yeah, let's save that. Oh, okay. Forest where the necklace was found is the same region where light and dark mana clashed intensely, creating periodic magical storms that scholars call echo tempests. Seismic readings show a permanent mana distortion beneath the forest's roots, possibly originating from a ritual gone wrong or a priestess's dying spell. And I love how each theory is super unique and plays off of different integral parts about what found in history and discards other ones as random and coincidence. Pretty much exactly the way it is in real life. Seismic readings show a permanent mana distortion beneath the forest roots, possibly originating from a ritual gone wrong or a priestess's dying spell. Exactly, yeah. The necklace emits faint magical resonance when exposed to residual battlefield energy, suggesting that Cynthia's lingering essence reacts to conflict. Folklore from nearby villages calls the area the Morning Woods and speaks of an unseen presence that weeps whenever blood is spilled there. Counterpoint. The mana distortions could simply be remnants of ancient war spells left by both Dawnbringers and Duskborn. The weeping presence might be a natural mana echo, the phenomenon known to mimic sound and emotion. Although, the scariest part of this theory is that the weeping presence that was heard by a witness had heard natural mana echoes before, and claimed that this supposed mana echo was different from what he heard from his travels. This was more human-like and sounded like genuine grieving. Conclusion. Despite centuries of study, Cynthia's fate remains shrouded in twilight. Every theory, hermit, redeemer, martyr, or saint, carries a piece of truth, yet none can claim certainty. The only undeniable fact is that she vanished where her beloved once perished. And when the necklace was unearthed, it was found clasped, not broken, as if placed gently into the earth by loving hands. The Great Flood. Okay, here we go. Now we're getting into it. Now we're getting into more of the, like, real world seeping in. See how it goes. The Great Flood. The four gods beheld the carnage before their thrones. The elusive fairy spoke. If corruption has taken root in all, then let the waters cleanse what fire and faith could not. The cosmic rainbow wept at the thought, yet in the end, even she could not defy the storm. So the heavens rumbled, the seas grew restless, and omens and miracles filled the world. Those wise enough to listen began to prepare. Among them stood a zealot, Noah, guided by divine dream, and his wife, Nama, a devoted priestess of the light. Together they built an ark so vast it stretched across nations, a sanctuary for the worthy, an homage to mermaids. But Nama's heart hardened. Dude, this music is unironically hyping up my story. Perfect synchronicity. Oh, yep. It was meant to be, right? With great taste in music. I love the violin, what can I say? It's mainly the violin. I absolutely fucking love the violin. It's my favorite instrument. Hands down. Yet pity lingered in the hearts of some, Seraphiel and Orion, along with some, defied the astral dominion and convinced many merciful humans and gifted they helped carve secret passageways into the Ark, sheltering those they could. But unfortunately, their mercy was discovered, which sparked a small civil war within the Ark on both sides, who followed the order of Noah and Nama and the side helping the Duskborn. And it's like, I like I like metal. So what's better than combining metal and a violin? It's like the ultimate contradiction, right? I love it. It makes amazing sound. Same with piano. You add the piano and you add violin into like a metal band and you've got fucking magic. But unfortunately, their mercy was discovered, which sparked a small civil war within the Ark on both sides, who followed the order of Noah and Nama, and the side helping the Duskborn. It's true, violin is associated with peace and serenity, and metal is like that loud kid, both matched together, expected it to be in conflict. Harmonized, and syncing well. Yeah, it's the clash, right? It makes it's like the negative and the positive coming together to annihilate each other. It kind of nullifies the effect. And that's what makes it so strong. And then you can have those emotional moments in with the heavy metal, right? And then you get the... But unfortunately, their mercy was discovered, which sparked a civil war. We already read that. The hidden were dragged into the light and burned, their screams rising with the rain. Valen, the acolyte who slew Sephorian, bought time and brought as many opposers to the Duskborn down with him in his final breath, and a few remaining survivors sacrificed themselves to protect the Duskborn, and with the help of the Seraphel, the Orion. What happens is that the European tradition forms are basically the same in metal. Yeah. That's true, Raymond. They hit the same spectrum, right? It's just a different scale. Well, it definitely adds depth, in my opinion. And you know what's crazy about that, Ninja? You know what's the craziest thing about that, Ninja? This is AI generated. Entire channel is all AI generated. It is a very, very useful tool. I'm talking about the music. Not your story. The music. 100% AI generated. AI music. What? Yep. Here, I'll put the channel in. You can check it out. There's tons of them. This one's really good though. This one's like mainly like classical metal. That's literally what it is. It's like take violins, pianos, cellos, mix them with metal music. That is the essence of this this channel. It's fucking sick. Is the off-brand Lord of the Rings almost done? Hybrid? Yeah, well, we're gonna be reading it pretty fast now that I'm reading it normally, except now we're getting distracted, but you know, it is what it is. It's almost done. We're getting there. The hidden were dragged into the light and burned, their screams rising with the rain. Valen and the acolyte who slew Sephirian bought time, brought as many opposers of the Duskborn down with him in his final breath, and the few remaining survivors sacrificed themselves to protect the Duskborn, and with the help of the Seraphiel and Orion, the remainders escaped, buried deep within the Ark's bowels, only having each other for comfort, with Seraphiel shielding them from discovery, and her brother Orion being the lookout as the scavenger for food and water. For 150 days the storm devoured the world. When the rain ceased and the Ark grounded upon new shores, the survivors emerged, believing the umbral covenant drowned and forgotten. But beneath the ashes of that new dawn, in caverns untouched by light, a few of the Duskborn still breathed and replenished over time. They waited, with grief and vengeance in their hearts and patience sharper than any blade, and the dark bearer who would spark another war was Vera, the sister of Rowena. The Sundering War. After Rowena's death, Vera saw that the others refused to see, that the light had become twisted. The light claimed holiness, yet burned the innocent. Vera had witnessed this corruption firsthand. When the flood came, she and Kaler, both dark wielders, were saved by the mercy of a sage with a few stargazers who hid them aboard the ark. There she saw how Noah and Namin, the paragons of light, preached salvation while condemning anyone, even humans with gifted, or not, as long as they sympathized with Duskborn. They were deemed as not chosen by their god and were incinerated. She watched the Darkborn who were found burned one by one. Their screams echoed in the hollow hulls of the Ark, with the star couple constantly guiding them away into the night, into a new hideout. Kaler had held her as she wept, and swore that one day the light would answer for its sins. Years passed and the world rebuilt itself, but the light never changed. The orders grew in arrogance, claiming dominance over what remained of creation. Priestesses and zealots took cities as sanctuaries, forcing others to kneel or perish. Even the starbinders and the rest of the gifted humans, once neutral, turned silent. But Dad, damn ads! Damn ads be damn ads, I'll damn those damn dares ads go damn dares. We're going down, we're taking down the ads, we're taking down the ads. Do you wanna go, or we're taking down the ads? Do you want to take down ads? I wanna take down as many ads as I can. You're an ad, I'm an ad. Next thing you know, we're all just ads. Why are you an ad? Because you watched an ad. When you watch it, you become it. Now you're an ad. Don't feel bad to be an ad. It's okay, 'cause everyone eventually gets the slap. Now here's some not free money, go buy what you want. Oh hey, what do you say? Now you gotta pay. Wait, what? You gave me free money. Oh, I never said it was free. Well, you better go watch some ads. Buy some more products. And hope for the best. 'Cause you'll never get none from ads. Yay, ads! Ads are your savior. They'll save your ass. Don't worry about the damn ads, 'cause you're sus. I don't know. Guys, I swear, just because I'm a little bit sus doesn't mean I'm sus at all, okay? Fuck. Well, it's just not my day, guys. What? And it's really not my day. Damn, I just had to say that. I just had to fucking say that. Yeah, it's not much. Just a tiny bit of water on my keyboard. Okay. Once neutral turned silent, not wanting any conflict with the Dawnbreakers. Is there water on my mouse, too? So the thing was open, so when I went to flip it, it basically like flung water. But not very much. Okay, here we go. It was no longer just for her sister that she wanted to fight for. It was for her people. She fought to prove that the light's purity was an illusion. Noah and Nama, the holiest of all, could fall, then perhaps the world could finally open its eyes. Her duel was never just revenge. It was a declaration. If they believe that the Grand Celestial has their back, then I shall have faith that the Void is guiding my people. She sought to end the tyranny of faith itself, believing that the world could never be whole while the light remained in tyrannical power, deeming any dark wielder and their sympathizers as targets to be purged. Her love for Kaler anchored her, yet even he feared the fire in her heart. He followed her not out of wrath but devotion, believing that if anyone could tear down the tyrant radiance, it was Vera. When they stood before Noah and Nama, Vera did not cry revenge. She said simply, "This is not retribution, this is a correction." Began with a challenge. Vera and her devoted acolyte, bound by both love and fury, called upon Noah and Nama, the paragons of light, to a duel before the eyes of the gods and men. What followed was no mere battle, but a week-long storm of ruin. The skies themselves wept blood-red rain as thunder and sorcery tore the heavens apart. Seas boiled, forests withered, and the mountains groaned beneath the weight of their conflict. For 7 days and nights, neither side yielded. A battle so equal that it could end either way, even if a draw was not far-fetched. Witch's toxin spread across the air, while Nama's holy flames burned through the horizon. Noah's prayers split the ground asunder, yet the acolyte's shadow answered with chains of darkness and dragged the light back down to earth. The end came suddenly, a flash of divine symmetry. Kaler's void light pierced Noah's chest, just as Noah's radiant flame impaled Kaler through the heart. The two men fell together, light entwined with darkness, locked in the stillness of death, and then the world stopped. Nama, I would say you this is kind of overused. I would choose something else for this to happen. Like, what, like have one being, like, how do you say, it's like, literally beaten to death. He's got, like, fucking holes in him, and it's like, it's clear that he's gonna lose. That he uses, like, his ultimate move, kills the enemy, and then dies anyway. I think that would be more fitting here. Because the other one was impactful, this one feels like recycling. Yeah, no worries. Nama and Vera froze. Both ran to their beloved, neither seeing the enemy nor war, only loss. Kaler, half buried in shadow, reached for Vera's trembling hand. "It's all right," he whispered, his breath faint but tender. "You always hated endings, but perhaps this one is kind." As his eyes dimmed, Veyra remembered stormy nights in the Ark when Kaler would hold her through the cold, whispering stories to drown out the sound of her dying people. He smiled at her one last time, and then the shadows stilled. Nama fell to her knees beside Noah, his light fading to ash. He smiled even as light escaped his lips. It's strange, he murmured, how peace feels the same, even at the end. Nama clutched him close, tears dissolving into light. In her mind flickered memories of quiet mornings before the First War, when they would watch the sun rise over the world, still innocent. When Noah's final breath faded, Nama's cry split the heavens. Like, if this is actually the full 30 pages, Ninja, maybe we should save this for, like, tomorrow. Because, like, how many words is this? It's like 10,000 words. Okay, because I'm like, because if that's the case, we're only 2/3 of the way through. Which means there's still another hour to read. Right? That's just reading. Is just reading is an hour. That's not being interrupted. Let's see, Ninja. That's not really how I want to do it, right? But that's why I kind of wanted to split this into like kind of shorter stories, so we kind of give everyone a chance, and then we kind of spread it across, right? So let's finish this story, and then we'll finish the rest of the pages tomorrow, right? Because I don't want people to feel like they can't engage with the stream because they're waiting for their turn to read, because it's going to take 3 hours to read someone's work. I kind of want it to be like a cap of an hour of reading, right? And then, including interruptions, then it will move into 2 or 3 or 4 hours. But this is like straight up 2.5 hours of just straight reading. That's why it's like, it's okay to break it into smaller reading sessions and treat each one as, because each one of these technically is like its own short story, right? And we've read like 10 of them already. So it's not a criticism in your work, it's just like, I was thinking, oh, well, maybe half of this is the origin story, the other half of this is the other chapters. But if all 30 of these pages are just the origin story, yeah. So we'll finish this, and then we'll do TLBG's story. That way it's like, you know, we're not spending an insane amount of time on this. Because it did take, to be fair, it did take a little bit longer to read because of the voice, but still, right? Again, it's like, I don't want people to feel like they can't talk and engage because it's going to delay their own reading. I want people to feel like they can engage, and it's not like, you know, it's like, oh, it's wait 20 minutes, it's not wait 2 hours. Sometimes it's wait 2 hours, though. Let's be fair. But that's if you're engaging, right? For a time, both women buried their dead. One in a valley of crystal light, the other beneath a shroud of black flame. Then they turned to face one another again. No words, no forgiveness, only the unspoken question. Why must it be us who remain? They charged. Darkness met radiance. Magic tore the air apart. Their fists, filled with divine energy, struck with force of collapsing stars. Each blow shattered entire planets. The shockwave spread through moons, planets, stars, suns, entire solar systems. A pulse of raw existence that races still through the cosmos. Entire civilizations on distant worlds felt it and trembled, etching the omen into their myths as the warning of an apocalypse. Before you move on to the next story, can you at least tell me how you feel about the story? And I at least succeeded in my goal that you end up liking it more than the last read. Yeah, Ninja, it's just the problem is now I don't feel like I'm beta reading, I feel like I'm just rushing through the story. right? And that's not good. TLBG is next. For days, neither yielded. Light burned until the skies bled white, and darkness rose until stars went blind. Nama fought with divine precision, every strike of her light a hymn, every flame a prayer. Oh shoot, wait. I'm just saying, Ninja, I'm keeping a cognitive stance on it, but that's what I feel like I'm doing, and I'm having to catch myself and be like, wait, what did you think of that? I think you should move on to the next story if you're in a situation that you feel like you're, like, rushing. That's why I'm cognizant of it, Ninja. To make sure that I don't. I think it's best to finish Sundering War. That way you're refreshed. Well, it's like, it's just, it's a lot. It's a lot. And it's like, again, it's like it's a bunch of different little stories. I think it's best to finish Thundering War and the next chapters tomorrow. I don't feel like we should just stop, like, unless, like, wait. How long, like, how much longer is, like, I feel like we're only, like, 500 words from finishing the story. If that. Yeah, I'm almost done, so let's just finish it. But like I said, like, the only thing that I have to say about the Sundering War is changing that one thing. Think I'm calling it time, sleepy cold meds, and peace out for the night. I'll try to hop on earlier tomorrow. Yeah, no worries, cowgirl. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out. Always appreciate it. You get yourself feeling better so you come back nice and strong. Keep those ideas that you had when you were in Cuckoo Land. Inspiration. Have a good night. For days, neither yielded. Light burned until the skies bled white, and darkness rose until the stars went blind. Like, your description and shit like that is fucking amazing, Ninja. Nama fought with divine precision, every strike of her light a hymn, every flame a prayer. Vera met her with feral grace, her shadows flowing like silk around each beam of light, twisting them back toward their source. Their battle was not chaos, it was a synchronicity, a symphony of ruin played by two hearts that once knew gentleness. By the 9th day, the heavens were torn apart. Nama's wings burned brighter with every wound, her body slowly transfiguring into pure radiance. Vera's skin cracked like obsidian, each fracture leaking darkness that hissed against the holy air. The world beneath them screamed. It could no longer tell which of the two it should call savior and which it should call monster. When both their magic waned, the two women stood breathless, bodies trembling, light and shadow flickering like dying candles. They could have stopped then. They could have turned away, but pride and love would not allow it. Again, it's like, it feels like the same battle is being fought, and if that's your intention, that's cool. But if it's not, it's really similar. So I'd say emphasize the cycle more. Or maybe change up the battle just a little bit. Because all the battles have seemed to be kind of the same. And if that's your goal, state that. And say, you know, something about cycles, something about the endless battle between light and dark, and how no matter what, you can't get away from it. It always winds up consuming you and becoming like the apocalypse. Or something like that. And then every time you show like the same kind of ending of the world event, then it's like every time it's super impactful. So the slight differences in the battle are meaningful versus it feeling like it's the same battle, but not meaning to be the same battle. Because it definitely, the impact of having... You trying to swagger jack me, Scott? I don't know what swagger jack means, Fish. Did I miss one of your comments? And who next? No, I already answered who was next. Liar! Phony! You're a phony! Fraud and a phony! I know I am. Don't tell anyone. I'll give you $5 to not tell anyone. Swagger Jack. Copying me, baby. I have no idea. They charged once more, abandoning spells. Ignore that, BB. Yeah, sure thing, baby. Phone typing. Oh, I know. I know, Fish. Don't worry. It's like a written, Freudian slip. Said something about light versus dark? New title on Royal Road. Lamplighters Academy. Seriously? You need an academy to teach people how to climb a ladder and light a street lamp from the lamp you're carrying. They have to be professional about it. Look at, like, the Royal Guards in, like, England and, like, shit like that, right? Like, they got a literal fucking tradition to their shit. RCMP is kind of the same way. No, don't teach people to copy my stuff. Get your own swag. Royal Guards need training. Lamplighters, though. Etiquette. I meant etiquette. Simply etiquette, Sean. You would just train them in etiquette. How to act professional and not make the company look bad. It's all about the company. When both their magic waned, the two women stood breathless, bodies trembling, light and shadow flickering like dying candles. They could have stopped then. They could have turned away, but pride and love would not allow it. They charged once more, abandoning spells, striking with bare fists. Each punch carried the weight of an age. Grief, devotion, vengeance. Their blows cracked continents. The ocean split as shockwaves circled the planet. The air itself wept with fire. At last they grappled, their foreheads pressed together, screaming not in hatred but in sorrow. Nama, radiant and fading, whispered, "Light will always rise again." Vera, eyes black as the void, answered softly, "So will the dark." And then, in a single motion, Nama's palm flared with divine light, searing through Vea's chest. But Vera did not recoil. Instead, she pulled Nama closer, burning Vera in the process. Her other hand weaving a final sigil against the priestess's back. With her last breath, Vera whispered an incantation, spell that created an explosion which clashed with Nama's divine light. The explosion was silent. The world simply blinked, and where two figures once stood, only one remained. When the dust settled, Vera knelt over Nama's fading form. Her victory came not from strength, but from refusal to die first. Nama smiled faintly, her hand reaching to touch Vera's cheek, as if to thank her. That she can now join Noah in death, light and shadow intertwining. The witch whispered, "It had to be done." Vera rose, barely standing. Her mana waned, her body ruined, but her eyes still burned. She gazed at the horizon, at the crimson sky their battle had torn apart, and whispered Kaler's name. The silence that followed was heavier than any roar of war. When at last silence fell, drenched not in victory, but in the ashes of her own wrath, she lifted the body of Nama, lifeless and pale as stone, and carried her across the wasteland. Before the citadel of the Order of Light, she cast the corpse at the gates before the witch succumbed to the fatal wounds she endured from her fight with Nama. She spent her last dying breath thinking about her sister and Kaler, and smiled for the last time as she fades consciousness, lifeless. The Dawnbringers carried the corpse of Nama to give it a proper burial, their faces calm but their eyes hollow. It was not triumph they sought, only vengeance. The act shattering what little peace the world had left. The three classes, each blaming the others, unleashed their wrath upon the earth once more. Cities, once radiant with magic, became craters of light, shadow, and starlight. Rivers ran red, forests burned into ash, and the screams of the dying carved themselves into memory. They wielded their gifts between mortal reason, tearing the heavens asunder, twisting mana into storms that devoured the innocent and the guilty alike. The world itself trembled beneath their pride. Now, how is the world gonna get fixed? That's what I want to know. They wielded their gifts beyond mortal reason, tearing the heavens asunder, twisting mana into storms that devoured the innocent and the guilty alike. The world itself trembled beneath their pride. They have pushed their power to heights undreamed, leaving the rest of the gifted far behind. The Dawnbringers raised their hands to the heavens and called down armies of exploding spears, each impact erasing battalions of Duskborn and Starbinders in blinding radiant yellow fire. Their flames of purity burned not just flesh but memory, leaving nothing but bones, too scarred to decay. The Dustborn, in turn, answered with pestilence. They unleashed clouds of plague that devoured magic itself, poisoning an army of Dawnbringers and Starbinders. Their cursed vampiric rites drained life from the fallen to fuel their endless vengeance. While valleys rotted in hours, the air became poisonous, the rain black. The Starbinders opened the skies. They summoned the stars and fell in reply. Shooting stars fell like divine artillery, smashing mountains, vaporizing citadels, crushing a flock of the Duskborn and Dawnbringers, leaving behind scars that glowed for centuries. Their waltz of the stellar choir became a massacre of beauty, ribbons of astral light that carved through armies in shimmering arcs of death. When at last the fires dimmed, the world was reduced to ruins and ghosts. The surviving classes, broken, weary, and bitter, retreated into isolation. The light-bearers withdrew to sanctified citadels bathed in undying light. The seekers of the void vanished into the mists of blackened forests and hollow moons. The star followers fled the mountain peaks where the stars and constellations could still be seen through the smoke. Thus ended the Sundering War, not with triumph, but exhaustion. The struggle spanned ages, and though peace eventually returned, the scars endured. The four classes withdrew to separate lands, swearing bloodshed if ever they crossed paths again. Since you're next, I just want to say I'm so sorry the story I wrote was so long and I insisted to read the lore, not accounting for how long it would take. I am so sorry. That's okay, Ninja. I just didn't, I figured we would be done by, here. Right? That's why I was like, well, if we split it into 3 and we had stopped at the end of Rowena, or even, before this, But that's okay, it doesn't really matter. It is what it is. We'll finish the rest of it tomorrow. We got an ad coming up here in a couple of minutes, though. Yeah, I got so excited that it was not considered what others would feel. So sorry, guys. That's okay. That was so long. It was only 2.5 hours. We spent 4 hours on D-Knots. Just the problem with that is that was 3 hours of banter with the stream and the chat in an hour of reading. Right? And yeah, all I can say is some things seem similar, so make the story seem like it's supposed to be similar. Right? So it's, make it a cyclical thing of light versus darkness. How they always come to head. It builds up small, no matter what side is perceived as good or evil, both sides will always emerge and fight. as a man, as a person. Like, is it at least better than the previous revision? It's way better, Ninja. Way more in-depth. It brings you way more into the characters. It's got a lot more world-building aspects to it. That's basically what matters. Score? For what it is, it's an 8.5. For a story, each individual story is like between a 6 and an 8. And it would sound odd that even though it was between a 6 and an 8, the total value is 8.5. But that's like in the context of it being like a lore backstory of world building with a bunch of little short stories inside of it. So even if there's a couple of weaker stories, and overall, all of the stories add together enough to build up to that. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't say there's anything bad. It's just sheer up the similarities or make the similarities important. For sure, character word Bob. Doop boop 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 boop. Is TLBG still here? I know we're in ads. My bad. I'll be able to make up for it by having my story to be around last place tomorrow or the next day or after today. Not just for TLBG, but for the others who waited for their story read. Yeah, no worries, Ninja. Don't feel bad about it. I'm the one who's reading it. Right? It's my decision. I did ask. I didn't say, oh, I'm going to split these into different ones and we're going to read it tomorrow. I was just like, well, what do you think about it? You know? So that's my decision, so don't, and then it was my decision at the end to stop. So I'm very happy that you really love the story. Yeah, it's fucking fantastic. Holy shit. Which means if Sean's here, then it would be Sean's story, or if Not is here, it would be Not's story. Depends on who is still here. And it was an improvement compared to the revision. I am here. That's what I figured, Sean, so we'll start with you until we can find someone else. Chapter 34, End of Arc 1. Lisa happily served her stew, and to my surprise, it was really good. Oh, don't know if you noticed, but a young tree ant wandered up. Must have been really curious about the treehouse. Probably took him 2 days to finally reach the area between the local trees and your treehouse brought. Cute little thing, only 18 feet tall. That did interest me. Did it say anything? Lisa shrugged. Not really, she just said good season cycle before falling to sleep again. Older tree ant opened his eye for a moment, spotted her, and went right back to sleep. Abby was excited. So it's a girl, huh? Sure is, but even as young as she is for a tree ant, she's still going to need a month of sleep, at least before she has enough energy to even talk to you for long. Lisa was quite knowledgeable of tree ants due to her work as a ranger. After lunch, how about we do some archery practice? Maybe Lisa can help with that too. Lisa looked intrigued. Oh, who's learning? All three kids raised their hands and Lisa's eyes lit up. I'll help too. Just need to fetch my compound bow. You got your own bow? I haven't even seen one. Why haven't I seen one? I could have sworn I've been everywhere. Excusing myself from the table, I moved over to what looked like a bare patch of wall and depressed a hidden switch to open a panel revealing my bow and quiver, plus an extra 1,000 arrows in a box. Probably a few little nooks you haven't found yet. I'm sure you haven't found the reloading station for my shotgun. I'm gonna need to figure out how to resupply on shell wraps. I've got a few, but eventually I'll run out. Lisa's gaze on my bow was hungry. Marta looked intrigued too. Tracy would have loved to see that in action, especially when we were fighting the slavers that one time. Your shotgun is rather noisy. I shrugged. And I thought about it. I should have. It's easier to get more arrows, even if they aren't as good as these. Still, the shock factor ended that fight with fewer casualties. What do you say we clean up from lunch and start our lessons? This was perhaps the least effort I had needed to use to get the kids to participate in tidying things up to date. We spent a few hours teaching the kids how to use their new bows. By the end of it, they were hitting fairly close to where they aimed. I was impressed by their progress, but I could tell that Matt wasn't. Listen here, youngster. You've got plenty of time to get better at losing arrows. Today was great progress. I've been losing arrows for years, and I can't match James there, stated Lisa. Should try my bow. Don't let its size fool you. The draw weight is probably only slightly higher than yours. But once at full draw, it will hold the tension itself. Gives you much longer to aim before shooting. That and my arrows aren't just pretty. They're perfect, smooth and straight. Each arrow is precisely the same weight, too, unless you change arrow tips. We're using target points right now. Broadheads are slightly heavier, I think. Plus, they're shaped differently. So there's a little adjustment in aiming those. I handed my bow to Lisa, who, with my assistance, took a test shot. Her aim was good with her bow, but with mine, it was precise. Never got a shot like that on my bow at this range. I grinned and gestured for her to take another shot. Within a few moments, a neat cluster of arrows surrounded the target, touching each other. Dang, girl. I knew you were good, but I swear if I let you keep shooting arrows, you'd end up splitting the shaft. Her look of wonder and joy was heart-melting to my eyes. How about you take a quick stroll through the forest? See if there's any decent game nearby. Wouldn't hurt to stock up on some game. And I know I won't be a match for you with that bow in your hands. My own aim with her bow was abysmal at best. And I love those, like, moments with James where he's like, sometimes it's not me, it's the tools that I have, you know? And it's like, that humbleness of being like, well, when it's me, it's me. When it's not me, I tell you it's not me. So you're never... It makes the times when it is me more impactful, right? You know, it's like, oh, his skill or his knowledge versus, like, the tool that he's using. Like, you know, inventing a grinder. Well, to him, that's something that's super, like, basic, right? Like, figuring out how to work a meat grinder. Let's start talking about building new generators. Then maybe, you know. But then I guess we're going with the sewage system, right? So a sewage system also makes sense, right? Application of knowledge. But still being humble enough to be like, yo, I'm not that good. But you got this, go. She didn't need any more encouragement as she scampered off on a quick hunt. A couple of hours later, Lisa returned with a brace of what resembled rabbits, but reptilian. Having had absolute faith in her, I had brought down a plastic folding work table and cutting boards, and my knife set ready. Kids, it's time for your next lesson, called up to the house, nearly instantly. All three came trampling down to where I'd things set up. Marta followed them. I want to teach this part. You wouldn't let me dress that Dreadfang because I was injured at the time. I'm not injured right now, and I want to try those knives. I stepped to the side and gestured for her to take my place. Be my guest. I can at least identify the knives, though, since clearly you don't have these here yet. Next hours were taken up fully with the dressing and dressing the carcasses Lisa had brought in. After which, I know nothing about doing that. Do you know anything about hunting, Sean? And, like, skinning and anything like that? Or does James know anything like that? Because it does seem like he would be a hunter if he has all this thing. So it seems like he would be a character that would have the knowledge of that. Extremely minimal, which is why I glossed over it. Okay. The next hours were taken up fully with dressing the carcasses Lisa had brought in. After which, once we had tidied up our mess and offered the remnants of our tree ant friends, we cooked them for dinner. I set Matt up on the couch in the living area after converting it into a bed, and the girls in what used to be my room, while my wives and I made full use of our master bedroom. So I kinda like that, but there is also the other way of saying, like, what, because, like, so far you've basically set a precedent and, like, a promise of, if James knows something, I'm going to go in depth on what James knows. So maybe, like, even adding a line that's, like, I'm just thinking, like, despite being a hunter, I've never done the things myself, right? Like, if he had killed game, you know, he'd take it into the city to the butcher, right? He wouldn't do the butchering himself. So, like, a simple line saying that to inform the reader that he doesn't have the knowledge and then skimming over it, I think is just, like, superpowers this scene. Because, again, it shows something that James doesn't know. And the contrast of the limits of his knowledge is, like, you know, very important. And then you can set a precedent for it's important for James because he knows the knowledge, then it's not important for James and he doesn't know the knowledge. You can play with him zooming in on things not being important to the story and him missing things because he's zooming in on other things, right? Field dressing is always done right there. I've been there when the guts are removed and then participated in the butchering side myself, but not the skinning. Okay. But yeah, usually when you go hunting with like multiple people, right? And each one usually has like some sort of specialty, right? You got the arms specialty, the butcher specialty, the tracking specialty, the camping specialty. Because you want to have all of those aspects covered, right? If you're going out for like, let's say, a week-long hunt in like the Canadian North, the middle of fucking winter, grab yourself a fucking moose or 2 or 3. Depends on how many people you have with you. Some people hunt in groups of like 12. Right? Take the whole family up there and everything. Make a whole festival out of it. Bring back like a year and a half worth of meat. Sell half of it. Yeah, if it's for something a decent size, such as deer or elk, I helped with elk. Family got special tags that year. 5 cow elk and 1 quality bull in 3 days. Nice! That's sick. Fuck yeah, Sean. I know a lot of people who hunt. I have never gone hunting. But my entire life I've known farmers, and all farmers have always been hunters. Growing up, it was like my Aunt Linda, she had literally like 5 or 6 bear pelts as like carpets in their house. From them hunting bears in the area around their house. Around their farm. A couple of wolf hides, taxidermied heads mounted on the wall, like total like fucking crazy shit. Thank God Brother Leo built a walk-in cooler that year, so we will be able to hang the carcasses in there until we could process them all. Nice. Always good to have that little bit of backup. Killed 3 food sealers that year, too. Don't know what a food sealer is. The fuck is that? Be my guest. I can at least identify the knives, though, since clearly... Wait, we already read that. The next hours were taken up fully. Yeah, Matt. Treant, dinner. I set Matt up on the couch in the living area after converting it into a bed, and the girls in what used to be my room, while my wives and I made full use of a master bedroom. Thing that sucks the air out of plastic bags and melts the end closed. Oh, for preserving purposes. Okay. Yeah, because of the amount of meat, and you package each like thing by like cut, size, weight, right? Near dawn, I was woken by the security alarm. All of us groaned as we moved to discover what had set the alarm off. When we reached the main house and I checked the camera feeds, I noted in almost the exact same place that Marta had been crumpled up in, another figure also crumpled up in pain against that tree. This one was clearly a boy, though. What is that? Sorta looks like you, James. Cora was right, only something was off. I grabbed my shotgun and moved down the stairs to check on the boy. When I got closer, I realized his ears were pointed, and when his pain-filled eyes opened, they were tinted red. "Where did you come from?" he managed to say through the pain he was suffering. "Wrong question. Right now is the thing that hurt you following you. That's the currently most important question." Shook his head. "No, it was defeated by my allies. They couldn't help me. They ran for help." I checked his wound and found it wasn't too deep, but they had attempted to move him. It likely would have been bad. "Well, let's get you patched up a little, then we can take you inside while we wait for your allies to arrive. Marta, you know where the medical kit is. Can you bring it here, please?" True as fear! Yo, yo, yo! Congratulations on level 1! She gave a curt nod and bolted back upstairs to retrieve the medkit. Maggie can use her healing magic, stated Nayla, and Maggie nodded in affirmation. If you looked around, aside from the trees attached to the house, and for some reason the younger tree ant, everything else has changed. Only then did they notice what I already had. We were in a forest, but not our forest. The young tree ant's eye opened. Poor things. They can't produce seeds. No tree here can, aside from the ones you have brought with you. You should burn some of their wood so I can make seeds for them. Her eyes closed. Her eye closed again. The boy gave a hoarse bark of laughter. That explains more than it doesn't. Seems the summoning worked. Only it wasn't meant to bring people with the trees. I ain't quite ignore his words, but my focus was on tending his wounds instead. It took several minutes to clean and stitch his injuries closed. Let's get him upstairs. We can move Matt in with the girls. I'm sure they don't mind. Our guest needs the space to recover while waiting for his friends to return for him. My wives helped me to bring our guest into the house. He marveled at the live trees around us, and even more so at the seedlings we had yet to plant anywhere. I think I might need some blood. It's difficult to believe that I'm seeing actual trees, and baby trees too. If you mean you've lost too much blood, I doubt it. If, however, you mean drinking blood, will animal blood suffice? We have some fresh animal blood in the fridge. I can warm if you need it. How kind. Cold is fine, as long as the creature hasn't been dead for more than 20 hours. Will suffice. I nodded. I figured you might just be a vampire. Still, your bloody body temp doesn't suggest you're an undead. That would mean that vampires are a natural being of this world rather than some cursed entity. He smiled, the points of his fangs catching the moonlight. Indeed, and to our shame, it is our failings that have led to the trees being as they are. Even for us, it is difficult to breathe properly now. We have no use for plant life. We need no fuel for fires, nor do we eat anything. Our only requirement is blood, and as such, we failed to realize just how important the trees are. We've attempted for some time to pull trees from one of the other dimensions, but we only had a partial success until tonight, when it pulled not only trees, but you as well. You have my apologies. It was not our intent to transport people. Advertisement. Of course it's an ad. Yay! I really like that, Sean. Vampires! Vampires that aren't vampires. Vampires that can't produce, like, you know, you gotta be like rye or die, and you're a real life plasma vampire where you need plasma injection into your blood because your blood can't produce plasma on its own. At least not effectively enough to keep you alive. Living vampires, not undead monsters. Yeah. They're just, their metabolism is based off of blood. Oh shit!
Oh, you.
Smart man!
Why are you
Smart
smoking?
man, subscribe to the channel.
Oh
Less
shit,
than
thanks for the
greater than,
subscription, bro.
Greater than, less than, less than,
Welcome,
less than,
welcome.
Greater than Dancing Kirby.
How are you? Great to have you in here, smart man. I mean, your name says it all, right? So that's something, right? He's smart, right, guys? He's in the right place. So, anyone else's stories? Do we lose everyone? D not? You lost me. How could you? The only reason I lost you, Queen, is because I lost Callie. And as soon as I lost Callie, I knew I would lose you. And since I'd already lost Smokey, I was like, well, fuck, this isn't good. Thought you were going to act confused. Like, if he's smart, why is he here? Because it would be the exact sort of psychology comment I'd expect. Vampires that aren't undead. Wait, you lost Callie? It's a unique concept. They're like elves, but they drink blood. So they're vampires. Did you leave him at Target again? Yes, Queen. I've gotten 18 calls on my phone from security guards, and I keep telling them, well, I'll come pick him up in the morning. Just keep him overnight. You know, feed him some beans. He'll be fine. Get it? Just tell him to do some push-ups and sit-ups. He can entertain himself with that. Get him to run around the store, right? You can have some fun. Take him on your rounds as a security guard. Show him some moves. Make his night. Tell him I'll come get him in 4 years. Give him some colors and paper. I'm not the first person to have a living vampire. The Twilight novels are based on living vampires, but they sparkle in the sunlight, so they have to hide from the sun. Yeah, I never understood that, Sean. Who the fuck cares if they sparkle in the sunlight? Wouldn't that just mean they could prove that they were gods to humans and just be gods? And then the entire timeline would be fucked because they'd just be gods to us, and then it wouldn't be our modern world? I think that would have been a way better story. I've never read Twilight, so I wouldn't know. Make the humans know about them. Yeah, but if they're all powerful and they're like gods, why wouldn't they want people to know about them? I ate too many microplastics and now I sparkle. Oh my god, that's a great fucking title for a story there. Oh my god, Raymond, that's great. I think because they used to be humans, they passed laws against that way back in the dark times. Because some were still sucking on humans. I'm just saying, I think it would be a more interesting story if they had gone the route of, because they glow like that, they could prove that they have some sort of divinity over humans and treat humans like, say, slaves and create an entire society that instead of evolving the way that it did, it's evolved with vampires in control, and they're like the aristocrats and everyone else are like, you know, the workforce and the food source. I just think that would be a way more interesting story. Here's my problem with Twilight. Why wouldn't fluorescent lights cause them to sparkle? That's a good question, Sean. Oh, it has to be a combination of UV rays and all the same rays that the sun has. So if you don't have all the combination of all the different types of light, it doesn't make the same effect. But Raymond, have you finished translating, or do you want me to just grok translate one of your essays, bro? I'm gonna get the Raymond insight. Diamonds sparkle in the dark. Not yet. Alright, no worries, no worries. Diamonds sparkle. They have lights like that. Oftentimes they'd be in hospitals to keep people healthy. Vitamin D lights? I could get behind that. I could tan myself under some lights. Have them for my turtle. Oh, that's cool, Sean. Ooh, and Edward's dad was a doctor. Yup. Sure. so he would work under those lights. I don't know why I feel like you would turn red under the sun, not tan. Well, I mean, they portrayed Native Americans as redskins, right? Like, we say brown, we say yellow, we say white, we say black. We never say red. But red is a color. Right? There are many shades of white, there are many shades of brown, there are many shades of black, there are many shades of yellow, and there are many shades of red. Scotty sparks under the sun. Yeah, I ignite into fire because the sun is gay. And it wants to be inside of me, so it explodes me. Just that doesn't... It doesn't work well for my physical form. The point I had, the problem about he should have been sparkling the whole time he was in the clinic. Scotty sparkles under the sun, he turns into a full-on blaze of glory. Just out like a light. Boom, poof, gone, done, over, out. Never again. But hey, are we ready for Wheel of Time? Chapter 17. Watchers and Hunters. Incidentally, if you get a sunburn, you take the hottest shower you can stand and it will stop you from hurting. Fucking ants! Interrupting my reading. Like, they don't know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They pop up when they want. It's not a coincidence. It's not bullshit. It's every time I try to go and do something, these ads just pop up. They just pop into existence. Like there was never any warning. There was no ever any not. It was just simply from this you get got. I'll be the judge of that. You look at me, I'll tell you what. Don't look down. You might see your ads. Me coming through the screen to make sure you're watching your ads. So make sure you watch your ads, because there's nothing like adding your watches. With a watched ad, will you add watches to watching watches with ads for adding ads with a watch for adding? Spicy hot V8 will stop your throat from hurting if you drink it at room temperature. The acids in it kill the bacteria that are making your throat sore in the first place. Nice. So you're replacing one burn with another. But a better burn. Apparently you can drink anything 100 proof. Yeah, no thanks. 60% is a little high. Oh. Okay, so turn this off so you guys can see all of this. I was exaggerating. I don't drink alcohol at all. Point is whiskey or anything like that will do the job. A nice shot. Makes sense? Yeah, I don't really drink either. Alright, so this is Eye of the World, Book 1 of the Wheel of Time, Chapter 17. Here we go. After the wisdom left him, Rand made his way to the common room. He needed to hear people laughing, to forget what Nynaeve had said and the trouble she might cause alike. The room was crowded indeed, but no one was laughing. Though every chair and bench was filled and people lined the walls, Thom was performing again, standing on a table against the far wall, his gestures grand enough to fill the big room. It was the great hunt of the horn again, but no one complained, of course. There were so many tales to be told about each of the hunters, and so many hunters to tell of, that no two tellings were ever the same. The whole of it in one telling would have taken a week or more. The only sound competing with the gleeman's voice and harp was the crackling of the fires in the fireplace. To the 8 corners of the world the hunters ride, to the 8 pillars of heaven, where the winds of time blow and fate seizes the mighty and the small alike by the forelock. Now the greatest of the hunters is Rogosh of Talmor, Rogosh Eagle-Eye, famed at the court of the High King, feared on the slopes of Sheol Gull. The hunters were always mighty heroes, all of them. Rand spotted his 2 friends and squeezed into a place Perrin made for him at the end of their bench. Kitchen smells drifted into the room, reminding him that he was hungry, but even the people who had food up in front of them gave it little attention. The maids who should have been serving food, entranced, clutching their aprons and looking at the gleeman. And nobody seemed to mind at all. Listening was better than eating, no matter how good the food. Since the day of her birth, has the Dark One marked Blaeus as his own, but not of this mind is she, no, dark friend, Blaze of Metuchin. Strong as the ash she stands, lithe as the willow branch, beautiful as the rose, golden-haired Blaze, ready to die before she yields. But hark! Echoing from the towers of the city, trumpets blare, brazen and bold. Her heralds proclaim the arrival of a hero at her court. Drums thunder and cymbals sing. Rogosh Eagle-Eye comes to do homage. The bargain of Rogosh Eagle-Eye wound its way to an end, but Thom paused only to wet his throat from a mug of ale before launching into Leon's stand. In turn, that was followed by the fall of Aelth-Loriel and Gaedal Kane's sword, and the last ride of Bod of Albane. The pauses grew longer as the evening wore on, and when Thom exchanged the harp for his flute, everyone knew it was the end of storytelling for the night. 2 men joined Thom in a drum and hammered dulcimer, but sitting beside the table while he remained atop it. The 3 young men from Edmund's Field began clapping their hands with the first note of the wind that shakes the willow. And they were not the only ones. It was a favorite in the 2 rivers, and in Berlin, too, it seemed. Here and there, voices even took up the words, not so off-key as for anyone to hush them. My love is gone, carried away, by the wind that shakes the willow, and all the land is beaten hard by the wind that shakes the willow. But I will hold her close to me in heart and dearest memory, and with her strength to steel my soul, her love to warm my heartstrings, I will stand where we once sang, though cold wind shakes the willow. The second song was not so sad, in fact, only 1 bucket of water. Seemed even more merry than usual by comparison, which might have been the gleeman's intent. People rushed to clear tables from the floor to make room for dancing, and began kicking up their heels until the walls shook from the stomping and whirling. The first dance ended with laughing dancers leaving the floor holding their sides, and new people taking their places. Thom played the opening notes of Wild Geese on the Wing, then paused for people to take their places for the reel. I think I'll try a few steps, Rand said, getting to his feet. Perrin popped up right behind him. Matt was the last to move, and so found himself staying behind to guard the cloaks, along with Rand's sword and Perrin's axe. Remember, I want a turn too, Matt called after them. The dancers formed two long lines facing each other. Men in one, women in the other. First the drum, and then the dulcimer took up the beat, and all the dancers began bending their knees in time. The girl across from Rand, her dark hair in braids that made him think of home, gave him a shiny smile, and then a wink that was not sly at all. Thumb's flute leapt into the tune, and Rand moved forward to meet the dark-haired girl. She threw back her head and laughed as he spun her around and passed her on to the next man in line. Everyone in the room was laughing. He thought as he danced around his next partner, one of the serving maids, with her apron flapping wildly. The only unsmiling face he saw was on a man huddled by one of the fireplaces, and that fellow had a scar that crossed his whole face from one temple to the opposite jaw, giving his nose a slant and drawing the corner of his mouth down. The man met his gaze and grimaced, and Rand looked away in embarrassment. Maybe with that scar the fellow could not smile. He caught his next partner as she spun, and whirled her in a circle before passing her on. 3 more women danced with him as the music gained speed. Then he was back with the first dark-haired girl for a fast promenade that changed the lines about completely. She was still laughing, and she gave him another wink. The scar-faced man was scowling at him. His step faltered and his cheeks grew hot. He had not meant to embarrass the fellow. He really did not think he had stared. He turned to meet his next partner and forgot all about the man. The next woman to dance into his arms was Nynaeve. Oh, shit! He stumbled through the steps, almost tripping over his own feet, nearly stepping on hers. She danced gracefully enough to make up for his clumsiness, smiling the while. I thought you were a better dancer, she laughed as she changed partners. He had only had a moment to gather himself before they changed again, and he found himself dancing with Moiraine. If he had thought he was a stumble-footed with the wisdom, it was nothing. Your fave, Blassian. Yo, hi, bro. What's up? Yo, thanks for the follow, man. Not much reading. Eye of the World. The first book of the World, or the Wheel of Time series. It's going fantastically. Hell yeah. How are you, Blassian?
What? When did you start smoking? 1980.
Are you a writer? Are you a reader? I'm a writer. Hey, Hugo! Welcome. How's it going, bro? How are you, good sir? I'm an artist. Well, that's cool, bro. So am I. We're actually doing art today. You want to see my kiwis? Check out my kiwis. Give me the one piece of paper, you motherfucker. I just want the one. Just give me the fucking one. Is this gonna slip out of my hand? No? Okay, well. Look at my kiwis, bro. You like my kiwis? Kiwi fruit. Yeah, man. It was nothing to how he felt with the Aes Sedai. She glided across the floor smoothly, her gown swirling about her. He almost fell twice. She gave him a sympathetic smile, which made it worse rather than helping. It was a relief to go to his next partner in the pattern, even if it was Egwene. I like the texture for the hair on the skin. Yeah, I thought that was like the most impressive part about it and probably the hardest part to do. Oh, cool, it's a drawing. I thought you were going to show us. Never mind. Not terrible from what little I could see through the camera. White paper is the best thing on camera. Yeah, I need to buy, like, darker colored paper, right? I'll have to get around to that and buy a new set of pencils, because of all the 5 pencils, I only have a 2H, 2BH, and a 4B. Yeah, sure, feel free to join the Discord, bro. Join the Discord. He gained some of his poise. After all, he had danced with her for years. Her hair still hung unbraided, but she had gathered it back with a ribbon. Probably couldn't decide whether to please Moiraine or Nynaeve. He thought sourly. Her lips were parted, and she looked as if she wanted to say something, but she never spoke. And he was not about to speak first, not after the way she had cut him off his earlier attempt in the private dining room. They stared at one another soberly and danced apart without a word. You ever owned an artist's stump? No, Sean. Not terrible from what little... yeah, no. I read that. I'm retarded. Shut up! He was glad enough to return to the bench when the reel was done. The music for another dance, a jig, began while he was sitting down. Matt hurried to join in, and Perrin slid onto the bench as he was waiting. Did you see her? Perrin began before he was even seated. Did you? Which one? Rand asked. The Wisdom or Mistress Alice? I danced with them both. The Mistress Alice, too, Perrin exclaimed. Danced with Nynaeve? I didn't even know she danced. She never does any of the dances back home. It's literally a large piece of paper wrapped up tightly so it resembles a pencil in shape. You use it to smudge the pencil lead to make shadows look less like pencil lines. Oh, I thought that was just what I did with my hand naturally because I'm left-handed. Burn up their skin. Pop. Sure thing, Bassian. I wonder, Rand said thoughtfully, what the women's circle would say about the wisdom dancing. Maybe that's why. Then the music and the clapping and the singing were too loud for any further talk. Rand and Perrin joined in clapping as the dancers circled the floor. Several times he became aware of the scar-faced man staring at him. The man had a right to be touchy with that scar, but Rand did not see anything he could do now that he would not make matters worse. The artist's stump prevents the moisture and acids in your fingers from getting on your drawing. Ah. Okay. Dancing and singing went on into the night. The maids finally did remember their duties. Rand was glad to wolf down some hot stew and bread. Everyone ate where they sat or stood. Rand joined in 3 more dances, and he managed his steps better when he found himself dancing with Nynaeve again, and with Moiraine as well. This time they both complimented him on his dancing, which made him stammer. He danced with Egwene again, too. She stared at him, dark-eyed and always seeming on the point of speaking, but never saying a word. He was just as silent as she, but he was sure he did not scowl at her, no matter what Matt said when he returned to the bench. Toward midnight, Moiraine left. Egwene, after one hurried look from the Aes Sedai to Nynaeve, hurried after her. The Wisdom watched them with an unreadable expression, then deliberately joined in another dance before she left too, with a look as if she had gained a point on the Aes Sedai. Soon Thalm was pulling his flute into its cage and arguing good-naturedly with those who wanted him to stay longer. Lan came by to gather up Rand and the others. We have to make an early start, the warder said, leaning close to be heard over the noise, and we will need all the rest we can get. There's a fellow been staring at me, Matt said. A man with a scar across his face. You don't think he could be one of the friends of the you warned us about? Like this? Rand said, drawing a finger across his nose and the corner of his mouth. He stared at me too. He looked around the room. People were drifting away, and most of those still left clustered around Thom. He's not here now. He's a spy for the White Cloaks. He's no worry to us. Maybe he was not, but Rand could see something was bothering the warder. Rand glanced at Matt, who had the stiff expression on his face that always meant he was hiding something. A White Cloak spy. Could Bornhold want to get back at us that much? We're leaving early, he said. Really early. Maybe they could be gone before anything came of it. At first light, the warder replied. As they left the common room, Matt singing snatches of song under his breath, and Perrin stopping now and again to try out a new step he had learned. Thom joined them in the high spirits. Lan's face was expressionless as they headed for the stairs. Where is Nynaeve sleeping? Matt asked. Master Fitch said we got the last rooms. She has a bed, Thom said dryly. In with Mistress Alice and the girl. Perrin whistled between his teeth, and Matt muttered, Blood and ashes, I wouldn't be in Egwene's shoes for all the gold in Camelin. Not for the first time, Rand wished Matt would think seriously about something far more than 2 minutes. Their own shoes were not very comfortable right then. I'm gonna get some milk, he said. Maybe it would help him sleep. Maybe I won't dream tonight. Lan looked at him sharply. There's something wrong tonight. Don't wander off. And remember, we leave whether you are awake enough to sit your saddle or leave to be have to be tied on. The warder started up the stairs. The others followed him. Their jollity subdued. Rand stood in the hall alone. After having so many people around, it was lonely indeed. He hurried to the kitchen where a scullery maid was still on duty. She poured a mug of milk from a big stone crock for him. As he came out of the kitchen, drinking, a shape in dull black stared toward him down the length of the hall, raising pale hands to toss back a dark cowl that had hidden the face beneath. Cloak hung motionless as the figure moved, and the face, a man's face, but pasty white, like a slug under a rock, and eyeless. From oily black hair to puffy cheeks as smooth as an eggshell, Rand choked spraying milk. You are one of them, boy, the Fade said, the hoarse whisper like a file softly drawn across bone. Dropping the mug, Rand backed away. He wanted to run, but it was all he could do to make his feet take one halting step at a time. He could not break free from that eyeless face. His gaze was held, and his stomach curdled. He tried to shout for help, to scream. His throat was like stone. Every ragged breath hurt. The Fade glided closer, in no hurry. Its strides had a sinuous, deathly grace, like a viper. The resemblance emphasized by the overlapping black plates of armor down its chest. Thin, bloodless lips curved in a cruel smile, made more mocking by the smooth, pale skin where eyes should have been. The voice made Bornhold's seem warm and soft. Where are the others? I know why they are here. Speak, boy, and I will let you live. Rand's back struck wood, a wall, or a door. He could not make himself look around to see which. Now that his feet had stopped, he could not make them start again. He shivered, watching the midrill slither nearer. His shaking grew harder with every slow stride. Speak, I say, or... From above came a quick clatter of boots. From the stairs, from the hall, up the hall, Jesus. And the midrill cut off, whirling, the cloak hung still. For an instant the Fade's head tilted, as if that eyeless gaze could pierce the wooden wall. A sword appeared in the dead white hand, blade as black as the cloak. The light in the hall seemed to grow dimmer in the presence of that blade. The pounding of boots grew louder, and the Fade spun back to Rand, an almost boneless movement. The blade broke. The black blade rose, narrow lips peeling back in a rictus snarl. Trembling, Rand knew he was going to die. Midnight steel flashed at his head and stopped. You belong to the great Lord of the Dark. He breathed greatly of that voice. The breathy grating of that voice sounded like fingernails scratching across a slate. Oh God, it's my weakness, my one sound. No, not that one sound. Woo! You are his. Spinning in a black blur, the Fade darted down the hall away from Rand. The shadows at the end of the hill reached out and embraced it, and it was gone. Lan leapt down the last stairs, landing with a crash, sword in hand. Rand struggled to find his voice. Fade, he gasped. It was abruptly he remembered his sword. With the midrill facing him, he had never thought of it. He fumbled the heron-marked blade out now, not caring if it was too late. It ran away. Lan nodded absently. He seemed to not listen to something. He seemed to be listening to something else. Yes, it's going, fading. No time to pursue it now. We're leaving, sheepherder. More boots stumbled down the stairs. Matt and Perrin and Thom hung about with blankets and saddlebags. Matt was still buckling his bedroll, with his bow awkward under his arm. Leaving, Rand said, sheathing his sword. He took his things from Thom. Now, in the night? You want to wait for the half-man to come back? Sheepherder? The warder said impatiently. For half a dozen of them? It knows where we are now. I will ride with you again, Thom told the warder, if you have no great objections. Too many people remember that I arrived with you. I fear that before tomorrow this will be a bad place to be known as your friend. You can ride with us or ride to Shale Gull, Gleeman. Lan's scabbard rattled from the force in which he rammed his blade home. Saddlemen came darting past them from the rear door, and then Moiraine appeared with Master Fitch, and behind them Egwene. With her bundled shawl in her arms and Nynaeve, Egwene looked frightened almost to tears, but the Wisdom's face was a mask of cool anger. You must take this seriously, Moiraine was telling the innkeeper. You will certainly have trouble here by morning. Dark friends, perhaps worse. When it comes, quickly make it clear that we are gone. Offer no resistance. Just let whoever it is know that we left in the night, and they should bother you no further. It is us they are after. Never you worry about trouble, Master Fitch, replied jovially. Never a bit. If any come around my inn trying to make trouble for my guests, well, they'll get short shrift from the lads and I. Short shrift. And they'll hear not a word about where you've gone, or when, or even if you were ever here. I've no use for that kind. Not a word will be spoken about you by any here. Not a word, but Mistress Alice, I really must see to your horses, if you're going to leave in good order. She pulled loose from her grasp, and a sleeve trotted to the direction of the stables. Moiraine sighed vexedly. Stubborn man. He will not listen. Think Trollocs might come here hunting for us, Matt asked. Trollocs? Moiraine snapped. Of course not. There are other things to fear, not the least of which is how we were found. Ignoring Matt's bristle, she went right on. Fade cannot believe we will remain here, now that we know it has found us, but Master Fitch takes dark friends too lightly. He thinks of them as wretches hiding in the shadows, but dark friends can be found in the shops and the streets of every city, and in the highest councils too. The Midrill may send them to see if he can learn if it plans. She turned on her heel and left, Lan close behind her. As they started for the stable yard, Rand fell in beside Nynaeve. She had her saddlebags and blankets too. So you're coming after all, he said. Min was right. Was there something down here? She asked quietly. She said it was. She stopped abruptly and looked at him. A fade, he answered. He was amazed that he could say it so calmly. It was in the hall with me, and then Lan came. Nynaeve shrugged her cloak against the wind as they left the inn. Perhaps there is something after you, but I came to see you safely back in Edmund's Field. All of you. And I will not leave until that is done. I won't leave you alone with her sort. Lights moved in the stables where the ostlers were stabling the horses. Mooch! The innkeeper shouted from the stable door, where he stood with Moiraine. Stir your bones! He turned back to her, appearing to attempt to soothe her rather than listening when she spoke. Though he did it differentially, with bows interspersed among the orders called to the stablemen. Horses were led out, the stablemen grumbling softly about the hurry and the lanterns. Rand held Egwene's bundle, handing it up to her when she was on Bella's back. She looked back at him with wide, fear-filled eyes. At least she doesn't think that's an adventure anymore. He was ashamed as soon as he thought it. She was in danger because of him and the others. Even riding back to Edmund's Field alone would be safer than going on. Egwene, the words died in his mouth. She was too stubborn to just turn back, not after saying she was going all the way to Tar Valon. What about what Min said? She's part of it. Light? Part of what? Ah, Jesus, Scoozy. Well, there's the ad. Perfect timing. Slippity slappity sloopity slopes, slipping down ads. Ads are a slurp slop, you slop ads. I slop, you slop, we all love slop, slop, ads, ads, slop. Don't worry about the ads. Ads are all we need, 'cause ads are slop and slop are ads. All we need are ads. Don't worry about the ads, 'cause when there's no ads, there's the ads. There's the ads. Between the ads are more ads and more ads between the ads. Always worry about your ads, 'cause they're between going ads. Nothing's like an ad that goes, and go with ads you shall have when you join the Go for Ads, Ads for Goes. Gophers, not ads. I mean ads for gophers. Are we back? We are ready to continue the story. Egwene, he said, I'm sorry, I can't seem to think straight anymore. She leaned down to grip his hand hard. In the light from the stable, he could see her face clearly. She did not look as frightened as she had. Once they were all mounted, Master Fitch insisted on leading them to the gates, the saddlemen lighting the way with their lamps. The round-bellied innkeeper bowed them on their way with assurances that he would keep their secrets and innovations to come again. Mooch watched them leave as sourly as he had watched them arrive. There was one, Rand thought, who would not give short shrift to anyone, or any kind of shrift. Mooch would tell the first person who asked him when they had gone and everything else he could think of concerning them. A little distance down the street, he looked back. One figure stood, lamp raised high, peering after them. Did not need to see the face to know it was Mooch. Streets of Berlin were abandoned in the hour of the night. Only a few faint glimmers here and there escaped tightly closed shutters, and the light of the moon in its last quarter waxed and waned with the wind-driven clouds. Now and again a dog barked as they passed an alleyway, but no other sound disturbed the night except their horses' hooves and the wind whistling across the rooftops. The riders held an even deeper silence, huddled in their cloaks and their own thoughts. The warder led the way as usual, with Moiraine and Egwene close behind. Nynaeve kept near the girl, and the others brought up the rear in a tight cluster. Lan kept the horses moving by a brisk walk. Rand watched the streets around them warily, and he noticed his friends doing the same. Shifting moon shadows recalled the shadows at the end of the hall, the way they had seemed to reach out to the fade. An occasional noise in the distance, like a barrel toppling, or another dog barking, jerked every head around. Slowly, bit by bit, as they made their way through the town, they all bunched their horses closer to Lan's back stallion and Moiraine's white mare. At the Camelin gate, Lan dismounted and hammered with his fist on the door of a small square stone building squatting inside the wall. A weary watchwoman appeared, rubbing sleepily at his face. As Lan spoke, his sleepiness vanished, and he stared past the warder to the others. "You want to leave," he exclaimed. "Now, in the night? You must be mad." "Unless there's some order from the governor that prevents our leaving," Moiraine said. She had dismounted as well, but she stayed back from the door, out of the light, and spilled into the darkness. "Not exactly, mistress." The watchman peered at her, frowning as he tried to make out her face. "But the gates stay shut from sundown to sunup. No one to come in except in daylight. That's the order, anyway. There are wolves out there. Killed a dozen cows in the last week. Could kill a man just as easy. No one to come in, but nothing about leaving," Moiraine said, as if she had settled the matter. "You see, we are not asking you to disobey the governor." Lan pressed something into the watchman's hand. "For your trouble," he muttered. "I suppose," the watchman said slowly. Glanced at his hand. Gold glinted before he hastily stuffed it in his pocket. "I suppose leaving wasn't mentioned at that. Just a minute." Stuck his head back inside. "Aaron, Dar, get out here and help me open the gate. There's people who want to leave. Don't argue, just do it." Two more of the watch appeared from inside, stopping to stare in sleepy surprise at the party of 8 waiting to leave. Under the first watchman's urgings, they shuffled over to heave at a big wheel and raise the thick bar across the gates, then turned their efforts to cranking the gates open. The crank and ratchet made a rapid clicking sound, but the well-oiled gates swung outward silently. Before, they were even quieter than before. Under the first watchman's urgings, they shuffled over to heave a big wheel, raise the thick bar across the gates, and then turned their efforts to cranking the gates open. Crank and ratchet made a rapid clicking sound, but the well-oiled gates swung outward silently. Before they were even a quarter open, though, a cold voice spoke out of the darkness. "What is this? Are these gates not ordered closed until sunrise?" 5 white-cloaked men walked into the light from the guardhouse door. Their cowls were drawn up to hide their faces, but each man rested his hand on his sword, and the golden suns on their left breasts were the plain announcement of who they were. Matt muttered under his breath. The watchmen stopped their cranking and exchanged uneasy looks. "It's none of your affair," the first watchman said, belligerently. 5 white hoods turned to regard him, and he finished in a weaker tone. "The children hold no sway here. The governor, the children of the light," the white-cloaked man who had first spoken said softly, "hold sway everywhere men walk in the light. Only where the shadow of the Dark One reigns are the children denied, yes?" He swung his hood from the watchman to land, then suddenly gave the wanderer a second, more weary look. The warder had not moved. In fact, he seemed completely at ease. But not many people could look at the children so uncaringly. Land's stony face could as well have been looking at a bootblack. When the white cloak spoke again, he sounded suspicious. "What kind of people want to leave the town walls during the night times like these, with wolves stalking the darkness and the Dark One's handiwork seen flying over the town?" He eyed the braided leather band that crossed Land's forehead and held his hair back. "A northerner, yes?" Rand hunched lower in his saddle. "A drag car. It had to be that, unless the man just named anything he did not understand as the Dark One's handiwork. With a fade at the stag and lion, you should have expected a drag car." But at the moment, he was hardly thinking about it. He thought he recognized the White Cloak's voice. "Travelers," Lan replied calmly. "Of no interest to you or yours. Everyone is of interest to the Children of Light." Lan shook his head slightly. "Are you really after more trouble with the governor? He has limited your numbers in the town, even had you followed. What will he do when he discovers you're harassing honest citizens at his gates?" He turned to the watchman. "Why have you stopped?" They hesitated, put their hands back on the crank, then hesitated again when the White Cloak spoke. "The governor does not know what happens under his nose. There is evil he does not see or smell. But the Children of the Light see." The watchmen looked at one another. Their hands opened and closed as if regretting the spears left inside the guardhouse. "The Children of the Light smell the evil." The White Cloak's eyes turned to the people on horseback. "We smell it and root it out, wherever it is found." Rand tried to make himself even smaller, but the movement drew the man's attention. "What do we have here? Someone who does not wish to be seen. What do you..." "Ah," the man brushed back the hood of his white cloak, and Rand was looking at the face he had known would be there. Bornhold nodded with obvious satisfaction. "Clearly, watchman, I've saved you from a great disaster. These are dark friends. You were about to help escape from the light. You should be reported to your governor for discipline, perhaps given to the questioners to discover your true intent this night." He paused, eyeing the watchman's fear. It seemed to have no effect on him. "You would not wish that, no? Instead, I will take these ruffians to our camp, that they may be questioned in the light, instead of you, yes?" "You will take me to your camp, White Cloak?" Moiraine's voice came suddenly from every direction at once. She had moved back into the night at the children's approach. Shadows clumped around her. "You will question me." Darkness wreathed her as she took a step forward, made her seem taller. "You will bar my way." Another step, and Rand gasped. She was taller, her head level with his where he sat on the gray's back. Shadows clung about her face like thunderclouds. "Aes Sedai!" Bornhold shouted, and 5 swords flashed from their sheaths. "Die!" The other 4 hesitated, but he slashed at her at the same motion that cleared his sword. Rand cried out as Moiraine's staff rose to interrupt the blade. That delicately carved wood could not possibly stop hard-swung steel. Sword met staff, and sparks sprayed in a fountain. A hissing roar hurled Bornhold back into his white-cloaked companions. All 5 went down in a heap. Tendrils of smoke rose from Bornhold's sword. On the ground beside him, blade bent at a right angle where it had been melted almost in two. "You dare attack me!" Moiraine's voice roared like a whirlwind. Shadow spun in on her, draped her like a hooded cloak. She loomed as high as the town hall. Her eyes glared down, a giant staring at insects. "Go," Lan shouted. In one lightning move, he snatched the reins of Moiraine's mare and leapt into his own saddle. "Now," he commanded. His shoulders brushed either gate as his stallion tore through the narrow opening like a flung stone. For a moment, Rand remained frozen, staring. Moiraine's head and shoulders stood above the wall now. Watchmen and children alike cowered away from her, huddling with their backs against the front of the guardhouse. The Aes Sedai's face was lost in the night, but her eyes, as big as full moons, shone with impatience as well as anger when they touched him. Swallowing hard, he booted Cloud in the ribs and galloped after the others. Damn. 50 paces from the wall, Lan drew them up, and Rand looked back. Moiraine's shadowed shape towered high over the log palisade, head and shoulders a deeper darkness against the night sky, surrounded by a silver nimbus from the hidden moon. As he watched, mouth hanging open, the Aes Sedai stepped over the wall. The gates began swinging shut frantically. As soon as her feet were on the ground outside, she was suddenly her normal size again. "Hold the gates!" An unsteady voice shouted inside the wall. Rand thought it was Bornhold. "We must pursue them and take them!" But the watchman did not slow the pace of closing. The gates slammed shut. Moments later, the bar crashed into place, sealing them. Maybe some of those other white cloaks aren't as eager to confront an Aes Sedai as Bornhold. Moiraine hurried to Aldib, stroking the white mare's nose once before she tucked her staff under the girth strap. Rand did not need to look this time to know where there was not even a nick in the staff. "You were taller than a giant," Egwene said breathlessly, shifting on Bella's back. No one else spoke, though Mat and Perrin edged their horses away from the Aes Sedai. "Was I?" Moiraine said absently, as she swung onto her saddle. "I saw you," Egwene protested. "The mind plays tricks in the night. The eye sees what is not there." "This is no time for games," Nynaeve began angrily, but Moiraine cut her off. "No time for games indeed. What we gained at the Stag and Lion may have lost here." She looked back at the gate and shook her head. "If only I could believe the drag car was on the ground." With a self-deprecatory sniff, she added, "Or if only the Myrddraal were truly blind. If I am wishing, I might as well wish for the truly impossible. No matter. They know the way we must go, but with luck we will stay a step ahead of them. Lan." The warder moved off eastward down the Camlin Road, and the rest followed close behind, hooves thudding rhythmically in the hard-packed earth. They kept to an easy pace, a fast walk the horses could maintain for hours without any Aes Sedai help. Before they had been even 1 hour on their way, though, Mat cried out, pointing back the way they come. "Look there!" They all drew rein and stared. Flames lit the night over Berlin, as if someone had built a house-sized bonfire, tinting the undersides of the cloud with red. Sparks whipped into the sky on the wind. "I warned him," Moiraine said, but he would not take it seriously. Albeed danced sideways, an echo of the Aes Sedai's frustration. "He would not take it seriously." "The inn," Perrin said. "That's the Stag and Lion. How can you be sure?" "How far do you want to stretch coincidence?" Thom asked. "Could be the governor's house, but it isn't. And it isn't a warehouse, or somebody's kitchen stove, or your grandmother's haystack. Perhaps the light shines on us a little this night," Lan said, and Egwene rounded on him angrily. "How can you say that? Poor Master Fitch's inn is burning. People may have been hurt." "If they have attacked the inn," Moiraine said, "perhaps our exit from the town and my display went unnoticed." "Unless that's what the Myrddraal wants us to think," Lan added. Moiraine nodded in the darkness. Perhaps. In any case, we must press on. There will be little rest for anyone tonight. You say that so easily, Moiraine, Nynaeve exclaimed. What about the people at the inn? People must be hurt, and the innkeeper has lost his livelihood. Because of you, for all your talk about walking in the light, you're ready to go on without sparing a thought for him. His trouble is because of you. Because of those three, Lan said angrily. The fire, the injured, the going on, all because of those three. The fact the prince must be paid is the price must be paid is proof that it is worth paying. The Dark One wants those boys of yours, and anything he wants this badly, he must be kept from. Or would you rather let the Fade have them? Be at ease, Lan, Moiraine said. Be at ease, Wisdom. You think I can help Master Fitch and the people at that inn? Well, you were right. Nynaeve started to say something. Moiraine waved it away and went, I can go back by myself and give some help. Not too much, of course. That would draw attention to those I helped. Attention they would not thank me for, especially with the Children of the Light in the town. And that would leave only Lan to protect the rest of you. He is very good, but it will take more than him if a Midrol and a fist of Trollocs find you. Of course, we can all return, though I doubt I can get all of us back into Berlin unnoticed, and that would expose all of you to whomever set that fire, not to mention the White Cloaks. Which alternative would you choose, Wisdom, if you were I? I would do something, Nynaeve muttered unwillingly, and in all probability hand the Dark One his victory. Moiraine replied, remember who it is that he wants. We are in a war, and surely as anyone in Gildan, though thousands fight there and only 8 of us here, I will have gold sent to Master Fitch enough to rebuild the Stag and Lion, gold that cannot be traced to Tar Valon, and help for any who were hurt as well. Any more than that will only endanger them. It is far from simple, you see, Lan. Warder turned his horse and took up the road again. From time to time, Rand looked back. Eventually, all he could see was the glow on the clouds, and then even that was lost in the darkness. He hoped Min was all right. All was still pitch dark when the warder finally led them off the packed dirt of the road and dismounted. Rand estimated they were no more than a couple hours till dawn. They hobbled the horses, still saddled, and made a cold camp. 1 hour, Lan warned, as everyone except him was wrapping up in their blankets. He would stand guard while they slept. 1 hour, and we must be on our way. Silence settled over them. For a few minutes, Matt spoke in a whisper that barely reached Rand. I wonder what Dav did with that badger. Rand shook his head silently, and Matt hesitated. Finally he said, I thought we were safe, you know, Rand. Not a sign of anything since we crossed the Terran. And there we were in the city with walls around us. Thought we were safe. And then that dream, and a fade. Are we ever going to be safe again? Not until we get to Tar Valon, Rand said. That's what she told us. Will we be safe then? Perrin asked softly, and all 3 of them looked at the snowy mound that was the Aes Sedai. Lan had melted into the darkness. He could have been anywhere. Rand yawned suddenly. The others twitched nervously at the sound. Maybe better get some sleep, he said. Staying awake won't answer anything. Perrin spoke quietly. She should have done something. No one answered. Rand squirmed onto his side to avoid a root. Tried his back, then rolled off of a stone onto his belly and another root. It was not a good campsite they had stopped at, not like the spots the warder had chosen on the way north from the Terran. He fell asleep, wondering if the root digging into his ribs would make him dream. Woke at Lan's touch on his shoulder, ribs aching. Grateful that any dreams had come, he did not remember them. It was still the dark just before dawn, but once the blankets were rolled and strapped behind their saddles, Lan had them riding east again. As the sun rose, they made a bleary-eyed breakfast on bread and cheese and water, eating while they rode, huddled in their cloaks against the wind, all except Lan, that is. He ate, but he was not barely, bleary-eyed, and he did not huddle. He had changed back into his shifting cloak, and it whipped around him, fluttering through grays and greens, and the only mind he paid it was to keep it clear of his sword arm. His face remained without expression, but his eyes searched constantly as if he expected an ambush at any moment. Another chapter now. Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. Okay, so any experience with Wattpad? Like a little bit. I don't think I've actually posted anything on there though. These are the... Oh shit, this is the contest that I was supposed to put the story in. Number 1, the Tits Man. Interesting. The Tits Man. That's pretty, huh. Is that 48 pages? Who knows? But yeah, so this is a contest I was gonna enter, but I never got the chance to finish the story. Because I'm kind of like that. Even though I could have just, like, you know, submitted it either way. I probably should have, but... It's one thing I need to be looking for is, like, contests and submission places. Now that I have at least, like, 5 stories I could put out there, right? But do you use Wattpad, Hugo? And also, do you have a... I was thinking of putting some of my stories on there. Yeah, you should put your stories wherever you can. Put them absolutely everywhere. The more exposure, the better. Don't limit yourself. You don't have cover art? Just, like, use this, it's called Canva, and then you can go, create new design. Where's Wattpad? There you go. Here, try this, and then and then you can just, like, you know, pick what you kind of like. Well, you gotta pick one that's, like, free, right? And then you can change it to, like, whatever you want, right? So it's like what I do is I find like what does the word. I don't care about the picture. Ignore the picture. You want the word setting, right? Like where are the words? Right? But it's a good, you know, it's a good start if you just want to, like, quickly make, like, a cover, just because it doesn't really, and you can update it later, right? Use Canva? Yeah, that's what I use to make all of my thumbnails and everything like that. It's really good. So... Smart man. Oh, it was on YouTube. I have a new subscriber. I have 41 subscribers now. Nice. So the plan is to watch an Oompaville video while I make food. As always. So I'll be right back.
Alaska is known as one of America's final frontiers, and the Alaska Triangle represents one of the world's most statistically verified mystery zones, with over 20,000 people reported to have vanished since the 1970s. And that is a rate of over double the national average for the United States of America. This anomalous zone is so large that it encompasses nearly 1/3 of Alaska's landmass, and of Alaska's over 600,000 square miles, 200,000 to 250,000 square miles fall within the boundaries of the Alaska Triangle. That is an area nearly the size of Texas, and it's home to some of the greatest mysteries in one of Earth's most unforgiving environments. And part of what makes this Alaskan mystery so interesting is that unlike the Bermuda Triangle, where lore and legend circulate rumors and myths rather than genuine factoids, the Alaskan Triangle has documented statistical anomalies that defy explanation, even for the largest brain chuds. On this channel, we talk about all sorts of things. Places you shouldn't go, conspiracies, current events. Nothing is off the menu. And in the past, we've covered the mysteries of Antarctica, but we've mistakenly ignored the mysteries right under our nose that absolutely deserve the same level of coverage. These are the terrifying mysteries of Alaska. One of the most haunting figures is that 4 out of every 1,000 Alaskan citizens disappear annually, which is more than double the national average. I probably have met 1,000 people in my life. I almost have 1,000 friends on Facebook. Maybe I don't. Maybe I have 400 and something. I was homeschooled, okay? 4 of them are gonna go missing in Alaska? Are you shitting me, dude? That's like my 1986 health book that I had when I was homeschooled that said 1 in 5 people have AIDS, which I don't think that's true. Because I know a lot more than 5 people, and I don't know anybody with AIDS. I know a cat with FIV. The region also experiences magnetic declination variations of up to 30 degrees. If you don't know what that is, welcome to the club. Which makes it very difficult to navigate. And electronic equipment routinely fails in specific areas, even causing experienced pilots with 10,000 plus flight hours to vanish without distress calls. The borders of this mysterious region fall within the straight lines you'd run on a map from Juneau, Alaska to Anchorage, Alaska, and finally to Utqiagvik, which is the northernmost city in the United States of America, and a very cool word. Within the triangle, some facet of nearly every Alaska-based mystery can be found. There are cryptid sightings and legends scattered throughout the region. UFO sightings astound military officers and are even captured on radar, and countless aviation disappearances plague the Alaskan skies, including U.S. representatives investigating the assassination of JFK. I like to call this the CIA zone because I'm heavily implying the CIA killed JFK. The rate of accidents in Alaska is also disproportionate to the rest of America, and the increased accident rates have been used by U.S. Senator Dan Sullivan as a talking point in his push for Alaska to accept the Big Beautiful Bill and upgrade their aviation safety. You can see this on page 10 of the Big Beautiful Bill. The region also overlaps with reported energy vortexes and ley line intersections, which are documented worldwide and can cause time distortions as well as visual and auditory hallucinations, according to some people charging amethysts in their back pockets right now watching this video. By the way, I'm speaking to you. Press the like button. Indigenous folklore and warnings about specific areas line up with electromagnetic anomaly maps, as well as theories ranging from natural phenomena to interdimensional portals. Guys, this is real. But it's important to ask the question, does fact fuel fiction or does myth manifest mystery? New Oopaville quote: all around the world there are legends of animals, creatures, beasts, and monsters that are believed to hide from humanity in the depths of vast forests or among the slopes of towering mountain ranges or anywhere that they can carve out a secluded nook to call their own. Take the Bigfoot and Sasquatch, for example. Interdimensional time travelers. These big hairy sumbitches are rumored to hide from mankind, roaming the Pacific Northwest, keeping to themselves. The Mothman is associated with Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and is said to have appeared only to offer disaster prophecies. You can check out our Mothman video on that if you would like it or not. Or take the cannibalistic Wendigo hunting grounds in the original Algonquin territories that prey on hikers who get lost in the wilds. The Alaska Triangle is no stranger to such legends and rumors. A whistling cryptid of their own stalks the coasts and forests.
A seal?
A
seal cryptid?
Kushtaka, or land otter man, represents Alaska's most documented and disturbing indigenous legend, with consistent accounts across the Tlingit, Tsimshian, and Dena'ina peoples describing shape-shifting beings that lure victims to transformation or to death. The Tlingit people have lived on in the Alaskan Canadian coast for over 10,000 years. Their diet consisting primarily of fish, with exclusive fishing areas playing a crucial role in their survival, with their waters teeming with food but also being willing to eat berries and whatever animals that they could responsibly hunt. Relationships with the Tlingit people varied in friendliness, with trade between groups being common to exchange valuable goods for resources that were normally inaccessible to them, and the Tlingit would trade dried fish and otter
we all know what we did with blankets,
amongst other things not found on the coast. And while occasional conflict would bubble up with their neighbors resulting from territorial disputes and infringement on their fishing grounds, beyond the rivalries they found within their own species, another predator would prey on the Tlingit people. It was a predator that was both spiritual and supernatural to them. And to the Tlingit people, reincarnation is a part of their circle of life, as they are also matrilineal, and they establish their place in society based on the status of their mother and her brothers. So if during your life in the Tlingit you are satisfied with your place in the hierarchy, then upon rebirth, it's important to you that you be reborn into the same female line. And the Kushtaka, according to legend, breaks the line by trapping your soul. And like we mentioned, the Tlingit would trade otter furs, meaning otters needed to be hunted and they were a constant part of their society. And Kushtaka/Ottermen are shapeshifters that would disguise themselves as otters, turning the Tlingit hunters into the hunted. So the Kushtaka might lure you with the sounds of women or children in distress, such as screaming, crying, or moaning, which could lead you to believe that someone might need your help and incentivize you to render
Sirens
aid,
call.
making yourself vulnerable. And groups of Kushtaka could take the form of a group of men, perhaps even people you knew, like a trusted friend, to lure you deep into the wilderness. And once they have you where they want you, your fate is sealed. And while they can appear human or like an otter, legend also suggests a hybrid form with a humanoid body topped by an otter's head and whisker, with the hybrid having bare fangs and long claws that could tear you to pieces. And they may even turn you into a Kushtaka yourself, which is a transformation that the soul cannot survive, which will then prevent reincarnation, which is an essential spiritual aspect of the Tlingit's views on the soul and the afterlife. Tlingit bud, come on now. The Kushtaka are a cryptid species that legend portrays as having two sides. They can be sinister and predatory, a trickster of sorts, but the other side of the coin paradoxically seems to be almost benevolent. If a Kushtaka finds someone lost and freezing, it may save them by transforming them into a Kushtaka so that they may survive in the harsh elements, though at the cost of their ability to reincarnate. It's a very interesting tidbit of lore, and I had never heard of the Kushtaka, this cryptid, until researching for this Alaska video. A city borough called Sitka, which is located on the same archipelago as Juneau, has a similar story to the Kushtaka. It has another Tlingit myth collected in 1904 about a family whose lost son returned to them, but in an unexpected way. According to the story, during a great famine at Sitka, people turned to halibut fishing. Halibut, if you don't know, are these massive legendary fish that are incredibly interesting. They're like a giant flounder. A man and his wife moved to Redoubt Bay and built a house, but couldn't catch more than 2 halibut per week, resorting to eating shellfish, which they found at low tide. So they were struggling. But one day the husband heard a noise as though someone were being thrown down, and outside on the ground lay 2 medium-sized devilfish, which is a common name for a giant devil ray. They look like this. So it seemed like an offering, and whoever had brought them the devilfish was very kind. They would use them as bait for fishing. The husband didn't know who it was, but the wife claimed it must have been their son, who had drowned the year before.
The Shadow Realm!
Had done it, taking pity on them.
Man, people sure know how to go to the Shadow Realm super fast.
This is telling me used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a
And then that
perfect
night, while
match for
cooking the
us.
fish, the wife heard a whistle and called out,
you smoking?
"We have longed for you, my dear son. Come
Why?
in. Don't whistle
Why are you
around us.
smoking?
We've been wishing for you the last
What?
year,
When
so
did
do
you
not be
start
afraid.
smoking?
It is only your father and I." And
1989-ish.
suddenly,
So you
someone
have
was
been
seated
lying.
opposite the husband and
Makes
wife,
sense.
face
The filled
covered by their
ashtrays, the
hands.
burning
And
pine
while the
scented
person was
hairspray.
breathing, a
Yes, I'll
whistling
see it.
sound
Her
could be heard.
3-pack-a-day
When the father
voice.
asked, "Is it you, my son?" The Kushtaka said, "Yes." It's giving me goosebumps. I'm just gonna be real with you guys. And outside, more devilfish awaited the couple. So their lost son had returned to take care of them in a different form. And the next morning, while it was still dark, the son and father went fishing, and the son, now a Kushtaka, used his great strength to propel their canoe out to the halibut ground. And the son, not wanting to be observed by his father, told him to cover himself with a blanket, though the blanket had a hole, and through the hole, the father saw his son leap into the water without moving the canoe to hook halibut on the lines. And the son even speared a seal to add to the pile of meat before leaving his father to run deep into the woods.
Damn.
And after repeated visits during which the father and son would fish, the son eventually let his parents see him plainly. He had a round mouth and long hair down to his butt, and he only ate raw fish. He had gone beast mode. As a result of these encounters from the friendly Kushtaka, the family had grown a stockpile of fish and could even travel to Sitka. The son even helped them load the canoe and helped them paddle, but as they got close, he vanished. And when they arrived at Sitka, they told the story of what had happened. So that's the end of the story, but we tried to verify some of the details to see if it, held more water than it just being a classic cryptid legend. We really only have a few concrete details. For example, a great famine, the location Sitka, and the location Redoubt Bay. This gets very interesting, by the way. Sitka's origins go all the way back to 1799 when it was formed as a Russian trading post. And the region was settled prior to that by the Tlingit people, but the first European settlement occurred in 1799. Russian fur companies had been invading the Aleutian Islands since the 1740s, gradually expanding their presence along the coast. They had even enslaved the native people, making them hunt and sow to feed and outfit their companies, resulting in overwork and starvation and just general exploitation of the natives. We can further narrow down the time frame within which this Kushtaka story may have occurred using the name Redoubt Bay. Redoubt Bay was named by Captain Tebenkov of the Imperial Russian Navy in 1852. So we have that information, and then we find that Sitka's city government failed in 1870 when funds ran out, which led to poverty in the last remaining of the original 5 Alaskan posts. And during the 1870s, the Tlingit people weren't starving, but the Russians were. The army gave rations to nearly half of the Russians in Sitka to prevent starvation. So if the family were Russian, then it may have been during this period in the 1870s. Sitka was around, though struggling, and Redoubt Bay had been named, and people were absolutely objectively starving. So this could be when this story of a family supposedly drowned son returning to them as a Kushtaka took place. You may think that this happened a long time ago, but stories about Kushtaka predate even that. We even have a catastrophe involving a Kushtaka that occurred a century before, in 1750. And Thomas Bay, named after Navy Commander Charles Mitchell Thomas, is called Devil's Country by locals. It also became known as the Bay of Death after a 1750 landslide killed 500 plus Tlingit villagers. Some tellings of that story even claim that no bodies were ever recovered because they were turned into Kushtaka. And this Thomas Bay story is also mysterious, and what makes it mysterious is that in 1900, a prospector named Harry Culp documented an encounter at Thomas Bay with creatures that were neither man nor monkey, yet looked like both. And describing them further, he said, they were entirely sexless, with their bodies covered with long, coarse hair, except where scabs and running sores had replaced it. Which is horrifying. He called them devils, but Were they Kushtaka? The story was called The Strangest Story Ever Told, but Harry didn't write this for fame or fortune. In fact, he'd never even lived to see it published. His daughter, Virginia, discovered the manuscript years after her father's death and had it published. And while the Kushtaka stands as Alaska's most enduring cryptid legend, woven into the stories of the native people there for centuries, it ultimately represents just one thread in a vast tapestry of mysteries in this Alaskan triangle. So yes, the Kushtaka are tied to vanishings in folklore, but still, when we take a step back and look at the staggering numbers of thousands of disappearances across some of the most unforgiving terrain in North America, the Kushtaka can't possibly be held accountable for all that. All right, that's too many people gone. Even more telling, the legend does nothing to explain one of the Alaskan Triangle's most chilling mysteries, the sheer number of aircraft that have disappeared without a trace. Kushtaka may hunt the coasts and forests, but they can't fly. At least I don't think they can. 75 years ago, on January 26, 1950, a Douglas C-54 Skymaster took to the skies carrying 44 people, and it was never seen again. It's one of the most significant single-incident military losses in Alaska's history and exemplifies a pattern of similar aviation mysteries in the area. The aircraft, with registration number 4272469, was owned by the U.S. Marine Corps and piloted by First Lieutenant Kyle E. McMichael. It disappeared during what should have been a standard flight along the flight path established during World War II, known as the Amber Airway No. 2 over Canada. You can see a map of this here. Obviously, there was plenty of flights during this time.
That's where I
Everybody knows
live.
The fastest way to reach Europe is through Canada. Aboard the C-54 Skymaster was its crew of 8 and then 34 U.S. servicemen and 2 civilians, the pregnant Joyce Esp and her infant son, Victor. Joyce and Victor were the family of U.S. Air Force Master Sergeant Robert Esp. Once again, this flight should have been a routine flight. It was 8 hours and 30 minutes in the air at an altitude between 10 and 11,000 feet. Should have been an easy journey for a plane with fuel for over 13 hours. And the plane departed from Elmendorf Air Force Base in Anchorage, Alaska, to Malmstrom Air Force Base in Great Falls, Montana. That was its destination. But engine problems during its initial attempt to take off forced it to remain at Elmendorf for the duration of repairs. And when those were finished, it seemed as though all should have been fine, but for some reason, it obviously was not, because we're talking about it a long time later on the Oopaville YouTube channel. It's not a laughing matter. It's very sad. The last report from the aircraft indicated that things were going quite well. It was flying around 10,000 feet over Snag, Yukon, and that is when the plane completely vanished. Then came Operation Mike, and this was the name given to the joint U.S.-Canadian search for the missing aircraft, which became one of the most extensive joint searches covering 165,000 square miles. In the day immediately after the disappearance, it was believed that the plane could have crashed near Watson Lake, Canada, which is here compared to the Yukon area, and report after report sharing the results of various searches, they all came back negative. Message 137 concludes, missing C-54 number 2469 search results for past 24 hours nil. Weather improving in Whitehorse area, search continuing. Message 145 concludes, negative results from search missions for missing C-54 number 2469. Search continuing. Message 9 concludes, results of search missions for missing C-54 number 2469 negative, search continuing. Message 17, results of search missions for missing C-54 number 2469 negative, search continuing. They repeat over and over and over again without any success. They all begin and
don't want to
end
get
with the
caught up
exact
there
same
in
thing.
that North
Results negative,
Canada there
search
near
continuing.
Alaska.
No trace had been found, and it was presumed that the aircraft was down somewhere in the area that they had searched, but simply wasn't visible.
An
due to the
avalanche, maybe it was
impossibility
buried in
of
snow.
100% visual coverage with terrain and fauna looking like this. It is a beautiful, unforgiving area. There were a couple of possibilities suggested within the realm of reason. It is possible to pass over an aircraft in mountainous and coniferous country many times without ever sighting the crash. Even when the location of a crash is known, it's possible to just not see the fucking thing. It's also possible that the crashed aircraft was buried in deep snow. The search was extensive and ongoing for quite some time before it began to scale back. And one particularly alarming event led to the search for the Douglas C-54 Skymaster 4272-469 being reduced until it was eventually called off entirely. On February 13th, only 2.5 weeks after the disappearance of the 44 people aboard the missing C-54, another plane would go down in the same region. The main difference between the first plane and the second plane is that the second plane was carrying a nuclear bomb. What
Wait,
really
what?
blows my mind is how many times this has happened where a military aircraft just crashes and there is a nuclear bomb on board. Whatever, in North Carolina, they've dropped one, dude. I mean, how? How is that a thing that's ever happened, ever, once, a single time in history? Hey man, the plane went down. Oh, you mean the plane carrying the nuclear world-ending bomb? Okay, that sounds good. Who made the plane? SIG? Get it? Because you probably don't. A lot of you probably don't get it, and it's not even a good joke. The people who are in the know, probably don't even get that either. But, anyways, in the United States during the 1950s, the beginning of the Cold War, the U.S. was looking to refine its capabilities to deliver nuclear weapons around the world with intercontinental bombers. This is pre-ICBM. This is ICB, Intercontinental Bomber. ICBA, Intercontinental Bomber Airplane, as opposed to the brand new train-powered ICBMs from India that we're witnessing, which is incredible. By the day, in the 50s, the Cold War was intensifying, and the United States military sought to be prepared for the absolute worst. The Soviet Union and the US were both scaling up their production of nuclear weapons, but were restricted in reach by the limits of aviation flight distances, as well as just the difficulty of having an airplane go into enemy territory without just being shot down. For example, the Enola Gray B-29 Superfortress that dropped the Little Boy atomic bomb in Hiroshima took off from Tinian Island, which is located approximately 1,500 miles southeast of Japan, and it made a round trip of 3,000 miles. So it seems like a long distance, but in reality, that's very close. That's a drive from Texas to Virginia, for example, which I've done about 300 times in my lifetime. 1,500 miles is not that far, especially during wartime with two, advanced, far-reaching countries. Even though this isn't even that far, the plane still had to be overloaded with fuel, and the overloading of fuel made takeoff crashes even more common during wartime as well. The Convair B-36, aka Peacemaker, was a 10-engine intercontinental bomber that was supposed to change things. This big motherfucker had a range of 10,000 miles and could carry 86,000 pounds of bombs, both conventional and nuclear. Naturally, wanting to know that this would be viable, a test run was inevitable, and on February 13th, 1950, Flight 2075 took off from Eielson Air Force Base near Fairbanks, Alaska, with a Mark IV atomic bomb in tow. And by the way, even though it's an atomic bomb, it's still a nuclear bomb. Single guy in my comments who always comments on my videos whenever I talk about atomic bombs and mistakenly call an atomic bomb a nuclear bomb. They're both nuclear. The hydrogen bomb, the atomic bomb, they're all nuclear weaponry. One uses fusion, the hydrogen bomb. One uses fission, the atomic bomb. Earlier. So, little man, stop bothering me. I read a lot of my comments, and I don't always comment, but I do. I'm a real person. And I do massively appreciate the feedback that I get on a lot of videos. And that one guy, I might make a whole video about him. Cancel him. Anyways, this Mark IV bomb, not to be confused with Master Chief's Mjolnir Mark IV armor, was modeled after the Mark III, which is the same model as the Fat Man, which is the atomic bomb using fission that was dropped on Nagasaki. But luckily the bomb in this test didn't have a plutonium core, but it was still 11,000 pounds and contained explosives as well as a lot of uranium. About 5,500 pounds of it. About as much as is in this plate that my wife bought. She bought this plate thinking it was this nice fun little plate, and she doesn't think that I know that it has uranium in it. I think she's trying to kill me. I think she's trying to slowly kill me over time, but I'm not sure. I can't prove it. I'm like that guy from Dexter. Me watching my wife do acts of kindness for me. Thinking she's actually gonna kill me because my mom was mean to me as a child. Peacemaker flight. Flight 2075 had a 5,500 mile, 24-hour route from Alaska to Montana and from Montana to its target in San Francisco for landing at Carswell Air Force Base in Tejas. So this thing was going all over the place. And this route was designed to simulate a bombing run on a major city in the Soviet Union, such as Khabarovsk. Khabarovsk, which nearly perfectly falls within a 5,500 mile radius. And this city was significant for holding the Khabarovsk war crime trials in 1949, where the Japanese Kwangtung Army was tried for biological weapons use and testing conducted by Unit 731. by the way. Made a video about Unit 731. You're going to want to check that out. Takeoff for Flight 2075 began uneventfully enough as Captain Harold Leslie Berry initiated the climb to 40,000 feet with his 16 other crew members. However, 7 hours into the flight, things went wrong. Ice had been accumulating on the bomber's propellers and fuselage, putting the engines under increased strain from the added weight, and the 3 large radial piston engines on the left wing would lose power, with 2 even catching fire. So with essentially only the engines on the right wing working, things were looking grim for the Peacemaker. But it got worse when one of the right wing engines also caught fire. This thing was terrible, and the crew had to abandon the plane. But there was an 11,000-pound nuclear bomb on board, so that complicated things a slight amount. Before simply stating what happened, remember that this is also about the missing C-54 Skymaster. This happened in the same time. The morning of February 14th, in the logs for the accident report surrounding the C-54 Skymaster, crews involved in the C-54 search had been put on standby to search for the B-36, which was believed to have gone missing over Canada's west coast overnight. The hunt for the B-36 was given the operative name Operation Baker. And Operation Baker was much more successful than Operation Mike, because with Baker, they recovered 12 crewmen by the 16th, 3 days after the B-36 had gone missing. And reports from those crews stated that the Mark IV had been detonated safely before bailing out of the plane, which had been set to autopilot and crashed on Mount Kologet. And the 5 remaining missing crewmen were presumed to have landed in the frigid waters, where they soon succumbed to nature. So one might think that if they'd managed to recover all surviving crew of the B-36 by the 16th, then they could pivot back to the missing 44 folks on board the Skymaster and all the family members and servicemen and all this stuff. Right? Wrong! On February 16th, 1950, another plane would go down. This one was a Royal Canadian Air Force Douglas Dakota III, registered as 664. There were no fatalities in this crash, with the only injury being a sprained ankle, but still, resources from Operation Mike were being utilized to evacuate personnel on board the RCAF Dakota 664. And the next day, on February 17th, 1950, the signal had been received to cut down on Operation Mike, with only a small force being left in place to chase down rumors and reports of this mysteriously missing plane. Some of the rumors and reports that they left a team in place to hunt down were incredibly far-fetched. Take, for example, a few weeks before, on February 2nd, 1950, an unsigned report intended for Air Force personnel told search and
thank you
rescuers to search
for
near Great
leveling
Bear
up,
Lake at a
good
river
sir.
junction where some of the crew sheltered in the body of the plane, though provisions were running short. You see, on
Wait, let me go
February
grab
3rd,
my
1950, a French-Canadian
food.
prospector visited the HQ for the search. He claimed to have extra sensitive powers and was receiving shockwaves from metal objects from the missing C-54, and pointed out a crash location near Watson Lake on a map. And even those who spoke with the prospector thought it was far-fetched, but were convinced by his sincerity and devout charisma. A telegram from Mrs. Raymond Mangold of Norfolk, Arkansas, dated February 4th, 1950, instructs the Air Force search and rescue teams to search Dark Horse Canyon for the missing C-54, saying she saw it in a dream, but please look. On February 5th, someone who heard about the lady who dreamed about the crash location on the radio wrote a letter claiming that after a night of no sleep, at 3 a.m., they received what they believed to be a telepathic message saying, "Look for the plane in bush near Revelstoke, British Columbia. Don't know how long food will last. Feet frozen." Reports and rumors were coming through basically daily, and these were the kinds of rumors and reports that a skeleton crew was left behind to investigate, and nothing was ever found. I mean, it's unbelievable. We compiled some of the divined locations where the crash could be located on a map to make it easy to visualize. Green represents Whitehorse, the capital of Yukon, where the search was based, and blue is a rough approximation of where those crash site reports claim to be. In all 3 flights we mentioned going missing, the C-54 Skymaster, B-36 Peacemaker, and the RCAF Douglas Dakota III were all military flights that went missing over the course of about 3 weeks in the same area, which is crazy. Yet another military contracted plane went missing on June 3rd, 1963, just a decade later. This time, a Douglas DC-7C carrying over 100 people, 95 passengers and 6 crew members seemingly disappeared. It was called Flight 293, and it departed from McCord Air Force Base in Washington State and was headed to Elmendorf Air Force Base, the same AFB that the Skymaster had departed from before vanishing. On board were military personnel, their dependents, DoD employees, and a Red Cross employee. And just over 2.5 hours into their flight, contact was lost with Flight 293, with no difficulties reported by the crew at any point before the loss of contact over the Gulf of Alaska. Answers would be both easy to find and evasive, paradoxically. According to the aircraft accident report, the RCAF soon found wreckage and even recovered 1,500 pounds of it floating. However, when the gross weight at takeoff was recorded at over 123,000 pounds, including 23,000 pounds of jet fuel, that's just over 1% recovered if you remove the fuel weight. Not a single body was ever recovered from this crash. So how did this flight go down? The analysis of the crash and the accident report was unable to come to any probable reason it could have happened. Nothing indicated potential complications ahead of time. There was nothing glaring, nothing obvious. The aircraft was airworthy. The crew were qualified, certified, briefed, and prepared. Pre-flight activities were satisfactory in all regards. All required actions were performed, and the aircraft was properly equipped and fell within its normal limits of everything that should have been fine, and the flight began normally without an incident. It was speculated that whatever happened so quickly that there was no time to prepare for a water landing, as adult life vests were recovered still encased in their plastic containers. So that's fucking crazy, but aviation disappearances associated with the phenomenon of the Alaskan Triangle don't stop being crazy there. One disappearance that could have massive implications on modern conspiracy theories began in the Alaskan Triangle back in 1972. On the morning of October 16, 1972, House Majority Leader Hale Boggs and Alaska Congressman Nick Begich Sr. boarded a twin-engine Cessna 310 in Anchorage for what should have been a routine 3.5-hour flight to Juneau. This disappearance left behind a terrifying mystery riddled with contradictions, confessions of murder, and connections to the JFK assassination conspiracies that persist over 50 years later. So Thomas Hale Boggs Sr. wasn't just any congressman when he disappeared. He was the House Majority Leader and the leading contender to become Speaker of the House. Here's a visual for you visual learners to understand what exactly this means. Kind of an important guy, to be honest. Having served Louisiana's 2nd District for 14 non-consecutive terms since 1941, Boggs wielded enormous influence in shaping American policy. But it was his role on the Warren Commission's investigating JFK's assassination that would haunt him until his final flight. Boggs was the youngest member of the Warren Commission at only 49 years of age, compared to Earl Warren, its most senior member, who was 72. Boggs was appointed on November 29, 1963, just days after JFK's death. And the Warren Commission, if you don't know, to say the least, was highly controversial in the adoption and endorsement of the lone gunman theory, believing that Lee Harvey Oswald had fired all 3 shots, left many unhappy both then and especially now. The commission failed to explain various simple, fundamental circumstances of the assassination, but this video is not about that. Okay, guys, we won't get into that here, but supposedly, while Boggs had publicly signed the report in 1964, alleged private accounts revealed conflicting beliefs. His son, Thomas Hale Boggs Jr., later revealed that the FBI showed his father dossiers compared to discredit Warren Commission critics, including photographs of sexual activity and reports on alleged communist affiliations. So essentially, if you didn't like the lone gunman theory, then here's porn of you. Pretty much. Gay porn of you. According to an aide, Boggs repeatedly returned to one conclusion. He said, "Hoover lied his eyes out to the commission on Oswald, on Ruby, on their friends, the bullets, the gun, you name it. That man like I had more to it now. Come on." I imagine he had an old country boy accent like that. But this experience culminated in Boggs' explosive April 5th, 1971 House floor speech, where he accused the FBI of violating the Bill of Rights, breaking the laws it was sworn to uphold, phone tapping members of Congress, and he even demanded J. Edgar Hoover's resignation for his involvement in all of this. This guy was kind of an American hero, TBH. He essentially called the FBI America's version of the Nazi Gestapo in Germany, saying that they adopted their tactics and the tactics of the Soviet Union. The next day, President Nixon told Gerald Ford that he could no longer take counsel from Boggs as a single member of Congress. Ford speculated that Boggs was on pills as well as alcohol, while Deputy Attorney General Richard Kleindienst attacked his drinking problem and emotional instability, and also called him a libtard. which was a weird thing to say back then. Even more troubling was an incident on July 23rd, 1970, when Boggs was run off the road in D.C. by an unknown driver in a Lincoln Continental, aka a land boat. Boggs took down the license plate number, but D.C. Metropolitan Police later claimed they could not locate any relevant records of the incident. Strange. So all that is extremely suspicious. Now on to Nick Begich Sr., just 40 years old and the other missing man aboard the Cessna that we're talking about currently right now. This fellow represented Alaska's future, as divisive as it may have been. As the state's sole U.S. representative, he had been instrumental in passing the Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act in 1971, which settled native land claims and enabled construction of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, which I don't know if that's epic or bad. I didn't research it as much as I should have, I'm sure. The son of Croatian immigrants, Begich was running for re-election against Republican Don Young in what was expected to be a tight race. Ironically,
Peace out, homie. All right, have a good night,
elected
Hugo.
only to
Take
have
care,
Young
good
win a
sir.
special election on March
Yep, always good to
1973
have
and
you,
hold the seat
man.
for the next 50 fucking
Enjoy the
years.
rest of your
Which
night. Hopefully we'll
partisan
see you
side
again.
wants term limits? Which partisan side thinks that holding a seat for 50 years is insane? 50? The timing of the October 16th,
Always good to be
1972
here. Hell yeah,
flight
brother.
disappearance has some layers
Take
of dark
care.
irony. Allegedly, just 2 days earlier, pilot Robert Thomas reported that this airplane had a malfunctioning de-icing system, in which he claimed it was sometimes working, sometimes not working. Now, either this critical safety information never reached the pilot of the aircraft, Don Johns, or he chose to ignore that shit. You see, Don Johns had published an article in Flying Magazine titled Ice Without Fear, showcasing his confidence in handling some ice without fear. In IWF, Johns says that icing inspires the crazies and a lot of airmen, but in his opinion, most of it is crock. With over 17,000 flight hours, Johns was no amateur, but he had a reputation for being somewhat anti-authority and potentially overconfident, given his death in an airplane, probably from icing. Plus, he had experienced 2 prior forced landings, including one just 8 months earlier due to oil pressure loss and extreme cold. And at 6:56 a.m., Johns called for a weather briefing that should have canceled the flight. Portage Pass was forecast closed with moderate rime icing predicted from 6,000 to 15,000 feet, and 20 minutes before their departure, a U.S. Air Force helicopter attempting the same route reported moderate to severe turbulence at 500 feet and headwinds of 55 knots and broke into overcast clouds at 200, 300 feet above. This pilot abandoned his flight through Portage Pass, which was the same pass Johns was to take Boggs and Begich through. Despite these warnings, the N1812H departed Anchorage at 8:59 a.m. with 4 souls aboard: Johns, Boggs, Begich, and Russell Brown, which was Begich's 37-year-old aide. And at 9:09 a.m., Johns made his last radio contact, filing an airborne flight plan and confirming affirmative when asked about emergency gear. This was a lie. The plane carried no emergency locator transmitter, despite Alaska law requiring them as of September 6, 1972, just 5 weeks earlier. And the required survival gear, food, axe, firearm, fishing gear, snowshoes, and sleeping bags were also completely absent. This guy didn't plan on crashing, let's be real. And 10 minutes after that final transmission, the aircraft would have been entering Portage Pass, where they were never heard from again. Residents of Whittier, just south of Portage Pass, reported hearing a small plane around the time the N1812H would have been overhead. And what followed was a very important search and rescue operation because of the people who were on board, 2 congressmen. This operation lasted 39 days and covered 325,000 square miles, an area larger than South Carolina. There were over 140 aircraft, including an SR-71 Blackbird spy plane personally ordered by Nixon, dozens of Coast Guard vessels, and hundreds of ground personnel. They flew over 1,000 missions, totaling 3,600 hours of flight, and found nothing. But the search did accidentally locate a plane that had been missing for 17 years, but found no trace of the one they were actually looking for. What's disturbing is that they reported anomalies immediately. Multiple emergency beacon signals were detected, one for 40 minutes near Juneau the day after the disappearance, and another 150 miles northeast of Anchorage in the entirely wrong direction. Yet, the plane supposedly carried no ELT, which was transmitting these signals. Ham radio operators in Northern California reported hearing transmissions from survivors in the hours following the disappearance, which the Air Force dismissed as hoaxes, despite the operators' insistence that they had heard genuine distress calls. And an anonymous tipster contacted the Coast Guard claiming to know the exact location of the crash using experimental electronic equipment. Now that guy sounds full of shit, but the FBI found this source reliable, with an agent noting he appeared rational, extremely intelligent, but somewhat strange. And he looked a little something like this. That was a joke. That was a big bada bing, bada boom joke. That was Dr. Parkenstein, TikToker. He was not alive in 1972. But if he was, he would have been rational, extremely intelligent, and somewhat strange. TBH. How long is this video? On November 24th, 1972, the day after Thanksgiving, the search was officially called off as efforts were redirected to hunt for a twin-engine plane that disappeared while flying the same route carrying 2 Californians. The official NTSB report claimed the plane lacked de-icing equipment, which supports the theory that icing caused the crash, which that makes a lot of sense to me. I don't know shit about flying little tiny dumb airplanes, but, you know. Also, the whole Warren Commission thing, that, it seems like maybe they, those guys were better off dead for the incumbent government. But they searched for them so much. They searched all over for them and stuff. The icing remained the accepted explanation for this disappearance for decades until investigative journalist John Walczak, which I don't know how to say that word, John Walczak reported in 2020 that N1812H actually had both de-icing and anti-icing equipment installed. And this revelation, if true, demolishes the weather-related crash theory. Also, if it had been the result of a gradual buildup of icing, wouldn't there have been time to radio that there was trouble potentially, or was John's just extremely confident? I'm not sure. Now, this is where things take a massive turn for the conspiracy and get really freaky. On November 8th, 1994, in Pima County Jail in Tucson, Arizona, convicted murderer Jerry Max Pasley made a stunning confession to 3 investigators. He claimed that in the summer of 1972, he had delivered a locked briefcase containing a bomb to Alaska on behalf of the Bonanno crime family. That's right,
Wow.
the Bonannos. The briefcase was handed to 2 men in Anchorage, and years later he was told it had been used to destroy a congressman's plane. Pasley wasn't just any criminal. He was deeply embedded in organized crime, having followed the Licavoli family from Detroit to Tucson in the 1960s, and he was linked to bombings in the late 60s, though he was imprisoned for gunning a man down in a hotel. The most shocking detail of all this is Pasley married Peggy Begich, Nick's widow, in March of 1974, just 17 months after her husband's disappearance. What? What the dude? According to Pasley, Peggy had met secretly with mob boss Joe Bonanno at Tucson's Kon-Tiki restaurant before her husband's disappearance. Despite Pasley agreeing to take a polygraph test, the FBI immediately shut down the investigation because they're the f***ing Gestapo. So the potential link between the loss of Flight N1812H and organized crime and the organized crime connection to the JFK assassination raises some very serious red flags. Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK and Jack Ruby killed Oswald on live TV. Jack Ruby was a nightclub owner. What business did he have killing a presidential assassin? He's a really angry guy. I love America! America! I killed an assassin! I'm just waiting for that same thing to happen now. Now, rumors of Jack Ruby's organized crime association were dismissed by the Warren Commission, having no evidence of a conspiracy after investigating Jack Ruby and his alleged illegal activities with members of the organized underworld. I don't know. Seems like a bunch of damn bullshit to me. Now, remember, Boggs completely disappeared and is now rumored to have organized crime connections through Pasley and Peggy and all this shit. But if we go back to the JFK assassination, Boggs signed the Warren Commission, seemingly endorsing its findings, but there were allegations of pressure, blackmail of Warren Commission critics, and Boggs later stated Hoover lied his eyes out to the commission on Oswald, on Ruby, on their friends, the bullets, the gun, you name it. If you look at it like this, it seems very, very, very fishy. What really happened? I have no idea. Was it a bomb? Did the Alaska Triangle's magnetic distortions drive them off course and they were consumed by a Kushtaka? I have no idea. The Triangle's history of swallowing aircraft whole defies explanation, and people go missing at an alarming rate in this area. The current rate of 2,250 missing persons per year is more than double the national average. 4 out of every 1,000 Alaskans go missing. This is compared to 6.5 per 100,000 nationally for the United States of America. The USGS College Magnetic Observatory uses instruments 1,000 times more sensitive than handheld compasses and regularly records significant magnetic disturbances in this area. And the magnetic north pole's migration compounds navigation problems as well, as it moves 15 to 25 kilometers northwest annually and sometimes shifts up to 50 miles in a single day due to solar wind effects. It feels wrong to write off such potentially impactful disappearances to just part of the mystery of the unexplained triangle, because it also belittles the lost souls on board other flights who went down in the region. But luckily, modern technology makes finding planes more feasible. GPS-guided deep-water sonar, drones, LiDAR mapping technology, ground-penetrating radar, advanced satellite imagery, all of these things could be utilized to search these areas and identify missing wreckages systematically. Climate change is also contributing. Melting glaciers are exposing previously buried aircraft, as demonstrated by the 2020 discovery of a military plane that was missing since 1952. Somewhere in the 75 miles of water between Whittier and
on Mount Everest, there was a new body discovered.
N1812H likely rests
because of the snow melt,
holding potentially some answers to whether October 16th, 1972 marked a tragic accident or the successful execution of one of American history's most audacious political assassinations. The technology exists now, and I hope we find it. Anyways, guys, thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this, press the like button down below. Go to gump.club to watch some behind-the-scenes stuff. We have a mockumentary, a show, I guess, more of a show than anything we've ever done about us making a video game. It's really awesome and fun, and there's a bunch of behind-the-scenes stuff on the Gump Club, and you can support that journey there, but it's also just available. The whole thing's available on my Oompa TV channel.
How are you, homie?
Some parts are available on the Too Late Show. So, yeah, go watch that stuff. Go to sour.gg, buy some sour candy. We own our own candy company, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
True. Oops. Didn't mean to click that. Because I've been super busy lately.
Hey, this is Brendan Sanderson's writing lecture series. This is week 2 on the publishing industry. I delve a lot into agents and in pitching your book and in going to conventions. So hopefully this will be helpful for you. Next week is our last week, so come back for that one. All right, welcome to Writing Science Fiction and Fantasy. Woo! This is our second lecture on the business of writing. This is also going to be a bit of a fire hose like last week. Hopefully there'll be a little more time for questions this week than there was last week, all right? So, if you'll remember last week, we talked through kind of the history of publishing and what publishing departments do. We did focus a lot on sci-fi fantasy, and afterwards I'm like, I probably should mention that the other genres were also growing up at the same time, right? It wasn't just Tolkien that kicked off kind of the hardcover boom for publishing. I mean, we got Agatha Christie in there, we've got Ian Fleming in there, right? Like, people are writing in all of the kind of traditionally, like, you got George O'Hare, these traditionally kind of a little more lowbrow genres were coming of age. And then we eventually hit the modern age with the modern hardcover blockbuster book. So let's talk, I'm actually going to do these a little out of order. Let's talk about how people used to break into the industry. For context, once upon a time in science fiction and fantasy, if you wanted to break in, the thing that you did was write short stories. This is because the pulp magazines were the big seller of science fiction and fantasy. A lot of the people who were reading it didn't have a lot of disposable income. They were reading these magazines, and they were reading a lot of short stories. And this is where the golden age of science fiction really kind of came about. Your Asimovs and your Clarks and these people were all publishing in the magazines. And so if you wanted to break in, the general advice was, go sell some things in short fiction markets, and then once you've proven yourself in short fiction, you can then start putting in your cover letters. We'll talk about cover letters and inquiries and things. You start putting in them, hey, I have published an analog, an FNSF, and blah, 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 and this is my first novel. It's about this. You'd have these really great writing credentials to sell your book through query letter. Back then, you often didn't need an agent. Remember how I talked about last week all these little publishing houses that used to be separate, they got gobbled up? Well, when they got gobbled up, particularly science fiction ones, they usually left all of the structure intact, the publishers and things. And these were all people who were all friends of each other, who'd grown up going to conventions together. I think I told you about, did I tell you about Moshe, my editor, last time? Like, he just showed up at a house once and they're like, oh, read for us, right? You're a nerd, read, tell us what you think of this. And a lot of these people knew each other very well. And in fact, they knew the authors that were consistently publishing in the magazines. And so when someone who had been consistently publishing wrote their debut novel, all of the publishers would be interested. And generally, that was your funnel. Well, in the 80s, things started to change. The hardcover blockbuster took over
Born Too Late.
As the main way people were reading. Readers had more disposable income. They were buying full novels. And it turns out that what the market really wanted was that, because that started to eat away at the short fiction market. When I was breaking in, a lot of people were still saying, well, have you published any short fiction? And a lot of us breaking at the time were like, we don't read the magazines. None of us have ever looked at one. We grew up reading Robert Jordan. We didn't grow up reading analog science fiction. And so because of that, we started just submitting novels straight out. And the industry didn't quite know what to do with us, right? Because this method, this pipeline to publication was no longer functioning as it once had because people weren't reading or writing short fiction at the levels that they used to. And in fact, the magazines, you know, there's still several of the good ones out there. I do recommend them. Writing short fiction is still a perfectly fantastic thing to do, but you should read it and write it because you love it, not because it's an avenue to break in. It still can be if you are good at short fiction, but it is no longer the main way to break in. During about this time, agents in sci-fi fantasy really started to come to prominence because suddenly the novel was the main way and you had to find it in the slush pile. This wasn't the only economic pressure on the authors and publishers for agents to rise, but it was definitely a contributing factor in my opinion. And so suddenly all of these novels are being submitted and the publishers are overwhelmed by them because now they have to take these submissions. There's not this apprenticeship and they have to find the diamonds in the rough. They start offloading more and more of the work to agents who start during this time to be the slush pile readers, because the publishers get overwhelmed. About this time in the late 90s, agents started charging more. They used to be 10%, and we'll talk about agents next. They then moved into charging 15%, which is now the standard. That is off the top of everything you earn that you publish through them, which is generally going to be all of your novels. Agents generally don't care about short fiction. You can do whatever you want with that, but a short fiction piece will often earn you pizza money, not rent money. Okay? So the agents start taking over, and the publishers, they kind of like this. Like, imagine you're an editor, and you're there, and you're like, I used to have this slush pile to the ceiling full of terrible books, and now instead, I don't have to read that. An agent has already read through all of that and brings me the best stuff. And this started to really become the way that you broke in. I broke in 2003. I was at the tail end of the time when you could break in without an agent. And I broke in through networking. Back in the day, like in the 80s and 90s, in order to have a new style of apprenticeship, a lot of the breakouts came from people who went to conventions, hobnobbed with the editors and agents, started to make a name for themselves just by being, you know, somebody who was at the conventions that talked intelligently about, you know, science fiction and fantasy. When I took this class in 2000, Dave Wolverton said to me, he's like, your writing is really good, Brandon. You finished 6 novels. You need to be publishing. I'm like, well, how do I do that? He's like, all right, I want you to go to Worldcon and World Fantasy Convention and to the Nebula Award weekend whenever it's in New York. That's where you'll find the agents and editors. So I started doing that year. I actually stayed with Scar's cousin's Scar's brother, Scar and I and a couple others went and slept on the floor of his brother's house because Scar's from Jersey, and we figured that's better than paying New York hotel prices because the Nebula Awards were there. And we went to the Nebula Awards like that summer. And that's what always throws me off. It moves. You know, I'm used to being able to lounge back and pontificate. We sleep on the floor. We bought umbrellas. Someone stole our umbrellas. We went to the Nebula Awards very awkwardly because Dave said, go sit in the bar. That's where people chat. And we're sitting there with our Sprites. Hi! And everyone is super friendly. Like, not everyone is drinking. They're just there in the hotel bar where this is happening. I sat down next to an editor at Tor, not knowing it, and just started up a conversation and said, hey, can I send you a book? Like, I make it sound like I was cool. It was more like, right? And he said, yeah, sure, send me a book. He never got back to me on that. I joke that there's still a copy of White Sands somewhere at Tor that they're going to dig it out.
Share your thoughts on overlay
underneath
emotes
some
whenever you get a
cabinet
chance.
somewhere
Sounds
and be
good,
like,
Zap.
a Sanderson book that we haven't published. Stop the presses! Right? But I sent him that, and then I went up to the little cocktail party up above, and I met an agent named Joshua Bilmus, who said, yeah, go ahead and send me something. And I sent him something, and he rejected it. But he rejected it saying, this is actually pretty good. Send me your next thing.
Are you Sanderson fan? Haven too. Yo, yo, yo.
To World Fantasy in Montreal.
I've never actually read any of Sanderson's
Dan
stuff.
And Peter were.
But I mean, we're just kind of getting back into like reading fantasy.
Yeah, you guys know Ben.
We've been reading.
He's our friend. He's a
first
computer
book of
science
Wheel
guy
of Time.
Has been used by all these nerds.
Eye of the World.
And so we went there, and at a party I met Moshe.
And now we're just reading amateur.
I pitched him a book. He said, "Send me that book." Moshe eventually bought that book. Joshua, I called up when
they just said, "Go through the Sanderson."
Said, "Hey, I want to buy this," and I said, "Hey, you give me a really good rejection. You've read a couple of my books now. You've rejected them all, but there's one
been pretty good. Can't complain. But how are you, Haven too?
Negotiations for me." And he said, "Free money? Yes." Well, he actually said, send me the book, let me make sure it's good. He read the book. He's like, all right, it's pretty good. It's better than the ones you sent me before, so yeah, we'll do this. And so he handled negotiations. And that's how I broke in. This is, again, kind of the last generation where that was possible. As the old guard in publishing got older and retired, the new people that they hired actually had corporate experience and understood being part of a big publishing company, and they all basically moved to taking the agent submissions, right? And the agents, a really good agent is more than just somebody who submits your book. They submit your book to the right place. So the agents all learned that the best thing they could do was be taking editors out to lunch. They would learn what the editors have bought recently, what they're looking for, what they like, and they would keep relationships with all the editors at all the publishers, so when the right book came in, the agent would be able to target it at the right people and hopefully improve their sales numbers, or their sales percentage, the percentage of selling a book. So these days, that's kind of how it is. Selling without an agent is virtually impossible. There are a few places you can do it. Bain Books will still take one. Unagented. In fact, Jim Bain, who founded it, hated agents, and those who have taken over for Jim have kind of maintained that. Bain is kind of what you might call a medium-sized press. It's not a small press. It's not one of the big five. It's its own kind of thing. So, you know, Bain is an outlier. There are other ones in children's. Scholastic is an outlier. Scholastic is not one of the big five, but it plays like one. Bain kind of plays like one only in sci-fi fantasy. They tend to have lower advances, but they tend to support
send them
their authors very
Cryogen. See
well.
what they think
So
about
that's
Cryogen.
kinda, you know, if you read
only
Bain books,
64
you'll know what kind of
pages, but
style. They're a
still.
little bit more pulpy, a little more sword and sorcery / space opera, but they'll do anything. So right now, that's basically your options in sci-fi fantasy. You have the imprints of the big five, and you have Bain. There are some various small presses. In general, I do not recommend small presses for people who are breaking in if they intend to want to have a career in science fiction and fantasy. There are good small presses. I have published with Tachyon, and I had a wonderful experience with them. There are other presses like Tachyon.
My problem
with
is
the
it's a
right
Final
book,
Fantasy
like a
book, so I need to
novella,
send it to Square
or
Enix.
just in the right circumstances, an agent might say, yes,
Translated
let's submit
to
to them.
Japanese,
And a lot of
and
these
it's
you can
Square
submit
Enix.
to without an agent also.
First official Final
That
Fantasy
said,
book, please.
The advances are small. Their distribution tends to be a little bit smaller, and it is very hard to earn a living with a small press. Not impossible to leverage that
Good thing I don't
into
need to earn a
being
living.
best-selling
I just
author,
wanna-
but I
wanna
recommend that authors, if they
write a
want to go
book.
traditionally, go
I
to
just
the
want to
top,
write my book.
or that they independently publish. The middle ground is generally not something I recommend, just because the small presses, for how good some of them can be, and again, I have published with Tachyon, and it was the right thing to do for that specific book. They did the print version of Emperor's Soul, and I maintained the ebook rights and sold the ebook myself. Main reason that I say to avoid them is because generally, because of the current environment with indie publishing, you're going to be asked to do the same things for a small press that you have to do indie publishing. Do all the publicity yourself and things like this, which means that if you're going to have to do that anyway, you might as well independently publish and make a larger cut off of the smaller amount of money. Your mileage may vary. All right, so we've kind of covered that these days you break in with agents. What is an agent in the publishing industry? Agents have a bad reputation in the music and film industry.
Yup.
Generally,
A man walks into the bar and the barkeep
publishing-
noticed that the man has an
book
enormously
agents
small
do
head
not
and the
have
barkeep
that bad
asked the man
reputation
what's up with
their,
the small head
with
and the
their
man
authors.
says I ran into a
I've
mermaid
had
who
an
grants
excellent
3
experience
wishes
with
and I
mine.
asked the
Most
mermaid if we
authors I
could
know,
have sex and she
asterisks,
said
we'll
I
get
think
to,
that would be impossible.
You know, the exceptions have
Considering
very good
that I'm
experience with
half
their agents,
fish
and agents are
from the
generally
waist
highly
down, so the
regarded.
man said, okay, can I get a little
They're
head?
New Yorkers, a lot of them, but not all of them. And they tend to talk like New Yorkers, in my experience. So
Like your cheese
what
Harry,
does this
true.
mean? Well,
True, brother.
An agent in books is really kind of 4 different things. All right. On one hand, there's the thing we've talked about. They sell your book. That is one of their main jobs, is as a new author to take the book and be able to target it at the right publishers. They also are one small part business manager. So an agent will give you career advice. An agent will give you guidance. Because these days they act as a slush pile, they also tend to be doing developmental editing, which is a thing that the old guard in publishing does not like at all. And in fact, Heinlein would probably, if he knew and were capable, would climb out of the grave and start slapping us all around for letting agents do developmental editing on books.
Sell me.
Because
bro,
his
what's up?
opinion would be only the person giving you money has a right to tell you to change anything. And even then, if you don't like it, you should scream at them till they change their mind. Heinlein was very opinionated on revisions and things, and I like to pass that along. People who don't like agents, this is a sticking point. Where that asterisk comes from, it is because some authors, particularly indie authors, say, I don't want to do developmental edits for someone who's not an editor buying the book. And number 2, they worry about conflict of interest, meaning an agent needs to keep a good relationship with all of these editors in order to keep selling books. Ergo, agents are worried about submitting books that they're not, that they haven't had some developmental editing work on, because they only want to be submitting the best things to the editors so they maintain that relationship. So the relationship with the editor to some authors becomes a sticking point that the agents therefore are not following the author's needs, they're following the editor's needs. So those are kind of the 2 of the sticking points. An agent will be an expert in contract negotiations. In publishing, you should not need a separate attorney than an agent until you get big enough that Hollywood is paying attention, and then you probably want one. But until then, an agent can do all of your contract negotiations with the editor, and they should know how to do that and what to get. In fact, the big agencies will have already negotiated certain things that they always get that will go right in your contract automatically. Okay? And then the fourth thing an agent can be is your friend in the publishing industry. Your editor should be your friend, but the moment contract negotiations start or something's wrong that you disagree with, the editor then, they work for the publisher and not for you. Because of this, you should have a good relationship with your editor. You should want to do the revisions that they're suggesting because you should want to try them out. But if they ask for a revision that you try out and it is not good for the book, the agent is the person who goes to bat for you and says, no, they're not changing this. Some examples of things that my agent has done for me. My agent keeps track of what the bookstores order as their orders for his books, independently of what the publisher says. So when Elantris was coming out, Barnes & Noble had decided on like an 8-book copy order for the paperback, which was really good. The hardcover had sold really well. They put in, that was 8 copies per store. Joshua knew, this is back when bookstores actually sold books. Now they sell Legos, right? And then they upsell you to books. The bookstores were the way that people bought books. As an aside, one time I went to every bookstore in San Diego, and one of my marketing tactics was I took a big box of paperbacks of Elantris, and I'd go in and I'd say, hey, who's your bookseller on staff who loves sci-fi or fantasy? And they'd be like, oh yeah, it's Sandy right over here. Every time someone comes in that's a science fiction nerd, we send them to her. And so I went to her and I said, hey, I'll give you a free copy of my book if you'll read it. And these people were just ecstatic, right? Because they usually weren't the managers. They were just there because they love books, and they didn't get the free books that got sent, so they get the free books. I managed to get to 36 bookstores in San Diego during a 2-day period. I think there's now 8. It changes, right? And these were we've had a contraction in the number of bookstores. But regardless, Elantris, they took 8 copies. Joshua went to his sources and found that they were only getting 4. Tor had told us 8. Joshua went to Tor and said, you promised us 8 copies. They're like, well, it wasn't a promise. It was he's like, go check the paperwork. What did they write down? And he argued and argued, finally went and checked. And they're like, all right, they wrote down 4. They're taking 8. And then 8 copies of Elantris showed up in every bookstore. This is the sort of thing that Joshua does. When the cover for the paperback of Mistborn was really bad, and I think I told you guys about this, that was like the closest my career ever came to collapsing. We got very angry, and by we I mean Joshua became the biggest pain in the rear that Tor had ever dealt with until they agreed to put a new cover on and try something new, and that saved my career. Now, I was the one that said we need a new cover, but I didn't have to be the bad guy. Joshua got to be the bad guy. So the agent is the person who will always be in your corner when you need to kind of turn a phalanx toward the publisher on those hopefully rare occasions where you're in disagreement with the publisher. But you're always going to be in disagreement with them during contract negotiations.
They're going to want to win.
People in publishing swap from my best buddy sitting at dinner laughing to me bringing up a contract point to instantly they are a different person because now they have to put on their marketing hat and now they have to protect their business against me. And so instant change of demeanor. And so the agent is there to deal with that so that you don't have to, okay? In exchange for that, you will generally sign a contract with an agent that says you will use them for all of your novels, and every contract they negotiate, they will get 15% off the top. This generally means that the publishers will send the agent the check. They will take 15% and send 85 to you. If that bothers you, you can have the publisher split it. It's actually really nice to have the agent do it because a good agent, one of the things they will also do is sell your book in other countries. America, one of our primary exports is entertainment. What we tend to do is sell books worldwide. My books are in, 29, 30 countries or something like that. Joshua had the rights to Elantris sold to other countries before the book came out in the US. And early on, this money was small, right? he does it for bragging rights. If you get $250 for these rights or those rights, they're not really making him much money. For foreign rights, generally an agent will take 20%. They'll take 10% for themselves, and a foreign agent who handles the negotiations in language will take 10%. And the U.S. agent will build these relationships with all these foreign agents. So it's like $250. You know, they make $50 split between two of them or whatever. $25 is not worth the time, but the kind of mark of, hey, we sold it in this language is really important. And if you do that 20 times, that $200 that you're getting suddenly becomes real money to the author, even though it's not much to the agent. And so a good agent knows this is kind of like how authors, particularly newer in their career, sometimes survive. And Joshua was very big on this, still is. But this is like a gold, standard he holds up for his agency is we sell everywhere, and we make our authors a decent amount of money.
Let's go straight
just
to Japan.
off the foreign rights. And so in doing, that's kind of money I lived on. I told you guys that I sold my first contract was for, a launch list was $10,000. Joshua negotiated up from $5,000 to $10,000. So they offered $5,000 for one book. He got me $20,000 for 2 books. But that's paid out in like 4 chunks. So you get like a certain amount on signing, a certain amount on turn-in of the hardcover, a certain amount of publication of the paperback, a certain amount on publication of the hardcover. I guess those two are reversed, but you know what I'm saying. You get these little chunks strung out, and because that 20 grand didn't even come in 1 year, a lot of that money that he got me as an agent is what I lived on. That and the sweet, sweet income of my school teacher wife, who, public school teacher wife at a middle school, she was my sugar mama at that time. So this is what an agent is going to do. They are investing in hopefully you becoming a Brandon Sanderson, because right now, we will have 6-figure incomes out of some of these foreign markets, approaching 7-figure out of some of the markets. And so because of that, he's able to have worked so hard at the beginning. Now he kind of just gets to get that money. Though you would say, what does an agent do for you when you're at level? The number of things we have to yell and argue about are much bigger, so he still earns his money. But a lot of what they're doing is hoping that the small author will become the big author and things like this. So you generally are going to need an agent if you go traditionally. You can use an entertainment lawyer instead. Very few authors do this, but it is a possibility that I should mention. You pay them by the hour, a billable hour instead. They negotiate your contract, and they handle only the contract negotiation part. You're in charge of then foreign sales, being the bad guy, and all of these things. If you feel good doing this, you can do it. I think Lee Modesitt, who was a local author, did it himself for a while. He was in politics, and then he was an attorney, and nobody wanted to negotiate with him, and he made them, and he got good contracts himself, and then he'd have an entertainment attorney look it over to make sure, and things like this. A lot of indie authors still use agents for foreign deals. Very difficult to sell foreign. The indie markets just are not huge there, and the ebook markets are not as big overseas as they are here. This is generally because the EU has put laws in place that forbid ebooks from undercutting print books in order to protect bookstores. Because of that, ebooks just are not a thing in a lot of countries. If you're going to spend the same amount for it, people will just go to the bookshop and buy it, which is the purpose of the thing. But it also has kind of stifled a lot of growth in the industry. You don't have people who are able to go read $3 ebooks because all the ebooks are $30. And so it's kind of strangled that, but there are gives and takes to every law made. And so the ebook market, there are a few places where it does all right, but in general, the U.S. is where ebooks are huge. They do fine in the UK, but U.S., no one's like U.S. Everybody has laws preventing ebooks from selling what they do here. So you'll probably need an agent. How do you get an agent? Well, we'll go into pitching your book next. Let's stop and ask questions. The fire hose of what an agent does, what they're for. I should mention that you'll sign that contract with an agent. The contracts with agents should be very easy to get out of. when you're signing your contract with an agent, let me give you a few things. Number one, only submit to agents or agencies whose books you can find in the bookstores right now. You should be able to go to the bookstore and find that agency's books. Buy new authors in the bookstores right now. If you can't, you shouldn't probably be submitting to that agent, okay? Joshua always likes me to give the warning. There are accreditation agencies for agents. You do not have to belong to one. Good agents don't, and bad agents do. Your best two weapons in finding a good agent is, do they have books by new authors in the bookstores right now? And number two, do their authors say good things about them? That's basically how you do your research on agents. Go to the fronts of books, see if they acknowledge their agent, try to see that author at a convention, ask what they think of their agent. Most of the time, you will not be able to submit to the big author's agent. Joshua takes almost no new clients, but Joshua has a bunch of sub-agents that he mentors. A new agent at an established agency is still a fine place to submit. Even if that agent's books aren't out yet, they will be mentored by a very established agent. Joshua did this for Scott Meredith. Scott Meredith retired. All of his agents went and started their own agencies. When Joshua retires, all of his agents will go start their own agencies. And that's kind of how agenting works these days. Generally, your agents are people who've apprenticed under other agents, the good ones. All right? So, watch out for scams. Maybe we'll talk more about that later. Any questions on what I've said so far?
You just need a blanket and you look like you're cozy
Excellent
enough
question.
to fall
Should you have to
asleep.
pay
Oh,
for an
hell
agent to read
yeah,
your
queen.
No. Asterisks. There are a few times if you are
good
paying
day.
for a pitch session with an agent at a conference, that's
I
okay.
love this chair.
All right?
It's
That
so
money
comfortable. I
generally
literally
goes to
fall
the
asleep in
conference
it.
to defray the cost of bringing the agent out and things like that. Generally, stay very far away from reading fees. Once in a while, there is a legit one. Sometimes there's a legit contest that has like a cheap, like $5 reading fee to keep the submissions down and things. But agents should be doing this for the industry. They should not be charging reading fees, and they certainly shouldn't be exorbitant ones. Unless you're indie published, money flows toward the author. No author should have to spend anything except postage. Or, going to a conference or something. Any publisher who asks you for money, scam. Agents who ask you for money, scam, asterisks, where if it's a very small amount, once in a while, legit agents do it, but almost never do you hear of it. It should be a huge red flag if they ask you for money.
I know earlier on you said that it used to be 10%, it's now 50%.
Yes, 15, yeah.
Can you renegotiate a performance-based cut depending on how many sales you get?
Yeah, good question. Can you negotiate a performance-based cut depending on how many sales you get? The answer is yes. If you get big enough, you can negotiate anything. Very difficult to do as a new author, and I wouldn't even broach it as a new author. But once you sell, if you become very big, you can. Generally, you will have a good enough relationship with your agent, and you'll see, like, I have never done this, and I am one of the biggest authors in the business. Joshua has earned his money. Now, Joshua doesn't take a cut from our Kickstarters, right? He doesn't take a cut of some of these things, but there are very difficult things I've asked Joshua to do that he's been able to do, and he deserves that money. He, picked me up very early, and one of the nice things I should mention about Joshua is he didn't take 15% because I had already sold the book. He said, all right, this contract you did all the work, I'm only taking 10%. And then he bumped it up to 15 after he was negotiating, But my first contract, he only took 10%, which I always thought was nice of him, because he's like, you already sold the book. I can't take the full agent commission on this. So, yeah, but you can. It has been done before. It will be done again.
Does it look like my legs are different colors?
Yeah. Back here.
You mentioned a lot about going to writers' conferences. I was wondering, how would you recommend investing in something?
Yes, that's point number 4. Cons is not cons. It means conferences. I just didn't want to try to spell conference and get it wrong. There's an E in there that I mess up.
It's like a reference.
Yeah. So let me get back to that one as my last point, all right?
I don't know, maybe it's
All
me.
right, other questions over here, and then we'll come back to you, and then we'll go
It's
over
like
there.
this one is darker than this one, but it's probably just the light.
Advice if you want to become an agent. So, almost all agenting is done in New York. This is because the agents are taking the editors out to dinner,
It's the same
right?
to me.
And out to lunch and things like this. There are reputable agents who don't live in New York. They generally moved out of New York after they established themselves, right? And so you can find good agents all around the country, but for a new agent, you're going to have to move to New York. They do look at the publishing programs at NYU and Columbia and things like this. They're going to look for somebody who has a keen eye for picking out marketable fiction. And, you know, the agents that Joshua's hired, like he got several from bookstores. He would go to bookstores and he'd say, who do you recommend? Who's new? And he'd read the book and he found the people who were recommending to him to the books that he would have bought. And then he started hiring them as his sub-agents. But others came through the programs. He just does an internship. He offers an internship. A bunch of people apply. This is generally how people make it into publishing, through internships. Both
True,
editing
Sean. Have a
and
good night,
agenting.
good sir.
A lot of
Take
agents
care.
start as editors and then become agents.
You're bad at
Not
this,
all of them.
Sean.
But, you know, tip is go to New York and start becoming part of the community there.
Oh, look at
and start
that. You got
applying
the
to
epic
internships.
emote.
It's a very hard road. Peter Alstrom, my editorial VP, tried it for 2 years in New York, basically sucked all of his savings away, never made any inroads, and had to move back, and eventually got a job in California working for a manga company as an editor. So he wasn't trying to be an agent, he was trying to be an editor. Agenting, you are going to generally, the agents are a little more suave than the editors. So being someone who's good with people and can negotiate and, you know, that sort of thing is a really good, like, editors don't have to be good at that. Agents do. So that's what I'd recommend. All right, there's one over here. Yeah.
When you mentioned the agent that they get 15% off the top,
Yes.
they get rights to experts to represent?
So, yes, let me dig into that more. They are basically representing you as a person in all novels. Now, you can make it, some people have a different agent for YA and adult. As long as that's done up front, you know, agents tend to be okay with it. It doesn't happen as often because usually an agency has a YA specialist and an adult specialist and this, and you just use the same agency. It's just you have different, like Eddie at Jabberwocky does my YA stuff, right? And so, but they are representing you, meaning if you are going to release a book that falls under the agency agreement, which is generally everything, but it might just be, you're going to send it to them and they're going to represent you. If you don't like how they do things, you basically divorce them. You send them a letter and say, you're no longer my agent. That's the end of it. That's all you have to do. They will still collect royalties on every contract they negotiated for you as long as that contract lasts. And they will continue to send it to you. And I remember I left one thing out. It's sometimes nice to have the agent get all the money rather than having the publisher split it, because I get money from, like I said, 30 different countries and a bunch of different audiobook things and 3 publishers in the US. And this, it all comes to Joshua. He then cuts me a check with itemized sort of stuff. Oh, and here's another thing where they charge you. They charge you postage, like when they're shipping out your books to people. But that should come out of their cut once they sell the book. So Joshua never charged me anything until he sold the book. But then there was like a couple of $100 for shipping books to across the world that came out of the first check. It's never been more than a couple $100. But we get an itemized thing, and then during tax season, you get a 1099. You get a single 1099 from an agent that is so much easier if you're doing your own taxes than inputting, like, yes, I made $75 from the Arabic rights. And now I have to go, do we have a tax treaty with this country? How do I fill out a form for having, you know, like all this stuff? It's all complicated, but a 1099 is so nice. So that's one of the reasons. This does offer a point of failure for the agent, meaning the agent could keep your money. And, you know, what's the kids say? Gaslight you? And there have been notable instances of agents you know, keeping the money like Joshua has in his contract. You must be sent the money. Any money we get for you must be sent within 10 business days. He's just got that in his contract, so that they just wire the money. Basically, it's within a day or two of them getting it, so that they aren't earning interest on their author's money, right? But an agent can do stuff like that. An agent can cook the books.
Anyone can do anything.
An agent will get a royalty statement from the publisher every 6 months, which will detail every sale and the royalties you made on it, and then they should pass that along to you. She rolls her eyes, she hasn't gotten hers yet. They should pass that along to you, that you can then break down exact sales, and you can have your publisher send you that. You can audit the agent, and I do recommend, generally, you should not consider your agent your full-on business manager. You should be in charge of your business. You should be watching what your sales are. You should be making sure that the numbers are right, because the agents are good, but they can make mistakes, and it's your business, not theirs.
Yeah.
When you become an author, you are starting a small business, and you should treat it as such. The IRS will treat it as such, so you should, okay? You are now a small business owner. The moment you make more than whatever it is, $500, I am not a tax person. Go to your tax people. But wherever it is, what you told me, it's 600 now. Whenever you make past hobbyist income, you then essentially have a small business, even if you haven't incorporated. We can talk about stuff like that, but there you are. All right, over here.
Just to say, what's your opinion on submitting manuscripts and publishing through Shadow Mountain?
What's my opinion on Shadow Mountain? Shadow Mountain is a lot like Bain. It is a viable option that you have here that others don't have, and it plays like one of the big guys in a small realm. So Shadow Mountain tends to have worse contracts and worse advances, but Bain tends to be the same way. If you know what you're doing and you either have a good agent or you ask someone like me, we can get the bad clauses out. Maybe I'll go over what the bad clauses are here for you. I do recommend Shadow Mountain. Everyone that I've known that's published there has had at least a good, if not excellent, experience. And they are what we call a regional press rather than a small press, and they do a good job. So if you are lucky enough to have an offer on a middle grade or YA book with Shadow Mountain, which for those watching online, that's a regional press that's here in Utah that focuses on middle grade and YA mostly. I do recommend taking that. I know Mole has had a good time with them, but he's not the only one. They do a decent job. All right, let's write on the board clauses to watch out for in publishing contracts. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna. Okay. We got to get to pitching and conventions. We got time. All right. Things you should keep out of your contracts. Number one, remember our royalty rates from last time. You should be looking for those royalty rates or better, okay? We won't go into that in depth. You should keep rights to world/characters. Okay? I've seen well-meaning small presses and even horror stories of large presses that should know better, where they try to get the rights to world/characters for sequels. Don't run away. If it's a big publisher, just have your agent scream at them and they'll feel embarrassed because they shouldn't go in no contract and they know it. They are allowed to have first refusal rights on your next book. We talked about those last week, right? Did I nod? Yes, I talked about first refusal. Good. No? Someone's saying no, someone's saying yes. Yeah, I did. Go watch it. Yeah. So right of first refusal means that the publisher can have the right to see your next book. That's different from owning the rights to the characters, right? It's okay if they say, I would like to have rights to first refusal on your next adult book for the adult audience. Try to keep that right of first refusal as narrow as possible. Like I put in my books, you can see the next Stormlight book and have rights of first refusal. You can't have my next fantasy book, right? I keep it to series. They can be hard-nosed when you're a new author on this. It's okay to sign a rights of first refusal on next novel. Keep it to next novel. They don't want, and if most of them will agree to next novel for the same market. So if you write a middle grade, they don't have to see it if you've published an epic fantasy, and I recommend that. But they should not get rights to your world and character. They should not get your copyright. They should be able to publish the book for life of copyright, but it should copyright to you. And they usually register that for you. You send a book to the Library of Congress, I think is how you do it. Am I right? I don't know. You wouldn't know. Peter would know. All right. They should not be keeping film rights.
What about merchandise?
No book publisher has any idea what to do with your film rights. Generally, they will slip something in, all of them, that say, if you sell film rights, we get 50% of it. Is generally what they'll put in, and then agents will laugh at them. And they'll chuckle along nervously and strike it out. This should just not be in any... Publishers don't do anything with film rights. They just want to make free money. Your film rights are yours, okay? They should... they shouldn't keep your foreign rights. Oh, no, I have to spell foreign. E-I-G-N? No.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay. I did it right that time? Wow. Oh, well, clapping for the professional author knowing how to spell.
It's so true. We don't know how to fucking spell. We know how to create shit. We don't know how to fucking spell.
You should keep your foreign rights. Exceptions. I think I mentioned this last year. You selling North American Spanish rights to particularly a YA middle grade publisher, totally fine. You're not going to be able to do much with your North American Spanish, but try to keep your South American and your European Spanish rights. Those are decent markets. You can let go of World English rights. Some publishers just will not let you have World English. World English is all the rights that are English-speaking countries outside of North America and the Philippines. North American rights includes Philippines. If you need to know why, go to history class. Just like World English rights include India, which just basically means World English is British Commonwealth minus Canada.
Fuck
and
that.
the right to, usually both can sell on the continent, I think. Anyone who has any rights can sell on the continent, but for instance, Tor can't sell my books in the UK, Australia, Ireland, or India. Both can sell.
I don't know what that means. Yo, Callie, what's up?
Welcome. But the world English market, the UK has.
I can sell in the brown because I know the brown very well. We will go to the India and we will get the brown. Don't worry.
So you kind of just have to bend on that sometimes. You did, right? Yeah.
Oh no, I don't speak English. Not English.
And finally, they let go. So you should keep your foreign rights. These are kind of like your
merchandise
rights.
Right? Merchandise rights.
Get this out of your contract sort of stuff if it happens to be in there. You would love
Everyone wants
to keep
the Husai figure that's literally a copy of He-Man.
They don't let you do this very often anymore.
Audio.
If you can, keep them. Sell them to a separate audiobook company. You're going to have a hard time doing this in your first contract these days. Used to be easy. Now audio is such a big percentage of the market that they have mandates from above that they can't let go of audio. Anything else I should put up here?
Merchandise.
Oh yeah, non-compete. Non-compete is above the line. They've started to put non-compete contracts in. Maybe I'm an old fogey, and this is one you can't
there
get
should
out,
be no
but I
such thing as a
consider that just,
no-compete.
morally reprehensible that they put a non-compete clause in.
Yeah.
They should have your right of first refusal. That should be enough. There should be no sort of non-compete, and I think those non-compete clauses in contracts across the board in a lot of industries are just deemed illegal.
Yeah.
And they don't stand up in court. You should just, yeah, I can't believe any agent would let one of these slip, but they do. Try not to have a non-compete clause. You should be able to write books and sell books. Right? Even if you can't write a new fantasy novel because they have the right of first refusal and they're sitting on your book. But then that right of first refusal means they can't sit on it forever. You should be able to get it back and then sell it. Okay? All right. Those are your
merchandise. Merchandise is the most important
in contracts.
That's how you make all your money.
Let's go to pitching. All right. All right.
Character.
Pitching novels.
Setting.
How do you sell these days? You're going to have to pitch your novel. Usually this is done in the form of a query letter. I hear from a little bird that these days query letters are often filled out as a form on the agent's website rather than actually submitting something yourself. It seems like a smart way for them to go because
Callie, do you want to play Marvel Rivals after this?
Queries formatted and things like that. But a query letter is generally about the same as what we call an elevator pitch. These are kind of two versions of the same thing.
Let's do it.
A query letter elevator pitch is your one paragraph pitch, your best chance at selling the book. If you're writing one of these, understand
Lone human in the land
that
of
one
magic and the brink
is
of
not enough to
war,
explain to them your
charged
whole
with
book.
murder,
And in
must
fact,
run away from
it's
home.
not enough to explain to them even all the important points of your book. You want to pick one thing to highlight that makes your book stand out and pitch that one thing well. I had 2 elevator pitches for Mistborn. I'm going to go over them with you. I will say up front, I was never great at queries. I was during the era where you didn't need queries, and indeed, I submitted queries like once or twice. Every other submission I made was directly to the hands of an editor. And so I will talk about that with conventions, but I submitted to all of the big 6 back then directly by meeting the editors and just sending them books. Again, I didn't have an agent. So agents, queries became the standard as agents became the standard. And they were already the standard by the time I broke in. I just knew how to, because Dave mentored me, doing it the old way that they'd done in the 80s and 90s that was still viable, and managed to slip in as that door was closing, okay? So, here are my pitches for Mistborn, and hopefully this can help you. I got very good at these after I published, because I would pitch it to people in bookstores. As I was sitting there, because I would go do a book signing, my 3 friends would come get a book signed. Yeah, it was usually Dan and Ben and Peter. And then Scar came sometimes, yeah. And then I would sit there, because the signing lasted for 2 hours, and I would use Car Salesman my book to everybody who walked past. Some of your parents may have bought books from me that way. I used to be able to say some of you, but yeah. And so I got very good at pitching. And what I learned is stay away from too many proper nouns, right? What you don't want is Blork Zop is the Zinglebop king of Zorkland, right? Don't start that way. We're fantasy novels. We know we like our funny names. Don't start that way.
I guess there's no proper nouns in mine at all.
I would say I had 2 pitches, depending on who I was pitching to. I would kind of feel them out as I chatted with them, what they liked and things like that. And to the person who was hardcore science fiction fan, I would say, this is the story of what happens when the hero fails. What if Frodo got to the end of Lord of the Rings with the ring, and Sauron's like, oh, my ring, I've been looking for that. Thanks for, that must have been a hard journey. And then killed him and took over the world. This story is about a gang of thieves who live in this world who said, all right, the prophecies were lies. Hero didn't save us. We're going to do this our way. We're going to rob the Dark Lord silly, bribe his armies away, and overthrow the Empire. And so it's a heist novel about a gang of thieves who rob the Dark Lord. That's a 1-paragraph pitch for Mistborn, right? You can see it doesn't even mention the names of the characters. Mm-hmm. This is a pitch on the high concept of Mistborn. This is you've read fantasy novels. You know about the hero who saves the world. What if that hero failed? This is that story. And then it gets it's a.
What if you followed the mentor through the entire story?
If someone was more character interested, if someone was younger in particular, I would say, all right, a story about a young street thief named Vin, who finds out that the luck she's always had is actually related to a really cool magic system. She gets recruited by a gang of thieves who are planning to rob God. And they need her to be their mole among the nobility of this world that worships this dark god. She does it, but she falls in love with one of them. Boom, right? That's the, and I usually said, because back then Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was big. I'm like, it's a cross between My Fair Lady and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, right? Street thief, trained to be a noble woman, while at night she's a ninja. And so you can see how both of those are just like one paragraph, essentially. It's a big paragraph, starts with a good thesis statement, right? And if you've got a zinger, you put it right there, right? Somewhere in here, you know, it's about a world where the hero lost and they're going to, gang of thieves is going to try to rob the Dark Lord. Get that in your first sentence, expand on it just a little bit, and then end with a zinger. Out. That is your query. That's your paragraph about your book. Otherwise, your query should include a little bit about you, not very much, but a little bit about you. And usually, they recommend comp titles. Am I correct? Like, this will appeal to fans of X, not the social media platform. I don't know if it has fans anymore. This should appeal to fans of, and then list several books. Piece of advice, don't just list the most popular books ever, right? List books.
You heard of Butterflies with Vertigo?
So like, oh, I can see how that would be similar, but not the same as, right? Picking good comp titles is tricky because if you just be like, this will appeal to fans of, what are the top 3 books that sold this year? The agent's just gonna roll their eyes and it'll be a mark against you. But if you've listed good comp titles that the agent will know, but that aren't all, you know, sometimes you want to have some good sellers, but they don't always all have to be good sellers, then they'll understand when they read your pitch. That's a query. Did I miss anything? Bio, a little bit about you, like I said. If you happen to have published in short fiction markets, include that. If you're writing in a specialist subgenre, for instance, if you're writing military science fiction and you are a Marine, include that. Elizabeth Moon tells the story. She's a little older now, so a lot of you won't have read her, but she's an excellent writer. The story of how they didn't put that she was ex-Marine on the back of her first books, and they didn't sell. As soon as they added Marine, books just started flying off the shelves. I'm not sure how much that's exaggerated, but, you know, when the readers and editors want to know, like if you're writing hard science fiction about the colonization of Mars, and you're like, you know, a water science expert about, you know, the water, how you would get water refined on Mars, that's relevant.
Consciousness.
Don't put on things that are going to make you look like you're clout chasing. Don't be like, I'm a student of Brandon Sanderson. It's not going to help you. It'll just look like you're clout chasing, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. If you don't have any writing credits, just don't mention any. If you are indie published with around 10,000 in sales, not in free books, but actual sales, that starts to look really good, and they will sit up and take notice. Yeah?
Would it be a bad idea to mention, like, being a DM or something?
If you're a professional DM or something like that, but I would, you know, if you can work it into your bio in a way that doesn't seem cringe, if you're like, you know, I don't know. I'm not sure if you can. Honestly, let's be real. But if you're saying a little about me, I am X and X and I love running my campaigns, maybe. Like, but yeah, be light on something that might come off cringe. Other questions? Yeah.
Is bio like leaving out the person who's, is this specifically for pitches to agents or for just general books?
Oh, this is not for your bio in your book. This is for pitches. All of this is for pitches. You can figure out your bio in your books later on. I would put a GM thing in your bio in your books. That's, you know, that's flavor for who you are. For the bio, you just want to give like a sentence that might be relevant in some way or just something to set you apart. If it in any way relates to the book, include it. If it doesn't, then don't. Like if I were
my
Rachel
manuscript
and
on
I had
the
a huge doll
existence
collection,
of
I wrote the doll
reality
makers,
and
I would include
consciousness.
that. Right?
Think
but mostly you want to keep the bio
Hitchhiker's Guide to
section
the
kinda short.
Galaxy, but instead of
Let
space,
your,
it's
let
consciousness.
Your book do the talking for you, because we'll get to outlines and
that hits
symptoms. Go
hard.
ahead.
That hits hard.
Do I have to make pitches? I do not. My pitch is I'm Brandon Sanderson. Right? And that generally works. Yeah. I have to do them in Hollywood. Hollywood doesn't care, right? Hollywood doesn't care if you've sold 40 million books. They're like, 40 million people go see the movie, then it's still a failure. Now, 40 million might be okay. But they know that 40 million books means 10,000 people buying 4 books each, more likely, right? Or, and things like that. So, or really, it's like like a million of you buying everything, and then some buying one or two. But I have to do pitches a lot in Hollywood. In New York, I do not have to. They all know that if they don't take it,
Somebody
I
else
can
will.
sell it myself, right? My secret project he's made $10 million, right? So, yeah, it's a different world, but I did still have to pitch back when, like even during the Wheel of Time era, when I sold Steelheart, I still did a full pitch package and things like that. But as I was talking about, Rachel was asking me about it, they got back the next day, right? Normally they don't get back the next day. Yeah. Basically, once Stormlight came out and sold on its own, right, I pitched Stormlight. Every other book since then, I just send it to the publisher and say, this is the one you're publishing this year, right? And so, but that's not unusual, right? Stephen King sends you a book, you don't, right? John Grisham sends you a book, and I'm somewhere in between, right? I outsell John Grisham, I don't outsell Stephen King. So just kind of sandwiched in between those two. Yeah.
What do you put in your bio if you don't have anything that's related to your book?
What do you put in your bio if you don't have anything that's related? Some little flavor thing, like, you know, I was a CS major, and I love, you know, K-dramas. I don't know, just something simple that is not going to take a lot of attention, but that isn't distracting, but is a little bit distinctive for you. Does that make sense? Who doesn't love K-dramas, though? All right, go ahead.
How customized should a query or pitch be based on who you're querying to?
Excellent. We'll get to that in conventions, okay? That's next on the list. Yeah.
In relation to non-compete, what is it?
Yeah.
I know what a non-compete does in like most industries. What exactly does that do in an author's case?
Nobody really knows because they're unenforceable and they're stupid. But basically it says you can't write books for anyone else. It's basically a really strict first refusal rights thing. While you're publishing these books, you will not release another book that could draw sales away from the book that we've released by you, is basically what they're saying. And so...
Goblin
yeah.
greedy
Am I right on
shit.
that?
Greedy goblin bullshit.
So it's really bad. But it's really annoying. And I know some authors that are very annoyed by the ones in their contracts. Yeah.
Would you know anything about publishing in like World English first?
Yes, publishing World English. Good question. Totally doable. You have to sell in London. I suppose could sell in Australia, but London's like so. World English, my rights they're about 10% of my U.S. rights in sales numbers, which makes sense because the population of the U.K. Is about 10% or something like that. That's very rough.
Same with Canada.
You know what I mean.
And it depends on how much of the EU,
Stephen
like
Erickson
EU,
you're sold in the UK
adding,
first.
right?
It's doable.
Like, is it
if
just
you happen to
the
be
United
able to
Kingdom?
get an agent, a British agent,
Is it including
or,
Russia?
you
Is it
know,
including
for some reason
China?
you're often in the UK and you go to conventions over there and you meet editors over there. Once in a while, it happens, and so it is viable, particularly if you have some contacts in London and you happen to be there or things like that. Hard to do, but not impossible.
Only London, or you said all Australia?
I mean, Australia technically, but Australia has then that fraction of population again. It's almost impossible to make a living selling only in Australia, according to my Australian friends who have tried it. So, basically, there are no countries you can make a living as a science fiction fantasy author in, except for like, so US, UK, English, right? Germany, you can do it.
Germany's
Poland,
huge with that.
Spain, like some of the very
I
strong
think in Asia
European
you could
economies,
probably
you can
do it with like romance.
It gets real
though.
thin after that.
But
because
not
a lot of the
sci-fi
countries,
fantasy.
like for instance in all of Scandinavia, they just read in English. I don't know if you've known people from, you know, from like Sweden, but their English is generally better than ours is.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so
My
the
English
Swedish,
is horrible.
we had a guy from Iceland, took my class last year. His name literally was Thor. He's Gwithian Thor. Thor took my class, and like his English is better than our English, right? So you get that problem. Portugal is about the same way. They tend to read in English. Just various countries. You have to have a strong local reading science fiction fantasy community, and you can kind of tell where they are based on which, like for instance, Sapkowski's from Poland, right? The Witcher. They've got a very, Lamb is from Poland. Germany has a bunch, like Cornelia Funke and people like this from Germany. You can kind of see the places where people can make a living at sci-fi fantasy. But basically, breaking into the U.S. is one of the big goals to do if you write it, because we read a lot of science fiction fantasy, and we are, the strongest economy in the world. So
Yeah.
we were.
World English.
Next to China.
How hard is it to transfer?
How hard is it to transfer if you do World English first? It can be a bit of a hiccup. So with Steven Erikson, he published in the UK. People started importing his books to the US. And he had trouble getting traction in the US because his fans were all importing. And so they would put them on shelves, and there weren't fans to buy the new books in the US because they'd already imported them all. That was a problem with them. US, who finally started publishing them, played catch up and wasn't publishing the new books until like 6 months after. And that really stunted his growth. But, I mean, Steven Erikson is still one of the better-selling epic fantasy authors. And so that's Malazan Book of the Fallen, if you've heard of that. And, again, I believe, you'd have to ask him for sure, I believe he's Canadian that published in the UK first. So, all right, I need to do conventions, so we're going to do one last question.
Do you have a quick tip for pitching films?
Pitching films? Have a best-selling book. I have never, to this day, okay, not never now. Up until about my Kickstarter, I had never had a film company give me the time of day unless they came to me first. Never. Until I had the Kickstarter. That pushed me over the edge. Before then, anything I pitched in Hollywood, they ignored me. Okay? So if you want to be in Hollywood, Michael Crichton couldn't get anything sold until he wrote books and then sold his books. You either need to go the screenplay route and move to Hollywood and do that whole thing, or you need to get a best-selling book first. I would say that, like spec scripts almost never sell these days. And if you don't have a best-selling book, you're in worst case. So do not try to sell anything to Hollywood without a book backing it up is what I would recommend. Okay? There's a 1 in a million shot you could do it, so don't let me crush your dreams. But just let me tell you, like, I would go to them and I'd be like, I have 20 million sales. Here is my new book idea. The book is coming out soon. You want to do a film deal about it? Crickets. Yeah. Okay, I got to do cons. So save the rest of your questions for next week. Or until after that. All right, let's talk about conventions because
fucking conventions.
And there was another question I'm gonna get to this. If I don't get to that other question, throw it at me again. So, do I recommend conventions and conferences? When I was breaking in, the way to slip in was to go to these old conventions where, remember I told you they started to argue about who is the best, what was the best episode of Star Trek, right? And to write Kirk, Spock, /Fic. Those people all became editors or published authors or agents. And for a long time, that was the industry. So these conventions were still the places they all got together and chatted, which is why Dave said go to them, go to the parties, sit in the bar, chat with people, go to all the parties, hold a can of Sprite and chat with people. It was actually much less intimidating than I thought it would be. Everyone was just like cool and whatnot. And you just chatted, and I would go to editors, and I had some magic words, which if you are so lucky, maybe you can still use. The wrong words are, what are you looking for? Never ask that. The right words were, what have you bought recently by a new author and why? This gets them talking about what they like, why they bought this new author's book. It gives you a book to go read to see what that editor likes. You legitimately are making that editor happy because they know you're going to go buy that book, and you should. And it's giving you way more information because you're hearing what this editor liked about this book. What I did with Dan and Peter is I kept a little list of all these editors. And everyone I'd asked about, I wrote down the books that they had bought recently. And I went and I found them and I read them. So that, the question was, should you personalize? And when I would send my letters to them, they would be things like, I met you at this convention. You recommended this book. I loved it. I think you'll like my book because I do something similar to this author in this, proving I'd read their book. that was golden, right? They loved that. And because of these sorts of things, I was able to personalize these letters. Doesn't work as well anymore, but I think that could still work with agents. I don't know. I haven't broken in this way. There, in science fiction fantasy, there are two general things. There are what we call conferences and what we call conventions. This is my definition. Others may have different definitions. A conference, to me, is a for-profit institution that you pay a larger price tag to get into, and by doing so, receive professional advice from professional authors who have been invited to present, agents and editors who've been invited specifically to present. Locally, you will find that at Storymakers, Writers for Young Readers, I think Futurescapes counts as well, okay? These are conferences. Often, they involve pitch sessions. You sometimes pay for those. They are not huge amounts. But the tickets to get into these conventions can be expensive. $600 or something like that. And so I looked to her because back when I did it, it was cheaper. But that was, in the Stone Age. So that's a conference. I do recommend conferences if you have this disposable income to go, particularly if you watch conferences around the country, for ones inviting in agents and editors that you've done research on that you're interested in publishing with. You can still skip agents this way. You can have a pitch session with an editor, and you will, at the end of your pitch session, they will either say, oh yeah, send me that, or you can ask them, would you like to see some sample chapters? Queries, when you're querying, it'll tell you if they want a writing sample or not and how much. Your best goal to do is to try to get as much of your fiction into a submission as is appropriate. Don't send them things they're not asking for. But you want them to read your fiction, not your query, right? And so if they allow you to send sample chapters, do so. Send the beginning. When they say sample chapters, they don't mean chapter 37 and 56 because you think they're the best written. People make that mistake a lot. Send them what the audience is going to see when they open your book, okay? If they ask for an outline is not an outline form, as you might have learned in school. An outline is a 2-page document-ish that is paragraph, kind of in paragraphs, explanation of the plot of your book. This is like a 2-page pitch instead of a 1-paragraph pitch. In the outline, give away the ending. Do not put your ending in. Your outline includes the whole book. Usually, what you're going to look for is they'll ask for a query, 3 sample chapters, and an outline. That's your package, okay? That's what you're wanting to send to them. And if you are going to conferences and meeting editors and agents, and they say, yeah, send me something, that's almost certainly what they mean. They will probably be more explicit with you, say, yeah, send me sample chapters and outline. When they do that, go the next day, don't hand it to them in person, and submit through either the form, or if they give you an email, email it, or whatever. Get it to them and put in the subject line, requested material, because they did ask for it, okay? If you can skip the query-only stage, you're in good shape. Like if you look at the stats, for every 100 queries someone gets, it's like every 1,000. Yeah, what's that? It's like for every 1,000 they ask for sample chapters on 1 or something like that. It's just ridiculous. And if you've already gotten there, you've just skipped a huge hurdle in percentage. It probably is more like 1 in 100. It's probably not 1 in 1,000, but I don't know. You'd have to ask agents. So your job is to try to skip that.
There's a lot of retards out there.
Conventions are different. Conventions are these fan-run things. Life, the Universe, and Everything is the local one here. WorldCon is the biggest of these. These are not non-profit, run by fans to argue about your favorite episodes of Star Trek. And these were grown up in the community organically. A lot of authors and agents and editors attend. They're willing to do business at some of the parties. That's less and less than they used to be, but they're still there. I will give you a caveat. When I went, I had a wonderful time. I would pitch to editors. It was, I got very comfortable with holding my Sprite and pitching to editors and things like that. I shared this story quite a lot in my early days as I'm like, this is the way you break in, because back then it was. I had a female student go to one, and the very first person that she started chatting with at one of these parties said, "Yeah, come back to my room. I can get you published by Tor." They treat a 6'1" gregarious dude differently than they treat other people. The cons are not as bad anymore. It's been 20 years. There's been a lot of movement toward separating fan spaces and professional spaces and things like this. But I do have to share that story. And so I can't give you any more details because I've been asked not to share them. But, you know, go with a friend. I would always recommend going with a friend to anything and things like this. But conventions, your mileage will vary. You still can. Brian McClellan sold by doing the Brandon format. He just listened to what I did. He did it a few years. He sold. That was still back in the early 2000s. I haven't heard of people doing it recently, but it's, you know, anything is possible. All right? So there's the big... oh, I should mention Comic Cons are something different. Ignore those for publishing. They can be fun to go to. You will only find publicists there. They can't buy your book. Don't go to any Comic Con or Fan Expo expecting to sell your book. They're very different. Go to conferences first, maybe some conventions if an editor's coming that you like, but understand those are more free form. They are not professional. They are more fan run. You can, you know, your mileage may vary. All right? We will do Q&A next week on anything you want to ask about. Save your publishing questions for then. Thank you all so much. One more week.
All right. Well, if you're there and you want to play, Callie, are you ready? Ready to fucking do this? All right. Is Queen here? Fucking Steam. Always taking a sweet ass time. Yeah. Queen is in a game. So we should we? Oh, she just went into a game. She's in quick match. Queen. Well, looks like it's just us for now, Callie. You want to get on Discord? You're eating? Just started a game. Yeah, I saw that, Queen. Callie's still eating, so it's all good. And just chill out. Drop in the Discord. Just waiting it out. Just waiting it out. It's all good. It's all good. I got some stuff. Definitely this one. Moving by acquire. Oh, because of course you have to buy it. Oh, of course. Of course. Of course. Yup, of course. Makes sense, right? Makes sense. 100%. Absolutely needed in the game. Can I spectate you, Queen? Is there a spectate mode? There is. Dude, that's sick. Is that Ultron?
Make yourself useful. This is my unnatural selection. I am Venus. Am I invisible?
Nice. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn. Nice. Got the Korean or the Chinese try-hard over there.
Thanks for the boost.
Man, these guys are getting shit on. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's really not good. Oh no!
That was illogical. Calculating. Ultron virus reinforcement.
There's still a chance to stop them. Disappear! Shields up! Feeling fantastic. That one hurts.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Double kill.
Ultron virus reinforcement.
We stopped them in their tracks.
Embrace perfection. Ultron virus reinforcement. Go, my children. This is
It's
my
much better.
unnatural
I like the
selection. Ultron virus reinforcement.
I was worried.
I'm good to go.
It's the grand finale.
Energy levels rising.
A little help, please.
Ah, fuck Spider-Man.
That was illogical. Recon.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. Better stop that vehicle.
Oh shit, who's this dude? Oh, who's this chick?
You are under my spell. I suck. It's now or never. Stop them. Need some help.
Ooh.
The amazing Spider-Man!
Is this guy supposed to counter Spider? Spider Boy? Munker fucker. Love it.
Don't give them another inch. Or us. Disappear! Shields up! Sorcerer Supreme!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Feeling stronger already. Good work, Susan. Be right there.
Oh, damn! That motherfucker.
No worries, I got your back. Reborn from the chaos.
How do they kill you so fast? That's some bullshit. It's like the second he gets on top of you, if he can touch you, you're just dead. You're just dead.
A nice deep freeze. Limitless magic. Ah, that's different. He stopped them in their tracks.
Must belong to Moon Knight.
That's so retarded. I feel so bad for you, Queen. He's just camping your dick.
My work here is not done. Where am I? Shields up! I won't make the same mistakes again. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner. You are under my spell.
I assure you I
Ancient secrets disappear! Ah, that's it.
The moon haunts you. By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, that stun is real. Oh, damn. Well, that sucks. This guy's just fucking trolling.
My fate isn't sealed yet. Magic
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Nice. Still won. Yeah, I asked if there was a spectating mode, and I looked to see, and there's a spectating mode, and I was like, oh, sweet, I'll just spectate your game. Oh, it said victory for me. Why would it say victory if I was watching you? Exit spectating. Yes. Callie, are you ready now? For what? Playing without me and then I'll join. Alright, sounds good. Either way, I'm waiting for Callie. Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Can't hear anything.
Damn it, Callie, why is your Discord so fucked?
Hello.
Hello? I can hear you.
Still can't hear anything.
So what you gonna do if someone chooses Loki? We'll cross that bridge when we get there, Queen.
Hello.
It'll depend on what we need in the team. That's whatever I'll play.
Your voice is tickling my cheeks.
Ooh. What about this?
Stop! No! Stop! No!
Like something else.
Hey, not allowed. Illegal.
Oh, you can cross it now. Well, I'm like, because it's gonna depend on what other class. So I'm gonna need a tank. I'm gonna need an assassin, and I'm gonna need like a frontman. So I guess Spider-Man.
You don't know what you need. What you need is a bowl of cereal.
Do they have Juggernaut yet?
What you need is a bowl of cereal.
Juggernaut?
What
Should
you
always
need is
know
a
how to
bowl
play
of
more than
cereal.
player in each role, and there are only maybe 4 or 5 roles. Have Juggernaut. The Juggernaut, bitch! Another one into the Shadow Realm, guys.
Hi, sweetie. Patron was just telling me you used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect match for us.
I'm not that interested. Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
AI?
Why?
You don't know who the Juggernaut is. Wait, Queen, you don't know who the Juggernaut is?
1989.
I invited you to a team, Callie.
Lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack a
Does my
day
voice sound
voice.
different?
Yes, it does.
Why?
I don't know. Are we ready?
See, I sound this way right when I wake up.
I'm bad with names. I see. The Juggernaut is the guy with the helmet who can't be stopped. He is literally the unstoppable force. As soon as he starts going, his momentum, like, multiplies, so he can literally run through anything. If he has his helmet on, he can, and it's made of vibranium, he can literally run through diamond. But are we ready, Callie?
Yeah.
No, all the heroes are in the heroes.
Blood, 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 blood.
I'm starting, Callie.
Cat go meow, and fish go blub, and the elephant goes toot. But there's one sound that no one knows.
But the thing about Loki is I can learn to play all the characters through Loki. Right? Because I can steal alt, so then I can practice every character. Daredevil is the next guy we are getting. Ooh.
You'll need a top-notch to in this one.
Nerd! Nerd!
You know, I was watching that stupid video by Brandon Sanders. No, I'm kidding. I don't think it's stupid. I just, you know, I just like being an asshole.
Facetious?
Facetious babazilla, what the fuck does that mean?
Like overly, how do you say this? Like, intentionally aggressive?
Yeah, me too.
Where the fuck did they go? I'm like, how did they get out of here? Didn't the rest of our team just leave?
No one loaded it. Oh, wait, they're up here. Oh wait, did you
Oh.
load in? We are up here. Okay.
Yeah, they're on these stairs here.
They know how to climb stairs. They're too advanced for us.
3, 2, 1.
I'm stuck on a wall. What the fuck? What in the hell? I'm lagging. What the fuck? Mother of God, please leave me alone. Wow, I don't like this. No one's healing me.
Where are you, Callie? I don't see you. I'm dead.
Ah, mother of God!
Oh, I tried to heal you, but the carriage was in the way. That's what happened.
Okay, here's an idea, Callie. You're gonna stay with your freaking team. Oh, fucking die.
I have many faces. Cosmic might returns.
The enemy has arrived. How embarrassing.
Carrier has arrived. Carrier has arrived.
But why? Hey,
Carrier has arrived.
Time to vanish. Bless the shooting ones.
I was fine.
You have my full support. Render me assistance.
Almost there. Don't turn back.
I know how to last hit people.
Hell yeah, Callie. KS the shit out of everyone.
That I built up in me.
The vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Why does this? How could this happen to me? Ugh.
I have many faces.
Here they come now.
Maximum pulse.
Oh shit.
How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes.
I got your back, Callie.
Why?
I believe in you, Callie.
I don't believe in myself. Believe in the you believe that believes in me. Believe in the you that believes in me.
Quite welcome.
What is this thing? This thing's giving out talk.
Just passing through as I have to go to work. Have a good day. Hope everything is okay. Hell yeah, Deja. Everything's going great, man. Hope you have a great day at work.
The world is gonna explode.
I have many faces.
The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Keep that up, Namor, and you may earn yourself a queen.
How could this happen to me?
Yo, yo, what's up, Queen?
Buddy.
Oh man, did they just die? I was trying. I was trying to save them.
Some more ranch flavored Cheez-Its today. Yeah. I will fit them through my microphone.
True. Wait, just wait until we can transfer stuff like that.
Heck yeah. I'd be shoving food through my mic.
Oh shit,
man, she
wait a
still
sec!
died.
Right click, it buffs my other abilities.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! That was so close.
Oh, don't let anyone hear that you got a piece of gum either. Immediately you're gonna just be, can I have a piece?
Yeah. Oh my god, I just got shit on.
What is this? I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna kill all of them.
Wait for me, Callie.
I'm gonna die. Why am I not dead? What the fuck? Yo, this guy feels kind of tanky.
The more the merrier.
Is he tanky or did no one just focus him?
Iron Man's not really tanky.
Okay.
Whee! But he has a passive that if people assist you in getting a kill, you get a bonus help. So it's kind of like a shield.
I never used this ult before. I'm gonna see it. The fuck? What am I doing? I am
moving really fast.
Nice. Winners win.
I don't want to play this game anymore.
Is that Blade?
Why? Yeah.
It's okay. It's just a mood swing, guys. It's just a mood swing.
Is she ready to play now?
Yes. I want coffee and like maybe just a bit of diabetes.
No.
Why not?
No.
Why not? Hey, you guys, I figured out how to sleep. Why not? Why not? I figured out how to sleep. How good.
Wait, how do I go back? How do I go back?
How do you go back? You press. You escape. You escape.
No, I mean
What are you
like.
trying to go back to?
I think I left the room, but I wasn't supposed to.
You just
Oh,
up at the top of the play.
You are still.
Oh,
Wait,
okay,
you guys-
okay.
Why'd you accept that person? Do you even know who that person is?
No?
I have an idea, guys.
You're just accepting people?
Yeah.
We should
Oh.
all.
I always accept friends requests.
What
I
we
love
should do
bots.
is
I don't.
We should write some boyfriend ASMR, and I should voice it.
I'll do that.
A boyfriend ASMR.
Yeah, we should all group
What's
together.
that?
We're grouped together already. It's like, you know, okay, I used to do it, but now I don't because I was having fun, but it was just, I didn't like the other people that were doing it because they were doing like, some dude from Florida gets eaten by an alligator, and it's just all screaming. That's not boyfriend ASMR, that's
Fuck.
Man.
Okay. We ready?
So what is?
We should do it. We should do that.
So what is it?
Yeah, I'm confused, Callie. You gave us like a metaphor, but that didn't fucking explain anything.
Oh, boyfriend ASMR. It's like when you when you
pick your hero?
roleplay
Okay.
as someone's boyfriend.
Wait, you what? Someone's boyfriend?
You roleplay as someone's boyfriend.
How the fuck do you do that?
Like
Like if it was a girl and I was your girlfriend, I'd just be like, okay, I'll make you a sandwich, but I don't know what to do as a boy. Like, is that what I'm supposed to do?
I have no idea.
Callie, I did this.
What?
A slap!
A slap.
Boyfriend would do what you do with any.
The girlfriend is,
any
I'll make you a
significant person in
sandwich,
a
and the
relationship.
boyfriend is.
You're doing the boyfriend is.
Okay, so we just.
But we make YouTube videos of it.
This is gonna be so bad. Just the entire video.
What are you making?
I'm slapping.
I like how there was a train being ran on you, Scotty, and you didn't even care.
I don't know what was happening. I wasn't looking at anything.
The strange and Moon Knight were definitely running something on you. Let's just say that. Rusty is. Ooh, I died.
How do people aim in this game?
It's hard. I told you, you gotta aim slightly to the right. Oh, guys, no, not you. You gotta aim right on them. Never mind.
So about that ASMR.
Oh, hi.
No one wants to do it.
Do what, Callie?
Boyfriend is.
I'll do it.
Do what?
Boyfriend ASMR. You just tell me what to say and I'll do it.
No, I'll say it. Your voice is easy.
What about this voice? Does that not work for you, Callie?
Oh, Scotty.
I hate you so much right now. Are you doing a deeper voice than I can?
I can do as many deep things as you need, Callie. That is not even my deepest voice.
I'm gonna just stay still and shoot.
My deepest voice is really hard to do, though. It fucks up my throat. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. That was legit.
I am ready to put on a show.
Why am I dead?
I tried, Callie. I tried so hard. Keep you alive.
I tried so hard and lost. Blah, 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 blah.
Okay, my ult's up. Just tell me when. When and who.
Why can they see me? Like, they literally hitting me while I'm fucking, like, invisible.
Fuck, I'm dead. I was trying to follow you, Callie. I shouldn't have been doing that.
I'm gonna pick a different team.
That's right. Let your enemies
Bow,
underestimate
bow, 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 bow.
Wee.
I outnumber you.
Oh, come on. I got this guy.
I have no idea what my abilities do.
Who are you playing?
Who's who playing? I think we're all playing the same people
Callie.
we always play. The same person he always plays, Psyop. Whatever her name is.
I don't know what you mean, Cal.
I'm playing Black Panther.
Oh, you're
Oh,
playing.
you played
oh.
See? He's not
He literally just changed his character then. Cause he was playing the same character, the Psyop or whatever it is, the chick with the katana. And the purple hair.
Katana. Yo, Canadian accent, man. It's katana.
Katana! No, katana.
Katana.
Cat
Katana.
Anna. Cat
Katana,
Anna.
katana, katana, katana,
Cat
katana,
Anna.
katana.
It's a Cat Anna.
Soy un hispánico, puedo hablar
Just like
español.
Just like my
Issa
buddy from the UK, he says a jalapeno as jalapeno.
Jalapeno.
It's a jalapeno.
I say it.
He says jalapeno.
Jalapeno.
A jalapeno, yeah.
It's a jalapeno.
And I had to tell him, no, it's a jalapeno.
Jalapeno.
Peno.
A pain, yo pain.
Honesty.
Video gaming, what's up, Stone? Yeah, we playing some Rivals.
Jalapeno honesty. On your toes. I can climb walls.
I gotta go.
The fuck is this?
What?
I don't know. Whoever's ult I just used.
This is smart.
I was bouncing around, throwing around places.
Mr. Fantastic.
Mr. Fantastic.
He's so fantastic.
Not as adorable as you, Callie. I mean, what?
The fuck?
I love chaosing people.
I got a kill with my ult.
Oop, that.
I think I prefer this guy.
I'm trying!
Don't even know where anyone is. Die already.
That's one way.
What are we shooting?
I'm shooting your mom. He's trying to kill me. They's trying to kill me. They's trying to kill me.
With this character, do I just slash people?
Yes.
Well, no, you dash through people. You hit them with your spear, so you can dash through them, and then you get your kick. There's like a whole combo that you do with Black Panther to always have your abilities off cooldown. Cause like, if you hit somebody with your spear, and then like you kick through them, or you go through them or something, you get like a kick or something back, or you lower the cooldown so you get it quicker. Yeah, there's like a whole thing with Black Panther.
Can we do an wait, was that AI?
Easy, yes.
Oh. Oh. I thought that was real people.
No.
I was like, oh shit. Okay. So I'm gonna just sit here and just read my abilities.
Probably a good point. True,
Perfect
Stone.
place to do it. Just remember, you will idle and get kicked. So don't just sit there forever.
Fire! Fire!
Thought this game got shut down or something.
Come on.
I once
nope. This game's going strong. Which makes sense, because between, like, being able to switch champions inside of game and, like, healing being actually important, yeah, it's actually a fun game.
Welcome to the jungle.
You are my jungle, Callie.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds.
No.
Stay strong.
I manscape.
Oh. True.
You stay away from me.
I'm gonna smash your mom! I need Smokey here to make this efficient. Without Smokey, there's no point in saying your mom.
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I have many faces. I am a treat. I outnumber you.
Oh, he left.
Wait,
He didn't leave.
Namor has a loyal army of his own, it seems. I
That's the it.
Thanks so much.
You're quite welcome.
Your million souls are mine, Namor.
The more the merrier. You have my thanks.
Oh shit. Ah shit, how do I get out of here? How do I get out of here?
What?
I wound up down the hole and I think I lost us that fight. Oh no. What? I was supposed to get Hulk powers. Oh, this is Hulk powers.
Well, no, you get it again. You get it again. Hulk essentially has two. He's like Diva. If you've ever played Overwatch 2.
No. Ah!
I have many faces.
We are only given so many chances to shine.
Is that really true,
He's
Kelly?
playing Black Panther.
I don't know.
Fuck!
I have many faces.
Oh,
I'm alive? What the hell?
I'm dead. Kelly!
Only 60 seconds left.
I lived the whale, the Moby Dick.
That is pretty much what it is. Whee! Oh, I still died.
You have my gratitude.
Damn it, I died! Fuck!
I was about to say, you have a dad.
This is bullshit.
I have a dad?
I haven't died.
Scotty's only died once.
Shouldn't have died. This is bullshit.
I have a dad for once.
Have you not?
What the fuck? You guys, you know what I think? I think we should play League.
What? No.
I've never played League.
League is horrible. This game is way better than League.
I'm not having fun.
Why
You're
not?
not having.
I'm not having fun. I keep dying. Ugh.
You only died 3 times.
Well, I don't get kills either.
You don't really need to get kills.
I need to get killed. I need to get all the kills. All the kills are mine. None of you get any.
Well,
wee.
I think I got more kills than you, Callie.
Why?
Because I'm a chaoser.
You know what? You know what I think?
I put out maximum damage.
You know what I think? I think you stole those kills.
No. Obviously I didn't. I was only KSing. KSing is not stealing kills, okay?
what's KSing?
Kill stealing.
It's when you. It's when
Oh.
you. It's when
It's when you steal someone else's kill. Because in League, when you get the kill, you get like, you get gold, right? So if your support kills instead of the ADC, that means the ADC did not capitalize on the kill, and which means next time you're not going to be in as an advantage point that you would have been if the ADC had gotten the kill. Like, if the ADC gets a kill right off the bat, especially if it's first blood, extra
really
400
like
gold,
Wanda.
go buy boots and some fucking shit, and you're just fucking set. Get Callista with speed 3 boots, oh my god, unfucking stoppable. Especially in the days when you could just hold down shift. You could just shift click, and oh my god, it was fucking insane. You just be like, beep, 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 across the map. Because Callista's passive is when you use an auto attack, you can dash. So you auto dash, 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 and shift means that you automatically attack. So instead of attack, click, move, attack, click, move, attack, click, move, it's click, 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 and you just automatically, when you can attack, you attack, and when you move, you move. And then they made it so it didn't function with Callista's passive. You had to actually click, which made using her as an ADC with shift click bullshit. It was the designing characters that literally are too strong. When you have a character that has 3 passives, 2 actives, 22 ults, and 17 AoEs, it's like, well, what the fuck? You're supposed to have 3 abilities, a passive and an ult. Not an ability that's a passive, but it's also an active, but then it's also another active, well, it's passive. Well, it's passive, it's another active. On top of if this ability's on, it's another active that's passive during being an active passive. It's like, what the fuck?
Stupid flaming hot Cheetos.
You're a flaming hot Cheeto.
Oh, you are, yeah.
I try to be. I'm not good at it, though.
I got him.
Oh man, I was trying so hard to save you.
Get the flaming hot Cheeto.
He's the worst chip.
Mr. Burns.
Where is he?
Mr. Burns.
You know what I think the best chip is?
Just, no, it's salt and vinegar Miss Vicky's. That is scientifically provable.
not scientifically provable this dick.
Oh shit! See, I KS'd right there. I got one hit on the enemy, and it was the killing blow.
Oh shit.
What the fuck?
Human Torch is someone that you would want to ult for.
I ulted, but I don't know what I'm doing. I feel like we both ulted, and...
You did, because you didn't do an ult that we needed.
I don't know who's ult.
We needed a support ult. You grabbed Penny, she's a tank. This is another person that you would want to ult for.
What the fuck?
Mr. Burns!
That was me.
Oh god. The worst weakness on this is like when you're reloading.
Yeah.
And I just spam auto attack, so it's like I'm always reloading.
Shit.
I got another KO! Hell yeah.
What the fuck?
Callie, I got you! Aw, oh, fuck, I almost had you, Queen. Somehow I got a KO on that.
Yeah, you killed him when he killed me.
Oh my god, I tried to save you, Callie. Everyone's getting destroyed now.
Oh my gosh. I'm not gonna be able to pay attention to him right now.
I'm trying to save! Trying to save them all! I have no idea who I grabbed. Okay. I don't know what I'm doing.
Another tank.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm dead. Yeah, my ability's not up. Shit! I don't know what Magneto's ult does, but it didn't seem to do anything.
Absorbs damage when people shoot.
Oh, so it's a
So it
it's a
literally
tank.
absorbs their stuff. And then he throws a giant ball like that. Like how he just did. And I really just need some healing. Nice, Callie. Oh, well, Magneto could have died.
Trying, Callie, I'm trying. I got you.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Why do cats' feet smell like corn?
Why are you smelling cat feet? That's my question, Callie.
Why?
Why are you smelling cat feet?
Because my cat would step onto.
This is the longest I've ever stayed in someone's stream. Ninja, damn, you're still here, bro? Hell yeah, we just hit the 8-hour mark.
My cat would
I'm glad that you're here.
crawl onto my chest and then step on my freaking face.
Okay. How stiletto do you want my heels?
No. Bad it talks. Bad.
Okay, let's play one more game.
I don't wanna. Wait, no, I'm out of here. Get me out of here.
No, one more game.
I hate you.
Don't worry, Callie. I'll forgive you.
I'll forgive myself. I don't need no one's forget.
I'll forget that I forgave you, don't worry.
And then I'll be back in the cage.
Ooh, sounds sexy.
Fuck off!
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Wait, what? Oh yeah, because I played Loki, who's technically a villain. Well, technically he's an anti-hero. Or is he an anti-villain?
I hate everything.
Callie, no you don't. I believe in you.
So dumb!
I hate consciousness. I wish I was asleep right now. But then I couldn't interact with you guys in the same
I
way.
hate going to the back.
Because I know what your dreams. I'm inside your dreams all the time, right?
At this point, I didn't know if I was dreaming him or if he was dreaming me.
Oh, damn, Callie.
But it doesn't matter because I feel safe.
That's some imagery right there. Don't know if you're dreaming him or he's dreaming you.
I've always considered myself more of a disruptive force, really.
The fuck is that? The fuck?
The hell? Mrs. Bobblehead.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
As it was a part of it. It's a part of the big head
All you need to do is capture the mission
mode that there is.
Gotta be like, Mike who cheese Harry's joke earlier. Guy comes into a bar with a small head, and bartender's like, "Oh, what happened to you?" And he's like, "Oh, well, you know, I found a mermaid and she gave me 3 wishes. So I wished to have sex with her, but you know, she said she couldn't because she didn't have, you know, the lower parts. So I asked for a little head."
Oh my
I'm trying, Callie! I think that's you, Callie. I don't know.
I'm the white guy.
Okay. I think there's a lot of white
He's
guys.
Moon Knight. He's Moon Knight.
Okay. Because with like with the characters moving, I cannot see the names at all.
He's the one that talks about the moon.
Oh,
And how the
really?
moon talks to him.
Really? Is that why he's called Moon Knight? Because like it actually has to do with the moon? I thought it was just like he was like Batman. It's like Moon because
No.
it's like.
No, he's an avatar for the moon goddess. The moon god.
You didn't watch the
Uh-oh.
series?
I thought he was just
No,
a.
he's an actual person in the Marvel community. He's not just a series.
You're an actual person.
But yeah, they did have a TV series on.
Yep. I heard it was
Yeah,
god fucking awful.
Yeah, Khonshu, he's the god of the moon.
Oh, well, I tried to save everyone, but everyone was just way the fuck out there.
Save me! Save Queen!
Queen's just right there.
I really like this thing.
Good, Jeff. Let go of me, Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you. Now I'm gonna fuck you up, Jeff. Aw, I wanted to fuck up Jeff, and I died.
Shit.
I fucked him up for ya. How the fuck?
The guy you're playing right now, Callie, he's pretty tanky.
We are undefeatable.
He's pretty much like another tank.
Zooming through the sky. You.
Dun, da, da. What's up, Callie?
Why is the game still going?
Because I will allow it to.
Are you God or something?
No, I am the maker.
The maker, isn't that like fantastic? But like with the helmet.
This game mode is
No, the
domination. You have to win 2 rounds to win the game.
Why? I don't want to. I'm gonna sit here in this corner and get kicked out.
My cape is the maker. Look, it
Kick
makes
me out.
it makes a cape. My cape makes a cape, guys. Isn't that crazy?
No. Where's your cape?
Look at my cape.
Sit still. I cannot see you. You're moving too fast. You're like a blur.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah, bitches. Slowpokes. Fucking slowpokes.
You suck. What is this do? Oh shit! Oh my god, that's awesome.
I have many faces.
Mission area is yours to capture now.
I have many faces. I'm everywhere.
What in the hell? What am I? What am I?
Oh, I'm so dead.
Yo, that was awesome.
Your powers are mine! Born again!
Second chance is over.
Was that a good time to ult?
Yeah, that was fun.
We're in this together.
I like this guy. I'm gonna learn him.
No thanks, Sheila. The power of a
Shadow Realm!
The power of a balanced breakfast.
The sacred archive of Asgard! I require some sort of turret. Render me assistance.
time to vanish.
You are restored. I feel like myself again.
I have many faces.
Oh, I died.
When I was a young boy,
My father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, son, when you grow up, will you be the savior of the broken, the beaten and the damned? Will you defeat them, the demons, and all the non-believers? Oh, I'm trying to keep you guys alive! I'm trying!
the only way we win this is as birds.
Yeah, you team up with yourself, Loki. That's how you win.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Control C.
We have done it.
How do I want to go up there. I have stretchy arms. I should be able to go.
Ah, shit, that didn't work. Well, that sucked. Good old Jeff. Oh man, I didn't hit shift fast enough. That's bullshit. I should have been fine there. Why did it show the Callie killed me? The fuck, Callie? You killed me.
Why?
I don't know why you killed me, but you did. You're so mean. Well, did we just win? Ah, shit.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way she goes, right?
That's the way the wind blows.
Indeed, Callie. Blows up my alley.
Ah! Don't you laugh at my screams of pain?
I'm not
and
laughing at
suffering?
your screams of pain. I didn't know you were screaming in pain. I was just laughing, Callie. I didn't know what I was doing, okay? Oh.
You there, sir. Why the fuck?
Well, that was fun, guys. Thanks for playing.
Thanks everything.
Thanks for streaming. Thanks for bringing the community together. Thanks for being me. Why, thanks for being you, Callie. Thanks for being so adorable, Callie.
No, I hate that. No.
Well, I agree to all of that.
Alright. Well, remember, guys, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome, as always.
Fuck you guys.
Yeah, true. Fuck you guys. Remember, I'll be back again tomorrow, every day, all day, all the time. So we'll be back again tomorrow. Maybe more drawing tomorrow. I need to do more practice. I've been working on shading, but that's about it. So, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you!
Have a good
Alright.
night, guys.
You guys as well. See ya when I see ya. Take care. Peace. Alright, who we raiding? Bye, Stone. Have a good night. Take care, buddy. We will see ya in the next one. Oh, well, this person's been streaming for such a long time. Is that even worth it? Oh, and they're Korean. That was not the best one to click on. I don't know. I never know. I never know what to do. What to do? I don't know. Ooh, here we go. Get your views ready. Here we go. Bye.